Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day number 2 of the 2026 New York Amateur Motocross State Championship at High Voltage Hills MX. And as you can see, we are already off and rolling here this morning, just getting into our first moto of the day, moto number 2 of race 11, the 450C class. And it looks like the checkered flag just about ready to come out on our first race of the day. Mother Nature showing her face so far throughout the weekend, gave us a little bit of sprinkles last night and continuing into this morning, but hopefully not going to be too much of a problem. Hopefully she plays nice throughout the rest of the day today, and we'll be able to get through all of these motos without any issues. But right now, 450C getting wrapped up. Durkot once again putting himself in a solid position, and I believe going to walk away with the moto win here for race number 11. Zach Heron alongside Josh Stout, who's out and about, giving all of the information in the pits, making his way back into the Stoke studio here. But going to be a fantastic day once again here at High Voltage Hills MX for day number 2 of the 2026 AMA New York State Motocross Championship, a race and an event that has quickly and continuously grown from year to year. Definitely think one of the bigger turnouts that we've got here in 2026, and it is easy to see why. If you're just joining us here on Racer TV or on Verve Moto, Kaplan America, or Stoke Media, first and foremost, welcome. If you've got time, I'd maybe go back and watch some of the highlights of yesterday's racing action, because it was certainly a day worth watching. Tons of great battles, had some pretty wild crashes, had some unexpected things happening as well. But as you can see here today, everybody's re-racked, they're reset, and we are going to be handing out some state titles today. But it's going to be a long day of racing, no doubt about it. Gates down on race number 12, plus 25A and plus 45A. No, actually 450 beginner going to be the next one out on track. And that is a part of our Empire State MX series as well, combining not just the state championship, but some different series as well, as we welcome Josh Stout into the studio here. We've been out and about. We've been given pit warnings. We've had people moving cars. We've had all kinds of festivities going on this morning. But Mother Nature, for the moment, playing nice. Sure, a little moist. It's going to be a little difficult to pick those numbers out. That's why we're running transponders. But at the end of the day, we're racing, we're on time, and we're going to be handing out some state championships today.
Zach, I was just out there checking out trackside, that first moto that we had go out. And let me tell you, you're going to want to be up front, because this sand is wet. It is sticky. And I saw a lot of guys running out of tear-offs in a hurry. One person that didn't run out of tear-offs, I saw you mention it as I came back in the studio, Durkot was able to take that moto win. So he made his job easy. We saw Castiglia back there in third. So we'll see what happens once they get the results posted. You can check those out at the sign-up shed. And we're going into that third moto to hand out some hardware, so Durkot's job is not done yet.
Absolutely, yeah. Still plenty of racing yet to go, as we are just about a third of the way through our second motos. Once again, a big shout out to the Racer TV crew and, of course, the High Voltage Hills crew as well, taking racing as late as they can yesterday. Knew Mother Nature was going to be stopping by. Wanted to try to get as many races in before calling the first day of racing as possible, and did a great job. Still plenty of light out there, kept it safe, but it's amazing how much of a difference even running 4 to 5 extra motos yesterday afternoon can do for the overall program. And it's going to be a ton of fun. Just about 50 races or so on the docket here for today, so going to be a lot of laps spun. This track absolutely chewed up yesterday, and Nick and the whole crew, I mean, final checker flag falls, everybody starts cracking open some beverages, getting ready for a whip contest. No, not the High Voltage Hills crew, man. They are right back to work, and they had the lights on long after the sun went down, getting this track dialed back in, and that's exactly what they've done.
They were out here burning the midnight oil.
Absolutely
Burning the midnight oil last night. I was staying in a camper over by Nick's camp. I heard the side-by-side go by this morning real early. It was early enough. I saw the sun wasn't up yet. I didn't bother looking at what time it was. But they were going back out. Obviously, they weren't going out to water. This track can handle a lot of water, though. It's going to be a different racetrack than we saw yesterday. I'm not sure it's going to get as rough. It's going to turn into more of a loamy-style track. You're going to see some more ruts. This track can hold a lot of water, though. So as the day progresses, I expect the track to just keep getting better and better. As you can still see some rain coming down there on the Racer TV cameras. I'm excited, Zach. I really think people see rain and it scares them. But we see rain here, we almost get a little excited because we know how well this track handles water.
Well, and on top of that, you know, taking a little bit more of a national scope to this race, New Yorkers not necessarily stranger to the muddier conditions. You think of a Justin Barcia, you think of a Phil Nicoletti. These are riders that maybe aren't necessarily doing rain dances like an Aaron Plessinger, but at the same time, they're not freaking out when the rain starts to come down. So we're going to find out who's been able to do their homework and who's able to handle the variance in conditions. Same track, but very different conditions here today. So to your point, we could be talking about a whole new set of names. Of course, as we did all day yesterday, we're going to be integrating that Verb Moto Prospect app. So excited to be partnering Stoke Media and Verb Moto, able to take all of that data and information and actually provide you with some really cool information. What riders have faced others throughout the year, who's come out on top multiple times throughout those interactions. So going to be a ton of fun, and we'll be popping that QR code up throughout the day as well. So you guys can download it for free as well at home. You can look up anybody that catches your eye. And like I said, if you're a rider or racer yourself, go ahead and throw your name in there. You may be surprised to see just how far back those results go. You can claim your profile, and who knows, maybe next year you'll be right here on Racer TV, and we'll be talking about you.
Well, I'll tell you who's on Racer TV right now. It is the number 918 of Love.
Can you feel it?
He is not feeling the love, but he's giving some hate to these other boys as he is out front here in 450 beginner, leading Helm, and now we see live timing update. Senf has moved up into the second place position. And Zach, these were the two we saw running 1 and 2 yesterday. Yep. I believe we had a pretty good battle down to the end, and Senf kind of lost touch with them at the end of the moto there.
Yeah, and taking a look at those lap times from the last lap, Senf just a couple of seconds faster on the previous lap, so we'll see whether or not he can start to climb his way forward. But for the moment, Cameron Love in control of this things, and just like we talked about all day yesterday, the start obviously important, but today of all days, to be out front, to keep the goggles clean, to keep you know, even something as simple as getting sand spray kind of on your gloves slowly surely starts to work its way onto the bars. The grip's not quite as strong as it was before, so yeah, if you're out front, you're going to see everybody fighting maybe a little bit harder even than they were yesterday to stay out front for the entire duration of the moto.
It's a very uncomfortable wet sand.
Yes.
You start, if you're behind riders getting roosted, you start getting it in your mouth. It goes up in your nose, makes things a little harder to breathe. Gets tangled up inside your tear off. Sometimes it slides up underneath the tear off underneath. It happens real fast. So that start is going to be ultra important today. And we'll see how it plays out for everybody. It brings to mind someone like a Trevor Schmidt.
Yep.
Great starter. Obviously, it makes the job easy for him, but now it's going to be even more important once we get into those A motos today. Same as usual, we're going to be running that 258 at 11:30 and 458 at 2 as we see one of our riders here on screen stalling in the turn. And yeah, that was Helm there, our third place rider. He was able to get it fired back up. I'm not sure if he bump started it or if he caught the button. He never put his feet out. He never really stopped moving. He was at a slow roll.
He's like, I don't want to get dirty. I'm not touching it until I have to.
He didn't want to hose those boots off after the moto.
White flag coming out here, 1 to go. It's Love, Senf, and Helm. Now, on the left side of your screen, you can see on that pylon we've got a gold, silver, and bronze background for a couple of riders. That's the overall picture as they run so far. So even though Bailey in the number 4 position for the moto, still looking solid enough to hold on to potentially 3rd overall. But don't forget, we've also got a 3rd moto coming up later. So going to be a ton of fun to watch and able to keep us on the same page. Once again, big shout out, and you guys can follow along live timing and scoring as well on that Verb Moto Prospect app. So for those of you at home, if you want to get the full scope of what the lap times are looking like every single lap, what the gaps are looking like, download that free Prospect app, and you can have all of that information that we're using here in the studio right there in the palm of your hand. As track's starting to get worked in a little bit, Josh, you touched on this, the sandy conditions, maybe a little bit of that hard base up on the top side of the track we're going to see really get slickened up. But man, I think to your point, the ability to handle and absorb this rain throughout the day. For the moment, yes, it's raining pretty consistently, but it's not that bottom falling out flood type rain where as long as bikes keep circulating and continue to work it into the sand, we're going to be able to run motos just like this for quite some time.
Yeah, the rain will not hurt this track at all. Basically what you'll see happen is that soft sand that we saw yesterday, it was kind of grabbing the bikes. It's going to turn into a sticky sand now. Still going to grab the bikes, but there's going to be a little bit more of a cushion there to ride off of, so I don't think you'll see it grab the riders and really suck them in too badly. They'll be able to keep their momentum up. But if you start getting in too deep into those berms, you're still going to run into the same problems because that's that sticky sand. is going to get in the wheels, is going to get into the brakes, as we see the lead group coming up to the top of the hill here. And this is where you talked about. Top of the hill is where it starts getting a little slick, as you see right there. 918, our leader, starting to slide the front a little bit.
Yeah, and you can see a couple of the shiny spots where the hard base is actually starting to show through. This corner right here headed towards the finish, going to be one to watch as well. But yeah, certain riders, as there was the checkered flag, so Love hangs on for the Moto win. Simph going to cross the line in the number 2 spot here for 450 beginner, that Empire State MX Series class. But yeah, it's going to be a ton of fun to watch, and I'm excited to see potentially some new faces jump up. A lot of consistency throughout the motos that we see oftentimes at this race, but at the same time, vast change in conditions. There's some rider out there, like I said, maybe doing a rain dance. He's had the roll-offs hidden over in the corner. He's breaking them out, dusting them off, and he is actually very excited to go out and do some battle. Momentum was a big name of the game yesterday as well, and to your point, that thick sand, it only gets a little bit thicker when you throw some water into it as well. So just like we talked about, line selection going to be absolutely crucial if you want to get out front and stay out front here today.
I got a question for the viewers, probably some people thinking at home, and for myself. You're more familiar with this Verb Prospect app than I am. Do we see results moto to moto on that app, or do we have to wait until the very end to see what the overall finishes are, similar to where you can go on at Loretta's and see how your riders are doing after Moto 1, after Moto 2?
I am pulling the Prospect app up on my phone as we speak. I know we've got our announcer Prospect viewpoint as well. We're going to run through that Utica Rome Speedway top 10 real quick. Cameron Love does hang on for the win. Ryan Simph and Curtis Helm 2 and 3. Bailey, Esposito, Vangelschoudt, Rizzo, Sleet, and Ting going to round out the field for 450 beginner. Moto number 2 sounds like we're already getting ready to drop the gate.
We got plus 25A hitting the track. One of the more exciting classes here, as you see the 296 of Nick Krager screaming across your screen. You can always see Nick with those gold wheels. It's kind of his little patented thing. If you ever watch motocross in the outdoor series, the Phoenix Racing Team runs the gold wheels. Yeah. And you can kind of tell them apart, and that's what Nick runs here. And it looks like, I think that was McDonald up there in second on the 294, and possibly Sorensen, our first moto winner, back there in third.
Yeah, this is bad news for the rest of the field. Krager was fired up and hungry for the lead in this first moto, but couldn't quite get up there. Meanwhile, the rest of the field this time behind him to start, and that's going to make it a tall order. Front number plate looking clean, and you know it's a good start when second place's front number plate is clean as well. He's that far out front already that second isn't even taking the roost.
It's something that Nick's always been doing over his career as one of our local riders. At the big start, he always seems to have 5-10 bike lengths when he's coming out of the first turn. I don't know what his secret is. He must be going to the Michael Lessie School of Starting, and it's working for him here on the most important day really at the New York State Championships. Not only is it Moto 2, you can take control of that overall, but you also get the clear track. You're not getting roosted. You see half a lap in, Sorensen in third there. The whole front of his bike is already covered in sand. Now that's not only hitting the bike, that's going up in his face, up in his goggles, inside his helmet. It's going to be very uncomfortable 4 laps for him.
Taking a look, we've got Sorensen swinging way out wide, trying to find some new real estate, pulls a tear off, and has got some company coming up along with it. The 294 just trying to hang on to the lead there, as your leader's already breaking away with the green flag flying.
So we're seeing the 294 McDonald, your second place rider, the 814 Honda, that's Sorensen, and then Daniel Nettie there on the 471 on that white bike, starting to creep up into the frame. So Daniel, he's a local out here. He's been riding in these conditions for a long time. Like we touched on, we're not seeing that sloppy mud, but we are seeing that wet sand, and that's something Daniel's familiar with riding in. As you see him able to just kind of stay right underneath that cushion there in that turn, and that's going to help him pull right up to the back wheel of Sorensen. As we see Hatch, Lawler, Moira, Delnicki. Delnicki, not a good start from Delnicki. Not sure what happened there, but Delnicki was not able to get up there in the front. We saw Delnicki battling up towards the front in the first moto, so he's got some work to do here.
And that's going to be another big talking point as well. If you're not in that front group right off the bat, it's so hard to make up time, especially when you're having to fight the sand that sticks at this point. Yesterday, it might have kind of bounced off the lenses a little bit. It's not really going to pack up on the bike or on the goggles, but today, it's not going anywhere. You're going to be going through tear-offs. You're going to really see riders doing everything they can to avoid following the rider in front of them, trying to protect the vision, and trying to find a way around as clean as possible. As your leader continues to stretch things out a little bit, the 814 of Sorensen just starting to lose touch ever so slightly with McDonald.
The best way to describe it, Zach, is to go to the beach, grab that dry sand in one hand, walk out in the water, reach down and grab a handful of wet sand. Unfortunately for these guys, they got that wet sand. As you can still see the rain whipping across on some of these camera angles here.
And then have your buddy throw both of them full speed at you. That's
from about 5 foot away.
You want to see what it's like to race without goggles on, and that is something that we could potentially see as well, especially even in one of those pro motos, a little bit longer, 15+1. You get a face full of roost, maybe blow the tear-off stack off of you, and you got to pull those goggles off. That can be so difficult to do. I know we see that a ton in the off-road racing, especially when the weather comes through. Goggles get ditched. How long can you hang on for it? Sometimes those eyeballs are Honda red by the time they get off the track, just doing everything they can to try to keep the vision up. And there's a danger element to that as well. You want to protect the eyes. You only get one pair of them. So
I was about to touch on that. It's not always a good idea to pull the goggles. Sometimes you end up over at the ambulance getting a flush, an IV flush in the eyes. As you see on the Cassidy Hollow Rentals live timing over on the left side, the live running orders, you'll see Krager with the gold. He's leading +25. We also have another class out here. It's 45A. And that is Sean Nutt leading them around on number 55. So not giving out 2 #1 plates here. We do have 2 classes running together. And we got, looks like Wilcox and Meyer second and third in that division. So we are 2 laps in. There should be 2 laps to go. About a lap and a quarter now for Krager on screen here. He is up and barely, not quite over that triple.
I call that 2.5.
Yeah. He'll go up and out of view, and now the rain really starting to come down on that camera there. And he's going up into that area where this is really the only part of the track that's truly hard packed. So you're going to want to be easy on the throttle up here. You can see right where he went, all those little slick spots right behind his wheel.
And you can see him doing a couple of glances back as well, wanting to see how hard he really needs to push riders. Probably going to focus a bit more on management of the race today rather than just trying to beat the competition into submission. If I've got a couple seconds built up, still obviously running a fast pace, but not going to take any unnecessary risks, do anything crazy when the rain is starting to come down as it is. Seems like the drop's only getting thicker for the moment, as he's got some room, but he doesn't have a lot of room.
We just saw the live lap times come up down there, and McDonald and Sorensen were both about a second faster that last lap. So it might have been why he was taking a peek back just to kind of keep the competition at bay. We'll see if Krager's able to turn it up a little bit here. He's got more than a second, so a 1 second gap on this lap time won't kill him. But he doesn't want that added pressure. Now he's going to have to fight the track and the rider behind him. He's going to want to stay a little bit ahead of him, have a nice comfortable gap to take his lines.
You see that front end trying to push ever so slightly. And again, a little glance back, just trying to manage how hard he's got to push, what risks he needs to take. But best believe if McDonald and Sorensen start to close up a bit more, he's going to have to drop the hammer once again. Is now coming down to just about a little less than half a lap to go.
The other thing you wanted to keep an eye on, as you saw there on that jump, Krager just pulled a tear off. No rider in front of him. It's not only the sand that gets in the goggles, it's the rain as it starts to rain. As the raindrops get on the lens, you pull a tear off. Sometimes that water seeps in between tear offs, and you got to pull more than one, and that can create a problem here later in these races.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The water, especially if you're not running something like a laminated tear-off stack, it gets in between them and basically renders them completely useless at that point. It's almost harder to see than it would be just getting a face full of roost. But no problems at all for Krager getting the job done. McDonald going to cross the line in the number 2 spot there for plus 25. And then, like we said, multiple classes out there. Sean Nutt looking to be leading the way still in that plus, was that 45A?
That is 45A, yep. And then Wilcox there with Jeremy Tiffany now moved up around John Meyer. We didn't have that on screen, but the live timing is showing us that Tiffany jumped up into that number 3 spot. Looks like he gained control of 3rd overall with the pass, as you see the bronze next to his name.
Checker flag continues to wave here for Moto number 2 of plus 25A and plus 45A. And we'll keep the party rolling. Big shout out to the high voltage track crew had everyone in position and got right to work first thing this morning. The Utica Rome Speedway top finishers, like we said, combining two different classes here. So Krager and Nutt both going to grab class wins and kind of work your way down through there. But a impressive ride nonetheless, as gates down on our next moto. Once again, you can scan that QR code on your screen and download the Verve Moto Prospect app, live timing and scoring. And I'm still trying to get it to load here in the studio, but I believe it does have at least the first moto finishes. It may not immediately rank them, but you can see where some other where the finishes have been in Moto 1, I believe. We'll give you an update on that, and if they don't, I'll shoot a message, and by the end of the day, they'll probably figure out a way to be able to do it. So, taking a look now who we've got on track.
This is a familiar face out front. He just doesn't have that purple jersey anymore to really jump out at us. That is Jackson Lappin. And you can see the big tubes on the side of his goggles. Those are roll-offs. First time we've seen the roll-offs today. We're only a few motos in, but I expect to see those pretty significantly throughout the day. I think a lot of riders are going to jump to that. That's just a canister system you can pull across the goggle. Never really have to worry about running out. I mean, you can pull that string probably 100 times, whereas with tear-offs, you only get maybe 24 if you can stack enough stacks. But once you get to that high, it starts blurring the vision. So an interesting choice from Lappin to run the roll-offs. Obviously not having to deal with any roofs right now, but he came to the gate prepared, absolutely. We do want to keep making this announcement. We had one rider, he had some people park next to his trailer and block him in. It's a Ford pickup, license plate MEU 1903, and another Ford pickup, license plate LZK 8909. If you are the owner of either one of those trucks, could you please move it? We have a racer that needs to get his bikes out of his trailer so that he can race today. Again, that was a Ford pickup, license plate MEU 1903. Looks like a Ford Ranger on that one. And I believe the other one was a F-Series Ford. Looking at the grill, it was LZK 8909. So if you are the owner of either one of those, please move that vehicle so one of our racers can get out here and race today. Still want to touch on that 50-50. They're selling those until 9 o'clock down at the sign-up shed. They'll draw that at 9 o'clock. I know they were selling tickets all day yesterday. We'll get that number and we'll announce it, and someone can go home with a little bit of money. Back on track. Race 14, 65, 10 to 11. Race 15, Schoolboy, you guys should be on the start line. Race 16, 65, 7 to 9 should be coming down. Keep an ear to that PA, your race order, your neighbors. As down behind the start line, we got the 503 of Attigliato. Believe Samuel Morse there on the X on screen. Waiting to see what position he is in. I don't believe he's the leader. Lappin should have been the leader. I didn't see on screen that he had any issues, but Morris is a rider we expect to be at least up inside the top 5 there.
As you can see, the rain continuing to fall here this morning.
Let's just go out and say it's a bad day to be a flagger.
Yeah,
as you can see, that poor soul sitting there just getting rained on.
Huge shout out to all of the track crew, the flaggers, the camera operators, out in it. Ponchos are at a premium today.
Yes. If you have any ponchos for sale, supply and demand, you can bump that price today.
You're selling trash bags, you're probably going to have a big day. Yeah, that was always my go-to.
We can see on the Cassidy Hollow Rentals live timing results on the left-hand side of the screen. Lappin, your first moto winner, leading this one as well. The X of Morse we saw on screen, he is in second, followed by Luca Briggs in third. Then Attigliato Jr. and Charles Boys rounding out our top 5 as we go.
So headed back up to the top side as the white flag flies for your leader. Going to drop back down into the bottom.
So the overall, as they run over there on the left, everybody fairly consistent up in the top 3, a 1-1, a 2-2, a 4-3. And then you get to 4th and 5th, Zach. Things start getting a little shaky. You got a 5th and a 4th. not super inconsistent, but a 7.5 for 5th.
Yep.
That's where that 3-moto format starts shaking things up. And another good moto from Charles Boys, and someone up in the top 3 makes a mistake. He can find himself with a top 3 overall. As you can see, the rain continue to pound this track. But as you're watching it, you don't see the track change too much.
Yep.
The water just kind of soaks right into the sand here. Makes it a little bit heavier, a little stickier. But like we touched on, we don't see that rain running off the track. The mud puddles, the water flying out from the bikes when they go through.
Yeah, it's Championship Sunday. It was heavy anyway.
As Lappin on screen.
And as you can see, some riders choosing to run the rain jackets, the hoodies, the ponchos on the bike as well. As your leader, the 344 of Lappin.
So you see Lappin running the edges of the tracks here. Oh, we got one rider down. He's going to, oh, here we go. We got one rider taking the goggles off, and this we talked about. The rain gets in there.
Yep. And
probably got under the roll-offs.
That's the roll-offs as well. That's what I was going to say. It's real easy for the water to get under that thin layer of laminate, and when it does, it streaks across, because rather than pulling a tear off totally off of the goggle, you're pulling the laminate across the lens, and so you get a little pack of sand underneath on the right-hand side. You pull that thing and it just now you just got a streak of sand across your main point of vision on the goggles. So looks like Lappin,
he's going as far as he can away to not be in that roof zone. So smart riding from him.
I'm also curious how many. I know a lot of teams or a lot of families will bring maybe 1, maybe 2 pairs of roll-off goggles. So for Lappin, now inside and outside of the goggles going to be completely soaking wet. Probably going to have some sand in them as well. Not sure if he'll even be able to wear those goggles again for the rest of the day. If this rain continues, that could be a big thing as well. So we'll continue to watch as several riders negotiate back and forth the sacrifice for the field of vision, a significantly thinner strip of laminate on the roll-offs compared to tear-offs, as he's not just taking the goggles off, he's taking some track banners with him, it looks like.
I believe that's the canister bust open. I think that's the roll-off now.
I think you're right, yeah.
So once that canister breaks open now, you saw a little bit of confusion from that flagger at the finish line. Unfortunately for Lappin, he should have got the checker flag there. But you start seeing, I would assume he was probably looking for those yellow goggles with the canister. Now he didn't see him, so he missed the leader. This is going to be, he's getting free track time that he doesn't want right now. The checker flag should have came out for him.
Got to wonder whether or not the rest of the field was getting that checkers, but Lappin for now with the streamers behind him. And
so now he's got an even bigger problem. He's going to have to go back to the pit and rebuild that roll-off system. If he has another roll of them, he might have to go back, because once those come out like that, you can't re-roll that back up.
They're
Those are
absolutely
garbage.
useless at that point. So, yeah, Lappin, a little extra track time.
Looks like he should be doing the floor routine at the gymnastics. They run around with that ribbon.
So I say, got a little bit of the tassels going on behind him.
He's just checking the lines out for the next moto at this point. This is a free lap. You see the Verb Prospect app throwing up some stats for Jackson Lappin.
So here we go. Lappin, a couple more corners.
I do have a silver medal in the floor routine.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but
I can no longer do somersaults or back handsprings.
The outfit still fits, though.
It does. A little tight. A little tight.
Yeah, I heard we had video footage of that. We might fill it in, and we've got some time later.
Yeah, if you stay on Racer TV long enough, we might see it.
Never know. Checkered flag finally comes out for Jackson Lappin, and an extra lap for Lappin. But nonetheless, gets the win, 65-10-11, Moto number 2. Samuel Morrison, Sam Matigliato Jr., 2 and 3. Briggs, Radazzo, Clark, McNair, Becker, Bartholomew, all inside the top 10 in the overall picture. 1-1, 2-2, and 5-3. Sal Matigliato Jr. going to round out the podium with Samuel Morse in that number 2 spot. And how about that? Luca Briggs actually tied with Matigliato for that number 3 ride. As now we get ready Another big class here, and this was a fun one to watch yesterday, the schoolboy class. As we just saw, couple, looks like 3 or 4 gates outside of the doghouse. You're seeing Hudson Vagel now. Talked to Vagel's dad yesterday following the whip competition, which Hudson, of course, took part in. It was not a chain that broke. He snapped the axle in his rear wheel. The axle broke in the back tire. Pretty crazy event, and his dad said, if it's weird and it can break, Hudson will break it.
That is one I've never heard of in 35 years.
Well, and quite honestly, very lucky that it happened where it did and how it did, because that could have been very, very detrimental. And that explains why Vagel was probably so lined up to the outside. I believe this is the class that he had the problems in. So, Vagel, you're just now seeing come by, pulling some tear-offs on the number 100. Got his work cut out for him early.
So we see Ben, who was the benefactor of the broken axle. Ben, your first moto winner out front. Chadwick now on the 21. He was second in the first moto after Vagel had his problems. So the title contenders are out front. Vagel is just going to go out here and try and make a statement and let him know I might not be getting that number 1 plate, but I'm still the fastest guy in this class.
Well, he's the national champion in this class, too, so I don't think he's too stressed about it. But, yeah, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, and 4 already going to work. And this will be a fun one to watch as well. Like I said, look at how hard these riders maneuver the machines to try to avoid that main spray of roost. And then you have Vagel, who is not moving at all. I don't care if I can't see.
A good start for the 11 attack.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm not sure where he ended up in the first moto. I don't believe we had him all the way up here. But he's running ahead of Nauer. I believe he passed Nauer on the first lap. So a good ride from Tack early in this one.
And I'm trying to keep tabs here. I'm seeing Vagel already pull at least 3 tear-offs on this opening lap. And you can see not scared to take
Look at Tack going to the lead.
And this is what we talked about in the different conditions. Sometimes bring different names to the top of the box. Tack made it a little less tacky, and it makes it work out for him as he is putting these corners together, carrying that momentum, and leading them around here on lap 1 of Schoolboy.
So Tack, the secret weapon, maybe he was the one asking for the rain.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I don't know if you were down at the DJ tent last night. There was a lot of dancing going on. Tack may have been there doing the rain dance.
Tack, tats, everything going on there.
Oh, we had tats. We had people blowing the tires off their bikes down there last night. One poor soul, he paid the DJ to stay late, and we shut him down at midnight anyways. That guy was not.
DJ was pumped,
I don't believe he got a refund. That was just a tip at that point. As we see Vagel now starting to work on Ben.
So Tack, Vin, and Vagel, 1, 2, and 3. You can see on the top of the pylon, Tack, if he holds on to this first place spot, could potentially take over the number 3 overall position. Vin still looking at a 1-2, enough for the gold, and then Nauer, even though in the 4th place spot, still enough to hang on to 2nd place in the overall picture as they run for the moment. But here we go, Vin and Vagel going back after it, and Vagel, slideways action, makes the pass happen. What a move from the 100.
That's what I was talking about earlier, that soft sand that kind of gives way.
And 2 passes in 2 corners. Hudson Vagel now out front.
And I was just about to say, it was nice to see he was kind of being patient with the track conditions. He wasn't riding super crazy, and as soon as I was about to say that, he went by 2 guys in 2 turns, just really using the extra tack that you get when this sand gets sticky. It doesn't give way, as you saw him going to that turn, and he was just able to trust that cushion a lot more because he knew he'd have a lot more traction out there.
So watching Vagel worked his way to the number 1 ride and seeing a bit more of the outsides being used from Vagel. He was launching this roller. I almost thought he was going to try to double the backside of the takeoff for the finish. But Vagel now putting a couple bike lengths between himself and Tack.
I just saw as they were coming up to the finish line, Nauer pulled 2 or 3 tear-offs, so he's going to need to preserve those. He needs to get around Venn, or else he's going to be in a terrible position for the overall. He's going to need to have 1 rider between him and Venn.
And by taking over the number 1 spot, looks like Hudson Vagel has now taken over the number 3 overall position as well. So
I'm not sure if that's right.
About to say,
I don't think a DNF one gets you up in the 3rd.
My math isn't mathing with that one, but
it is still kind of early. Maybe they know something we don't know.
More coffee. I need more coffee.
Hey, I offered you. You said no.
I know,
you said you already pumped 3 in.
You got me worried about my caffeine intake now.
as now Vagel starts to open it up over Tack. But still a good ride from Tack.
Oh, absolutely.
Holding down this 2 spot.
As
I mean, you're sitting there behind the national champion in this class. You can't complain. I mean, he's keeping him honest. He's there if Vagel makes a mistake.
Yeah, and that's a prospect data showing Vagel had, I believe, over 30,000 points. Tack only 87 prospect points in total this season. So hats off to him, and what a performance here at the state championship.
You see him, he was at Loretta's in 2021, got a 30th in the 65 class, 7-9.
Isn't that crazy how many things can change since 2021? A lot bigger of a bike than a 65 now at this point.
He definitely wasn't going this fast on a 65. This is honestly an impressive ride from Tack.
No doubt.
I'm not familiar with this rider up here. We haven't seen him at high voltage before, but he's putting his name on the map right behind Vagel here. I mean, Venn and now are both national level riders. They were at the ranch, if not this year, last year. And Tack is kind of taking it to them on their own home turf, really. Yeah. Tack coming to us from East Earl, Pennsylvania. Only 15 years old. He's a younger rider in this class. You can ride this all the way to 17.
And you can see how comfortable Vagel is in these conditions as well, pushing and still charging into these corners full speed. And got to think, he kind of knows not only what the track can hold as far as the water, but you can push maybe just a bit harder into some of these sections if you're carrying the momentum in the right way. So Vagel really trying to piece things together here on the final lap of Schoolboy 12-17.
Yeah, he's really able to trust the cushion on the outside. Yep. You can see him just letting the bike kind of slide out, and then once he gets to that cushion, that'll stop him from sliding the rest of the way. And he's also, you got to believe he's thinking about Tack back there, because Tack is not that far off.
Yeah, Vagel
looking at the lap times, he was only 0.4 of a second slower than Vagel, and
wow,
3 seconds faster than Venenauer, and 4 seconds faster than Schneider.
Yeah, got to wonder what happened. And Tack right now looking at a gold. Again,
so they got him on a 7. According to live time, he got a 7th in the first moto. That feels right. I didn't see Tack up in the front
I don't
there
even remember saying his name
at the beginning of any of these motos for the schoolboy class. It was mainly Venenauer and Vagel our top 3.
Here we go. Hudson Vagel takes the second moto here in Schoolboy 12-17. A little bit of redemption after some tough luck in this moto yesterday. Big shout out to Wyatt Tack in that number 2 spot. And
Vagel might have to post that number 1 plate from Loretta's on Instagram tonight, just to let him know.
Just in case.
Just a reminder.
Yep.
So we're going to get right back into it with our 65s on the line. We look at the Utica Rome Speedway breakdown. Moto 2 Schoolboy. Hudson Vagel, we said, took the moto win. Wyatt Tack, a good run in second. Venenauer, Schneider, Colbert, Medic, Likens, Lindecker, and Gage Marshall rounds out our top 10 here. Moto number 2, Schoolboy.
We'll get ready to set the stage for our next group of riders. I saw a parent frantically kicking the machine. We'll see. Looks like they got that thing fired up. Try to hold the umbrellas up to the last possible second, and here we go. Oh, one rider might have stalled it. Oh, tough break. Does get off and rolling, though, just a little late. Drag race, and it's Tubbs up the inside. I recognize the bike and gear. So Colton Tubbs looking like going to grab that whole shot.
A couple of the little guys skiing back here out of the first turn. The skis are going to be out a lot today. Some of these riders probably not super familiar with riding in this wet sand.
Yep, Spinacope in that number 2 position. And was that maybe Manzer in the 3 ride? We continue to watch. What is this, 65?
This is 7-9.
7-9 here. Coming up, what was the old finish line? That was the site of our whip contest last night.
He lipped that thing to the moon last night. I don't know if you were here for that.
Oh, I was there for that.
Those boys were popping.
Yeah, that was... Things got real serious about that second round.
We had Lincoln Bartholomew was out there, teaching Ingersoll. Vagel was out there. Corey Langdon ran out there with us. Owen Herkimer.
And yeah, we got some highlights we'll be throwing up on the social media from that as well. And we've got some time. Might even throw it right here on the broadcast. We've got so much racing to get to. Going to pretty much be back to back to back to back to back to back. But it is definitely a fun one to watch. So make sure you guys are following us on social media and checking out what all we're posting from those festivities. But right now, Colton Tubbs, he ain't worried about a whip contest. He's not worried about anything other than a moto win. Hang on to it. Goes way over to the right-hand side of the track. Spinacolt keeping him honest. And Spinacolt had some flashes of brilliance and had some problems throughout the day yesterday, looking to try to turn things around in a consistent, positive manner here today. Tubbs, another lap in the books, launches down the hillside. And again, a huge shout out to our Racer TV crew here, working hard to not only to protect the camera. They're really not that concerned with themselves. They put a poncho on, that's about all they can do, but doing a good job of trying to protect the cameras. And protecting the lead right now is Colton Tubbs. It's Spinacolt and Manzer 1, 2, and 3 with Mason Wager. Now checking in the number 4 ride. Tubbs dancing all around. Spinacolt's got a good drive here. He has closed things in, and Tubbs knows he's there.
He took a look back and did not like what he sees. Now he's not going to have to look back. He's about to be looking forward at Spinacolt. Spinacolt is the man on the move. We'll see if Tubbs, kind of a tough landing there, but he's able to hold on to it for now. As Culp going to use the momentum around the outside, and this will become the inside in the next turn as he's able to get over this tabletop. Tubbs being stingy with it.
Yeah, Tubbs was trying to block that inside, but Culp went just a bit further.
So Spinacolt jumps up into the number 1 ride. Tubbs drops back to 2nd. And we still got Manzer back there in 3rd.
Like that far inside line from Tubbs there. Woo, kicked him a little wild, headed up to that jump though. So Colt and Tubbs, kind of a 2-rider breakaway here at the top of the field, a 65-7-9.
Not sure what happened to Manzer. Manzer was up here in the first moto battling with these guys as we got 1 rider down there. He was just able to get off the side of the track.
Woo! Back in dancing all around for Colton Tubbs right there.
You start finding these slick spots, it'll catch you off guard if you're not ready for it. You got to stay on your toes.
As
we see Tubbs running a line we don't see very often. Let's see. Maybe. I like the idea to try something different, but it's a long ways around. As you see, he lost a few bike lengths.
Yeah, it was well intended, but again, I think got into some of that fixed stuff and just robbed the power as the white flag comes out. Tubbs not done yet, though.
No fault of Tubbs. They always teach you not to follow, so not a bad idea. And honestly, he's pulled back up to him here. He was able to make up those bike lengths he lost. As you see mom and dad on the fence waving the hats, the shirts. They are going to race all the way to the top of the hill back here on the pit side of the track.
And you go wide open, got that awesome painted helmet there, or custom helmet design. Oh, problems for Tubbs in that corner. You can see that one cost him big time. Running out for the 45 to make something happen.
I remember, I believe that was a surprise gift for Indico when he made it to Loretta's. It was a congratulatory gift. I think his dad got it, if I remember correctly. I believe I saw that on social media. A wicked cool paint job.
No doubt about it.
You can see that thing up close. It was really, really good work. As you see, they're working around 1 rider that was down. As we look at the overall as they run, Tubbs on a 1-2, Culp on a 3-1, Manzer on a 2-3, 3-4-5. Moto scores total tally. So the 3rd moto is probably going to decide this one. As we got 3 riders in the fight. Wager a consistent 4-4. And then Jerry McNair on a 5-6. A little bit farther back on the overall tally, but a good 5-6 is good for top 5 here, so nothing wrong with that.
No doubt about it.
Looking at a 30-rider field, so.
Back to the
Pardon
top
me,
side
that is Eli McNair. That is my fault. There's 2 of them, Jerry and Eli, a couple of local brothers that race here. Their dad also races. So Eli getting the better of the brother in this one.
Spinacolt catching a massive group of lap riders here. Tubbs never giving up, still on the charge, but running out of time as the final corner for the 49 and the checker flag comes out. Indigo Spinacolt going to get the job done in Moto 2 of 65-7-9. Colton Tubbs going to cross the line in that number 2 spot. As Manzer, Wager, and Arline round out your top 5. McNair, Wheaton, Miles, Miller, and Merritt. The rest of your Utica Roll Speedway top 10 for the Moto. Overall picture, it's Tubbs, Spinacolt, and Manzer 3, 4, and 5 on points. A 1-2, a 3-1, and a 2-3, which means it's going to be a fun third Moto to watch, no doubt about it. Next Moto on the line, getting ready to take off. And it looks like it might be more of our vet classes. Plus 25 BC and plus 45 BC, I believe.
That is correct, Zach. We are on Moto 17, plus 25 BC, plus 45 BC. That last lap, I saw them working around that down rider. It looked like the flaggers and someone else were trying to help them get up. So we might have a little bit of a delay here. That young man might have been shaken up a little bit. We will give him all the time he needs. We love to get these races over as fast as we can, get everybody home at a reasonable time, but safety is still the priority. As we see a couple riders coming through. This guy's got yellow rims. I've never seen that before. That was pretty neat.
Pops is always going to be able to keep an eye on him.
That's his mom's favorite. I used to race this bright yellow helmet.
Yep.
I thought it was so cool. I think my mom just bought it for me so she always knew where I was.
Dayglow orange was very popular in my area.
I did run the bright yellow ribbon with the all yellow. Yep. What do they call those, tights?
Yeah, what is that called?
As someone that's been in the ribbon contest, I should know.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It's been a long time. I'm getting old. As the rest of these 65 riders funnel through. A couple riders up here on the top section, kind of skiing their way. You see that inside line. You can see the discoloration in the dirt. That is slick. You see the number 77 rider working his way through. And we can't even see the numbers on these other riders.
Yeah, at this point, things are...
The line to fill up the water barrels is going to be long today.
Yeah. I'll just take the lid off and collect the rainwater.
As you can see just outside that inside line, though, you see all those squiggly lines. Some of these younger guys getting into that, and the bikes are still so light. Probably had the skis out. And once that dries up, that could become a problem area. That'll start drying up, and those squirrely lines will hold. And you'll want to be careful not to get caught up in one of those. As we got, looks like we're starting to get the revs up on the line. I see elbows going up and heads going down.
So just about ready to rock. Plus 25 BC and plus 45 BC. Gates down.
One got a little bit of a wheelie out of the gate. Back there in that black gear into the first turn. That is Roy Augustine running those killer American flag graphics. I actually saw those in person last night. They look neat. It's a little hard for us to score them and see them with the 4 there, but they look really cool. One rider having a little bit of a problem. That was the 124, the beta rider of Ernest.
Down, just kind of came to a stop momentarily, got right back off and going.
See the 334 Brody Odell up there in second. But this is a repeat of Moto 1. Everybody was chasing Roy Augustine, the number 4 rider. We see the 17. The first time we've had a call on him, Scott Stratton. Mr. Icy Films himself. He was out there last night, got some cool shots of the whip contest. I'm sure he'll have those up on his social media later tonight.
Making their way through the split lane.
So it's Augustine, Odell, and Stratton. Honestly, Stratton making a push here to run with the top 2.
Yeah, these 3 kind of a little bit of a breakaway. as they continue to chase after Augustine.
So you see Stratton on that two-stroke. I believe that might be his 150, hard to say. The two-stroke's always been something that people say is better option when it gets slick. How do you feel about that, Zach?
I'll be honest, I know we talked about it yesterday, the ease of riding a four-stroke. Once I got on one, I've never looked back. I did ride over at the J-Day Off-Road Club MX GP. I got to jump on Ethan Broach's YZ252 stroke, and there's something to be said about it. Just a feeling, there's a lot of fun to it, but as far as the ability, maybe better to ride in the weather conditions, I'm not sure if I understand the math on that one, but they try to explain it. I mean, less engine braking,
the theory.
maybe a little lighter, a bit more nimble as far as the ability to maneuver it around. So there's definitely an argument to be made.
Well, it's clearly not working right now because Augustine is starting to pull away from these guys, and Odell is still there in second. Looking at that live timing from the first moto, Stratton with an eighth, so not sure what happened. He must have had a bad start, maybe went down, but he's got a little bit of redemption here, running third. And Augustine has no interest in whatever position Stratton is in. He wants to secure that 1-1 and put this championship for plus 25 BC in a chokehold as we go to Moto 3 a little later today. Not opting to do the triple on the far side. It looked like going up to that, it was a little sloppy, some of that wet sand. That's not the jump you want to get an unexpected kickoff of.
Yeah, hard to get a pretty solid drive there. Even our top classes, skill-wise, are struggling to make it all the way over. Augustine, you can see how patient he is through that corner. Grabs a handful of throttle on the back end, immediately steps out.
Up top here is where you're going to have to be patient. It's one of those go slow to go faster kind of things. As we see, I didn't see a flag there, so I think we still got 2 to go here. Should be 2 down, 2 to go. As always, if you're watching at home, scan that QR code, download the Verb Prospect app like me and Zach have been talking about. You can claim your profile, check out your results, some of the other riders' results. Whether you're a national rider or a local rider, everybody is on there. Everybody gets a score. But not everybody gets a trophy.
That's true. That is true. Yep. Your
top 3 kind of
spread
out here.
A little wild there. Never good when the foot comes off on the straightaway. As we take a look at those lap times, Augustine, consistently running just a couple seconds faster, 54.6. Looks like Stratton and Harris both running in the 58s, with Odell kind of caught in between in the 56.
These lap times really tell the story of the gap that you have here between the top 3. You're looking at a 2-second gap from first to second, from second to third, the same thing. And that's how you end up with these kind of 4 or 5-second gaps. You're kind of stuck in no man's land. You're not close enough to make anything happen. The guy behind you is not really close enough to make anything happen on you. As we watch Augustine, patient, really patient here. I like this out of Augustine. Letting his bike and his suspension do the work, not asking too much out of the track.
We'll see whether or not in this class is yet to be seen, but the lap traffic going to be interesting to watch as well. We saw several riders dealing with that yesterday, and especially in some of those more packed classes.
This is another one of those where they're running a dual gate here. The plus 45 BC guys are here. So some of those older guys might get caught up in the lap traffic as they come around. As we see, I believe that was Odell on screen, kind of working his way through the back markers in the plus 45 class.
So here we go. Roy Augustine, 146 prospect points so far this year. Got 2 overall wins and is trying to work his way towards the 3rd here. Would be sitting on a 1-1 if he can hang on for it. Got second in the plus 25 BC a little bit earlier this year. But Augustine closing in on, I believe, still needs to see a white flag. Don't think he saw that the last time across.
Back to our leader, Roy Augustine. Running that Captain America look. Like we said yesterday, he is a military vet, so thank you for your service, Roy. And when you do that, in my book, you can run whatever graphics you want.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. Big shout out to any of our vets, first responders that we got here on site, including the medics that we have here on site. Did a great job yesterday taking care of some situations, and hopefully they're going to have a boring day today.
We can only hope.
Absolutely.
Because that made for a long day for everybody yesterday, including us.
It's a tough spot. I mean, we know, things happen sometimes, and so we'll continue to watch.
Augustine looks back, probably not going to see much at this point, as he's going to cruise here to a checkered flag, I believe. There it is. Checkered flag is out. Another moto win for Roy Augustine. Number 4. Doing that Ricky Carmichael number proud. Looking for Odell on the 334. The Honda rider. Looks like we got Cody Ernest on screen. The easiest rider to pick out here. I think he's the only beta on the property. Making my job super easy.
Looking beta than ever. You like that one, huh?
Yeah, you're slick with it. I like it. I like it. You got a couple more brain cells than I do.
I was about to say, it's too early for that one. We got plenty of the betas in the off-road. We got lots of the beta jokes. Here we go, drag race towards the finish. It's is it the 187? Not going to be able to make anything happen with the KTM, but taking it down to the line. And once again, won't have that top 10 just because of the combined classes, but we do know that it was Roy Augustine grabbing the class win, and I believe it was John INS. You had that one yesterday. John INS Jr., who I believe is going to hang on for that plus 45 BC Moto win, as now we get ready for the Little Rippers.
Gonna go from the old guys to the young kids.
There we go.
Well, all
Does
those
plus
guys out there
count
used
as
to
old
be.
now?
Well, 45 was out there.
Okay, all right. That 45's old now.
Yeah, 45 is getting old.
Great.
Now, I'm almost to 40, so once I get to 45, I'll say it's not old.
I'm a year and a half out from plus 30, folks.
Oh, you're a young man. You're in your prime.
Yeah.
We'll see you battling with Nicoletti and Osborne in 25 at Loretta's.
Right. If that's happening, somebody check on Zacho and Phil to Phil because something is wrong. Hey, I always said I'd get on the podium with him. I just didn't say I'd be on a bike, all right? I was interviewing him. I was on the podium at Loretta's. I did what I wanted to do. So here we go. The future of New York Moto takes to the track the 50 shaft E2 4-8 class.
This is that bike we talked about yesterday with the bar risers on it. Getting a good start. We'll check the number on him.
Already a little look back there from the 103 or the 183. Amias Walsman.
Like, yeah, Amos Walsman looking back at the 152 of Ryder Topi. No surprise, these are the guys that will have the toughest time with this track. The little guys, the short wheelbase, the lack of power. The sand will certainly grab these guys.
Yeah, these kids going to be running the abbreviated track. And
you see that inside line starting to develop there. There's almost an inside to the inside.
Already got
what guy is that?
Canister open.
Is that roll-offs or banner? It looked like roll-offs. So we'll wait for them to come around to one of our timing loops.
Got a lot of feet off the pegs on this one. Hang on to it now.
Skis are out.
Looking like that might have been the 62, maybe 64. Bryson Burkle, possibly. Got the 94 of Roxon Corin. You think that's a coincidence? The 94 and his name's Roxon?
They may have 1 or 2 Roczen posters in the house.
Might be.
Maybe a number plate, a glove.
So one rider rocking the Josh Stout streamer here, and that is definitely a roll-off canister.
He's all right now. If he starts doing handsprings, that means he's off the bike, and that's a problem.
Try to see, yeah, that is still attached to the goggles that are on for the moment. So
it's a good deterrent for the rider behind you.
Probably wondering why his head keeps trying to go to the left.
As we see just ahead, that's Ronnie Mack Jr. Remember him yesterday. That is the 925 of Levi Bond. Repping the Ronnie Mack Ripper not well as he just gets past. And now he's got to deal. Look, he doesn't want to get tangled up in that.
He's going to run over the streamer.
Not a bad, maybe grab a hold of it and pull him back.
Oh.
Like grabbing the reins on a horse, pulling back a little bit. Get back here.
So it's Case and Arline leading the way on the 410. Dad's trying to run across the track with some scissors. Fast walk, Dad. Don't run with scissors, you know. Roczen Cornyn in the number 2 spot. Levi Bond, Carter Boniface, and Blake Rogie, your top 5 on lap number 1 of 50 shaft. You can see the moms and dads trackside. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that he's in a battle right now, I wouldn't be surprised to even see Dad maybe pull him to the side and yank that streamer off just so it doesn't get caught on anything. But he's got no breathing room. He's on the attack and he's got another rider just behind him.
I'm kind of curious to see how long this thing gets by the time the moto goes on, because I feel like it's rolling out faster and faster. As we look at the overall as they run, Roczen Cornyn on a 1-2, Arline on a 3-1, and Bond on a 3-4, Dykeman on a 2-6. So we'll have to keep an eye on the 46 and see what August Dykeman can do. Obviously running up front in the first moto. We'll see if she can move forward here with a couple laps to go. And then we got Boniface with a 6-4 in the 5th position overall.
Trying to see, is that Roczen that's got the streamer? It's got the red background. I can't quite tell. And got the lead,
he is the points
potentially.
leader.
I think it is.
Yeah, that is 94. I need my microscope. He looked over, kind of gave him the inside.
Yeah, good fight back there from Arline.
So we're looking at Cornyn and Arline. Cornyn out front, Arline out front. Cornyn with the one, with the roll-off hanging behind him. He's going to be able to wrangle up the whole class by the time this thing's done unraveling. This thing's got to be 20 feet long by now.
It's going to be like a dog chasing his tail. He's going to be able to hang on to the end of it here soon. White flag waving, 1 lap to go. Battle still on for the top of the field here in 50 shaft.
I know it's only the 50 class, but there is a championship on the line, and this pass has a lot to do with it. If Cornyn, and he does make the pass, Cornyn going to slide up into the 1 spot. Oh, no. Arline tried everything. Now we got a rider go down in front of him. That's going to make it a little bit worse.
I love it. Arline was not handing it over.
He did everything he could to fight back up the inside. Cornyn was able to get by him.
We better watch out. Bond's right there as well.
So now Cornyn takes control of the overall championship with a 1-1. Now Arline going to have to try and hold Levi Bond at bay, the 925 rider. As you see him going through those whoops. Track already starting to get a little bit rough. As we got Roczen Cornyn on screen. The patented bend the wrist. Every dad out there, bend the wrist.
Go.
Nod to our finish line flagger, his dad, Pete. He used to get down on a knee and bend the wrist, and it was almost like his knuckles touched his forearm. I never seen anything like it. Oof. And he did it for all of us. Get after it.
The Cornyn, streamers and all, working his way to the front and working towards what will be a checkered flag.
And that overall, as they run, will update once he gets across the live timing, and he'll change to a 1 win and an overall tally of 2. Our line will go to 3 to an overall tally of 5. So our line gonna need some help in this third moto. As Cornyn comes through the last turn, streamer still flying 20 feet behind him.
And there is the checkered flag. The streamers, oh no, wait, that's still just the roll-offs. As yeah, Dad's just looking at $20 flapping in the wind right there. The roll-offs are not cheap.
He's gonna start picking up cans and bottles in the pits to redeem them. Every 5 cent helps me get my roll-offs back. I used to know a guy who used to pick up tear-offs and clean them up and put them back on the goggles.
There was a lot of people that used to do that back when the tear-offs were thicker too. Is you see that dog? He's looking for something. Buried a bone last week.
He's
trying
digging.
to find it. I swear to God, it was over here.
You talk about the dig when they go deep into a moto. He's digging.
Exactly.
As we see the Utica Rome Speedway top 10 for the 50cc shaft and E2 class. The number 1 ride goes to Roxon Cornyn. He's followed by Kaysen Arline, pardon me. Levi Bont in 3rd, August Dykman 4th, Blake Rogie 5th. Boniface, Carly, Walsman, Jones, and Ryder Topi going to round out your top 10 here. Moto number 2. If you are on site, that is race 17 on the race order. Race 18 about to go onto the track. Pardon me, that is 18 on track, just finishing up. So I am not trying to make you miss your moto. We got race 19 Super Mini on the gate. Race 20 250B in staging. Race 21 plus 30A. You guys should be in the staging area. And then our plus 50 A, B, and C riders. This is a call out to you guys. Put the coffee down, get geared up. You're going to be coming up soon. And as we normally do at High Voltage, if you haven't been here before, we don't really take intermission here. We'll touch things up as needed when we have 5 or 10 minutes of free time. We like to keep things rolling here. We don't want to get home at 10 o'clock tonight, and we know you don't want to either. So we appreciate you while we delicately balance getting this thing done and keeping it done safely at the same time. Thank you to everybody at the TV crew, all of our vendors on site. It is not too late to go to support anybody here. If you want to grab a pizza from lunch from Genie Pizza, maybe grab a coffee this morning from the Rolling Rebel Cafe, and the Humble Palace is over there as well. See if he's got any of them garlic parm pierogies left.
Yeah, I'm regretting turning down that coffee already here.
Yeah, the offer was on the table. As my dad likes to say, don't say I didn't offer.
That's true. That's true. We had some breakfast pizza yesterday. It was fantastic.
There he is. Great job, Jake. You're the hero.
You know, and being up Italian here, Josh, that pizza, I looked at it yesterday, and I have to tell you, and I even ordered 2 of them, and I was pretty impressed. I was excited to see that cheese pizza pepperoni, and I ate it, and I have to give thumbs up to being up here in the woods, pretty far away from the city, and they had some really, really good pizza. But you know what better is? The track right now is in really good shape. Probably better than the pizza right now because the rain has come upon this track, and this sand track has eaten this that rain up, which making for some good racing. I just walked the track, checked it out. Looks pretty consistent throughout the entire track. All the lines are starting to shape up here. It's going to be a great day of racing here at High Voltage Hills.
How about a DC from D3 in the house and already out and about? Was getting the scoop all over the place yesterday and going to be taking care of us all day today as well. And that'll be nice to have Dom running around too, especially as we see this track continue to change throughout the day. We'll see what the weather does. Looking like for the moment actually has kind of settled down, maybe just a sprinkle at this point. So like we said, I know you talked about it yesterday as well, Josh, kind of the wind in this area. It can oftentimes move a storm out quicker than expected. And so hopefully this overcast sticks around, keeps the weather just a little bit cooler, but hopefully not going to have to deal with the rain too much throughout the day.
Yeah, our man Willis, the water truck driver, I heard last night, I don't know if it was blown out of proportion, we heard he put down 40 truckloads yesterday during the day to keep this thing tamed, to keep the dust down. So he slept in this morning, I can guarantee that. He earned it. So Willis, thank you. Enjoy your day off. Even though I'm sure they're putting him in the bulldozer or something. There is no day off here at High Voltage. Everybody is a multi-position employee.
A lot of hats being worn, no doubt about it. As Super Mini sits on the line, going to be coming up next, race number 18.
If you are on site and you are wondering if you just won some money out of the 50-50, I have a winning ticket number. It is 927-522. Hey, that's me. No, it is not me. Just kidding.
But how about it?
927-522. If you are in the 50-50, you can go to the sign-up shed and claim your 50-50 prize.
Do we know how much it is?
I do not know how much it is.
It's more than I got.
If nobody claims it, I won. As we see some dads running out onto the line, I'm not sure what's going on. Gonna help this rider. It looks like the 33 of Julian Lebensky.
The Ted's Body Shop live drone working over there.
Yeah. It looks like they're working on the back wheel, on the chain, or the spokes.
I changed my mind. I want a scoop.
Is there time to get over the Gibson tire trailer and get a tire put on?
Good to
Sounds
go,
like
good to go.
That was, we saw the man with the radio.
Oh, and
he runs the transponders here, and it looks like he has a rider.
Tough
in
break
the gate.
there.
I'm a little confused. Is that rider clearly not happy? Did he just kick the concrete wall behind him?
Yeah.
I guess it's better than kicking his dad with steel-toe boots on.
That's true.
So a tough break for Julian Lebensky as this gate starts, this moto starts with the gate down. He will not be able to make the call. The rest of the field into the first turn. Everybody through clean.
Is that Mansfield may be cutting down. Didn't quite grab the whole shot, but is up in the mix if I'm not mistaken. Super Mini 12 to 16.
So we got Widrick up there on the 533. There we see Mansfield come through in about third. One rider, two riders down on the outside. That is the 02 rider of Blake Jensen. That's what we were talking about yesterday, Zach. The adrenaline gets pumping. Everybody wants to get down that hill. Well, you kind of forget you got to stop, and there's some other riders on track with you.
Driving down into that sand pit, especially here, things may be a little slicker than expected this morning. So a couple of riders find themselves on the ground early on. Meanwhile, Mansfield immediately going to work and trying to put the pressure on for the number 2 spot. So we pushed wide.
We know now that's Aiden Held there. We've finally seen him enough times on screen. We know that is Held on the 9. It took him a little bit while to get going this afternoon, or pardon me, this weekend rather. And now yesterday afternoon he was able to start putting it together. Not sure what change was made, but whatever change was made, it was the right choice, whether it was a suspension change, a tire change maybe. Held is finally able to run up front with these guys as you see him go for a tear off there. The one thing to remember if you're watching at home is you got to conserve these tear-offs. There's only a limited number of tear-offs. You start going through them early in the race. That's when you see guys start taking the goggles off late in the moto when you're out of tear-offs. As Widrick now leading them around, and Mansfield able to make that pass on Held.
Yeah, it was a good move there from Mansfield. Just carries a bit more momentum into that left-hander. But here we go. Widrick brings out the green flag. It's Widrick, Mansfield, and Held. 1, 2, and 3.
It looks like the rain has stopped now, Zach. I don't see it coming down. If it's coming down, it's just a light sprinkle.
We got the Ted's Body Shop live drone up, so hopefully going to be clear for quite a bit.
As things unfold here throughout the day, you'll see the water the water that's sitting there over on the sides, you see that dark sand, that'll start to soak in, and this track will really come to life. The lines will start forming up, and it'll end up making us some good racing in Moto 3 here a little bit later today. But right now we got some good racing because Mansfield is a man on a mission as he O.J. Simpson's the old finish line all the way to flat.
There we go. Can't say he is not going for it. He settles in right behind Widrick.
Looking at a quick overall as they run early in this moto, a lot can change, but Widrick on a 2-1.
Well, potentially setting up that 2-1, 1-2. All comes down to the third moto, but Mansfield not interested in that at all. Cale Widrick grabbing a championship last year here in the mini combined class. Preferred moto prospect, tells us, as Here we go. Mansfield going to try to pull up alongside. Let's see if he cuts back to the right-hand side of the track. He made a pass here just a lap ago. Widrick protecting it this time. It does look like the 33 got off and rolling. That was our rider with some problems. Toe probably hurts from kicking that concrete, but he's out on track at least.
His dad saw what he did to the wall and said, "Here, son, take it out.
Never mind.
Just don't do it to me."
Blow it up. I don't care. Here we go. Mansfield grabs a gear, going to try to do the canary slingshot.
He's got it.
I love it.
Up the inside. Widrick left him just enough room to get to the inside of him.
Shaking and baking right now. Drop down in the sand pit again. I'm still not sure if he's got it. There it is. Mansfield closes the door and takes over the _1 spot.
And now it looks like Jackson Wright on the 49, I believe, has gotten around Held. I saw back there, you see that white bike? Held was riding that red bike.
That's the 33, if I'm not mistaken, of Levinsky. He saw these guys come through and
he
said, I'm going to jump
back
in.
into the Moto. Okay.
Yeah, his dad went back to his pit, got his bike refreshed up there, whatever he had to do to fix it, rushed himself back to the line. Rider's on the bike, and he's a lap down.
Hey, I love it. Like
Good call, Dom. Way to be down there, getting the shot for us.
Dungy at Southwick 2011, man, as long as you're out there before that first lap.
That's right.
So here we go. Widrick, Mansfield, and I believe it is still Held in the #3 spot. But be on the lookout. The 49 of Wright had some solid runs, especially early in the day yesterday. And I think you could just see that battle off to the right-hand side of the screen as we continue to watch your leaders go to work. Mansfield stretching things out ever so slightly, and the goggles are now off as well. So that could be a shakeup just past the halfway point in this moto. Should be looking at a white flag the next time across the finish line.
And for those of you that aren't familiar with motocross, you do not need to be behind a rider to get roost. Sometimes your front tire will kick sand up into your own face. It doesn't make a lot of sense with that fender there, but it's definitely happened. So Mansfield goggles off with 2 laps to go. Looks like it possibly white flag will be coming out. We'll check here when they come through as we got Held on screen.
Here's the battle. Held got company from Wright, and Walters coming along with him as well.
So 1 lap to go here, and these 3 are tussling over a top 3 finish in Moto #2. You see the 90, the 94 on the back of the jersey. That's the 49. He just went through $7 worth of roll-offs with those pulls.
One hand wide open, the other hand pulling some roll-offs as they look over. Headed back past the pit area. Love to see it here. The backside of the podium still going to work, and I think it is still Held in the #3 spot. So I think that's Walters and Wright. Walters on the 325 going to work. Meanwhile, Cale Widrick on screen. There you see Mansfield just coming out of sight. There is Mansfield on the 75. No goggles, no problems for the moment.
About a half a lap to go. He's just got to ease his way there. I don't see any lap traffic ahead of him, so he should be safe as far as getting roost off another bike. Just going to have to kind of ride with one eye open, really. Kind of squint as much as you can.
Get your Sandman, ride with one eye open. I think that's what they say.
So he's got one more turn to go. He's just got to ease his way through this last turn, through the slick stuff.
Yeah, and it's pretty impressive. Looks like he's actually continued to pull out even without the goggles on. You see that bike squirreling around underneath him. One more corner, no problems at all. The 75 of Mansfield working towards the front. Going to look back. Is that
thinking maybe a flat tire? He's looking back. It does look a little flat, maybe. Hard to say.
It's just that sand.
It's all right, Dad, get to work. That's the joys of being this age. You don't have to do your own bike work. Whatever happens, you just make Dad fix it. As we see the 33, that was Lebensky, the rider we saw earlier, having trouble. He was able to get back going and at least finish. You see him come across the 24th, obviously a lap down. So we should have Moto 20 on the gate here. 250B, you guys are on the line as we're going to get our rundown here shortly for our top 10 of this moto, I believe. You see the 38 finishing up his run. Mr. Green.
I was about to say, shout out repping the Cowies. They're in the super mini class. Don't see a ton of them. But a good run, no doubt about it. Here at the top of the Super Mini, it's Grady Mansfield, Cale Woodrick, and Jackson Wright, 1, 2, and 3. Aiden Held and Trayson Walters, your top 5. Cortez, Burke, McGraw, Green, and Platt round out the Utica Rome Speedway top 10. As we'll see, take a look at the overall potentially. Mansfield in control of this thing with a 1-1, Woodrick a 2-2, and Wright a 3-3, 4-4, 5-5, and 6-6. So how about it, keeping it consistent? There in the Super Mini class is 250B. Just about ready to start the party.
And the host of the party is on the gate, the number 100 rider, Hudson Vagel. He is the host, he's the bouncer.
It's a motion party you cannot get in. Here we go. He was having fun on track, having fun at the whip contest.
Gate is down. Who's it going to be? We got a Cowie and a KTM. Looks like the Cowie, a Nauer, and the KTM with Ben. One rider down back there.
That might
I think it was Tack.
Yeah.
So a tough break. We saw Tack finally put it together earlier in the day.
Man, that stinks too, knowing what he's capable of with a good start.
You wonder how the rest of his weekend is gone, because that was the only time we saw him up front, and maybe just bad luck like that all weekend.
Well, there's something to be said, a technique to getting off the grade, keeping from spinning on that little bit of concrete, especially now that things are a bit more damp. As here we go, Finn, Nauer, and Vagel, 1, 2, and 3. Vagel still thinking he's got a chance at that whip contest win, but sorry, we ended it last night.
Just a difference in riding style, and
it's just so aggressive.
And it's clearly working for him, as we know. We've seen all weekend, we've seen on the national stage. And now he'll set his sights on the 92 of Corbin Venn. Now we're going to try and follow some lines and go with him. A good chance for Nauer to learn a little bit about Vagel, what he's doing different than what he's doing. I can tell you the main thing is the thing on the right-hand side of the handlebars. It twists, and he just does it a lot longer than everybody else does.
Vagel just hangs off the back of this Yamaha. I mean, he is absolutely all the way back, seems like, every time. There's no question. Getting all 250 cc's out of this thing.
We're seeing a little bit more fight out of these guys, though. Usually Vagel's run away with it early in these races.
Well, he hasn't gotten the start. He hasn't been out front off the line so far today. So Vagel having to do some work forward as well. Shows he knows how to make the passes. And, yeah, you got to wonder whether or not that's kind of maybe something that he needs to touch up on. Definitely could argue out at Loretta Lynn's, I think, being just outside of that top 2 or 3 off the start.
Oh, he goes
just
down.
Like that, a mistake from Vagel in the sand pit. And it just goes to show you can be one of the best on the property, and the sand pit can still bite you. So Vagel, I think, only going to lose 1, maybe 2 spots.
Just asked a little too much out of the front wheel. I don't know if we'll get a replay of it, but the front wheel looked like it just kind of knifed and pushed a little bit on him. And that's where we're talking about that sand. You get underneath it, it's a little wet. You got to be ready for anything. As we see the 25 at Woodrick look like he got around him while he was down. Like you said, the bike stayed running. He was able to get up relatively quickly. Saw a quick adjust to the visor, push it back up, and just like that, he's back around Woodrick. So now we'll see what Vagel can do, because he's really going to have to work for this one.
Well, you thought he rode like he was mad before.
He's certainly mad.
And it sounds like we do have a replay of this, so watch the 100. And came in, and you can already see just leaned over so far. That little bit of hard base, not quite in the fluff yet, and it just pushed a little too far. Nothing he could do, was along for the ride, kept the machine running, and might have just woken up a monster here as Vagel.
A little bit of a mistake, just asked too much out of that front tire.
Well,
it can happen to anybody.
We even hear this in the pro ranks, and kind of back to the point that I was making. You're outside of that top 2 or 3. Vagel was about 4th coming out of the first turn, maybe having to ride a bit more intense, a bit over the limit than he would like. Pushes it, it ends up costing him just a little bit. So it goes to show, as easy as it sounds, just get the whole shot every time. If you want to be some of the best in the country, I think Vagel starts in that schoolboys motos were better than they were in some of his other classes at Loretta's as well. So Vagel, though, certainly not giving up, and best believe he's still planning on trying to catch up to Venn and take this moto win.
It might be worse for Venn and now, because now he's probably mad at himself for making a silly mistake like that. And a rider that's already fast, once you get that adrenaline dump, as you see him come just into the shot, absolutely sideways, whipped out. We couldn't hear it in the booth. I could only assume the bike was wide open as he's already getting ready to go around the outside of Nauer.
Got to give a shout out to Vin, though. 143.2, his fastest lap of the Moto. Vagel, a 146.7, his fastest lap. So Vagel looking very fast, but again, sometimes it's smooth. That's the fastest in these conditions. So Vin.
I'm seeing on live timing, attack all the way up to 11. A 25 rider field, you're down in the first turn. He's making some passes. Would have been nice to see him up there, because we saw he had some speed.
Prospect is telling us Tack has P3 pace back there in P11. So again, it doesn't tell the whole story, as he is now the most passes made up over 5 positions.
And the Vert Prospect app does not give you points for passes, unfortunately, Mr. Tack.
Yep.
As we see Ven. Now, Ven, it's going to be that point where if he can just hold on to this thing, as the white flag comes out, maybe get halfway through this lap, and really make Vagel think maybe I'm not going to get there.
Yeah, it says the leader's gap is growing. I disagree. I think that was before Vagel was back in the number 2 spot, as now Hudson Vagel has the field's fastest lap. He drops it down to a 140.7 on that last lap, over 3 seconds faster than your leader. Hudson Vagel is coming to the front.
Man possessed as he pulls up to the back wheel of Ven, 3 seconds a lap.
There we go, look at this, Vagel.
Wow. Oh, he runs him off track, almost off track. He didn't leave him much room.
Throws a little spice on it, too.
Kind of forced Ven to check up there.
Said, hey, man, am I missing any knobbies on this?
Oh, now Ven going to pull up alongside of him. You see Vagel look over. He's not going to let it happen. Oh,
a little sludge. Whoa, hang on to it. Vagel's already tasted the sand this morning. Slideways action here at the top of the 250B Moto with less than a lap to go.
He put a little sauce on that. Gave him a look over when he slid the back tire over in front of him. As the Stoke battle cam shows us Vagel and Ven. You thought for a second Ven had a shot to get around the outside of him, but you see Vagel look over, he had other plans.
Yeah, and you know, the thing is, like we've talked about, both of these riders, national level B riders, you know, but Vagel, it's the intensity, it's the confidence as well. I think he just knows he's got what it takes. You're fresh off of a national championship. When it feel like it's your year, you feel like it's your year. And Hudson Vagel would not be denied here in this 250B Moto. But props to Vin as well. You want to strike back immediately if you can. And he was aggressive with it. Vagel and himself almost came together. And that is going to be a fun one to watch for sure. Vagel, Vin, and Nauer going to be going to work here in that 3rd Moto before long. And those 3 specifically, I believe, are in just about every class together. So sometimes the bad blood, the drama might even carry across the class lines as well.
That's good for us up here in the booth.
We love it. We love it. I'm going to be checking TikTok here in a minute, see if any videos, any smack talking's going on.
I'm sure he's already clipped that from the live stream. He's tagged him in it.
Yep.
Just put one of those emojis like the mad face guy.
Drop it down to a 139.7 on that last lap, dude.
That is heat.
How about it? Utica Rome Speedway. It's Hudson Vagel, Corbin Vin, and Chadwick Nauer, 1, 2, and 3. Winston Widrick and Joey Mitant hangs on for your top 5. Colbert, Tack all the way up to the 7th place spot. And Powers back there as well. Vagel, Vin, Nauer, Widrick, and Tack, your top 5. So a good fight there for Tack, a 4-7, and still keeping inside that top 5 picture with another Moto to go. Here we are, off and rolling already. One rider down hard on the exit of turn 1.
We are looking at plus 30A, so that was Brock Donison going down to 501, but the 296 of Krager has the whole shot. That's what he does here. It's almost like an elder version of Trevor Schmidt.
Bad start for Bobby Canary. I saw him back there. Looked like outside of the top 5 early on.
So I talked to somebody last night, one of my buddies in this class. He said he was back in about 17th on the first lap yesterday. And he said Canary was back there with him on the first lap. So once we get an update on what his position was in the first moto, I'd love to see how far through he came. So again, another bad start though for Canary. It doesn't look like he's as far back as I heard, but he's got some work to do as we watch Del Nicky on screen here. I see the 453 up there as well. I see McDonald with not a good start. Unfortunately for McDonald, he's a little farther back in this one.
A couple of these riders making things a bit more difficult on themselves than they would like to. But your leader right now, here at the top of the field. Ooh, a little sideways action there for the 296. As he finds himself back out front, we'll have time and scoring up here in just a second as the green flag waves for plus 38.
Craig going to come through. He's followed by Sorensen and then Delnicki, your top three, as those three have started to stretch it out. And you wonder where Canary is. A lot of these guys on 450s, that 250, as we see Canary on screen with the Ted's Body Shop live drone. He looks like he's back here with McDonald. A couple other riders. I believe I saw Kyle Hatch coming through with him. There we see on live time, and we got Hatch right behind Canary there, chasing Lawler, McDonald, and Seaver on the 453. Sounds like we do have one rider down a little bit farther up on the track, so we'll see. Once the lead pack gets over to them, they're probably going to slow down and guide their way through there. Once you hit the 30 class of veteran riders, they are very respectful to the other riders on track.
And we saw that yesterday. We did obviously have a couple of instances that brought out a red flag, but then several red cross flags as well. And pretty much everybody doing a great job of staying calm, staying off of the track, and keeping the wheels on the ground when they were supposed to as well. So good job, and hats off to all of our riders for paying attention.
We see the yellow flags out right here. I'm assuming we're going to be medic flag. Unfortunately, this is not the jump you want to go down on. So hopefully that rider is going to be able to get up and okay. The track crew, you see him getting right out there on the track, making sure everybody is slowed down. So it looks like the rider is up. Not sure what the number is. I don't know. I've seen that position before, and I know what you hit when you're bent over like that. Hopefully that's all it is for that rider. Nice to see him up under his own power as we see the 296 of Krager leading him around here, but Sorensen looks like he might be starting to close up just a tad. We'll have to check that live timing, see what the lap times are, as the overall right now is tightening up. As you see on screen, Sorensen on a 1-2, Krager on a 3-1, Delnicki on a 2-3. So the overall is up for grabs between those three.
And do want to touch on it, have to bring it up. If you do have a rider that has gone down, you absolutely cannot go out onto the track. Again, we have professionals here on site. We've got an entire staff paying attention, talking on the radios. We are getting and tending to those riders as quickly and as carefully as possible, but we absolutely cannot have any family members or spectators running out onto the track. No matter the situation, we've all been there. I've been the guy on the ground. I've been the guy with a loved one down. It's a tough spot to be in, but at the end of the day, we've got a trusted crew and a great crew at that who are trained and know exactly how to handle these situations. You got to let us do your job.
Yeah, absolutely, Zach. I appreciate you touching base on that one. You see a family member run across the track, things can get worse if you're not paying attention.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, things are about to get worse for Sorensen because he's got someone creeping up behind him that he doesn't want to see at this point in the moto. It's a 248 of Delnicki, and it looks like he's pushing him up to the back wheel of Krager on the 296. As you see the benefit of Delnicki, I think he was able to jump that because the flags had just come down, and I think Krager and Sorensen were a little too close when those flags came down to jump it, and Delnicki was a little farther back, and that'll help him pull up a little closer to Sorensen here as you see Krager sliding all over the place. You might as well run an AMA flat track event up here at the top of the hill.
I heard that was in the works.
With the Zielinski family, you never know we're going to run. We already run motocross and snowcross.
I love it. Here we go, a drag race down the front stretch once again. 1, 2, and 3, all in the same section. Krager, Sorensen, and Delnicki, your top three overall, as well as in this second moto, going to work.
About 3/4 of a lap to go. Krager not going to lack on fitness, so if they want to get around him, they're going to have to make something happen a different way. And Sorensen kind of sandwiched here between Krager and Delnicki. As you see Krager kind of stuff it in that berm. Now the sand, you can see it It's starting to lighten up. It's starting to dry up on the top. And that berm kind of gave way a little bit on Krager. He's able to keep it underneath him, though, and Sorensen pulls a little bit closer.
Yeah, he kind of buried it just a little bit in the berm, exiting that corner, and that's going to allow Sorensen to get another bike length or so.
Sorensen, that's a nice line on the inside there. Anybody watching back in the pits, if you're watching the live stream, you just caught that line. That's a line you're going to want to look for if you're in one of these next few motos. That'll be a good passing opportunity.
Watch this, though.
We got a passing opportunity with Delnicki.
Sorensen been playing offense. Forgot he's got to play defense, too. Delnicki up the inside.
Up the inside quickly.
Man, what a move from Travis Delnicki. Going to take over the number 2 spot with 2 corners to go.
And now Sorensen kind of got stuck out there in that mucky stuff. And that will pretty much shut down his run here as they jump back towards the finish line. Krager swapping all the way to the finish. Yeah, look back. That is the checker flag, and you hear the sigh of relief. Thank God that's over.
Yeah, I tell you, the only person wishing that was a white was Delnicki. He was headed to the front.
Setting us up for a good Moto 3 here between the 3 of them. The whole championship pretty much up for grabs between the 3 of them. As you see a couple riders funneling in. Oh, trying to make a pass. That was a good defensive rider. Not sure who that was. Able to kind of stand that rider up. As we look at the Utica Rome Speedway top 10. Moto 2 plus 38. Nick Krager held on for the Moto win. Travis Delnicki moved up there into second on the last lap. Dropped Sorensen to third. Nettie, McDonald, Canary only able up to get to 6th. Seaver dropped back to 7th. And we jump to the overall now. We got a 3-way tie. Winner take all.
Looking like a Wendy's combo, 4 for 4 up at the top.
I'm hungry already. Don't say that. And there is not a Wendy's within miles of this place.
You got the hookup, man. I'm ready when you are. It's cool.
I'm thinking about another one of them genie pizzas. Let me tell you, I mean, there was some adult beverages flowing last night. Maybe that's why it tasted so well. Dom said it tasted good, and he wasn't drinking.
Yeah, he's certified. Yeah, I was about to say, he knows a good pizza when he sees one. So
I think maybe now that I've sobered up, maybe I should just double check. You got to be sure. You never know.
Verify. Absolutely.
You never know. I mean, it sounds like a good excuse, right?
I'm sold.
It was crispy. The bottom was nice and firm. The cheese was
Stop it, Dom. You're hurting us up here.
Right? Well, you guys already got me wanting to walk over there right now. I'm over here hungry as it is. It's only, what, 9:45? You're talking pizza. You know, I think I'm going to have to make my way up there, get me a pizza. If they're not even open, I might have to go get a coffee and a donut.
Well, if you're got an extra hand, you can always feel free to stop by.
What are coworkers and friends for if they're not helping you out?
Let us know, absolutely.
Dom, you know where we are.
Don't be surprised if a pizza shows up on your desk. Okay?
Watch out. We'll suddenly have a silent Moto.
Yeah.
Hearing a lot of chewing on the microphones here.
Why does it sound like there's a mouse in the studio? This is going to be plus 50 ABC and plus 30 C from the Empire State Motocross Series. That is Moto 22 on your docket. Moto 23 about to go to the line. 24, girls 12 to 16. You should be in the staging area. Moto 25, 250 beginner. You should be getting ready. Now all I can think of is wood-fried pizza. As we see Mr. Weatherby putting up the 2-board. A man of many tasks. He'll drop that 2-board and run over, and then he flags the straightaway after the finish. And he's just got a goat trail back and forth.
He's a grinder.
One card about to go sideways. Gate is down. Looks like they're letting the plus 50 go first as we just lost power. We're back. We are back in audio. Waiting for our TV to reset here, so bear with us. It was definitely plus 50 going off first, and then our plus 30 C class. They would drop the gate on them as well as we run into some technical difficulties. Someone must have been running to get a pizza. So they tripped over the power wire.
This is what it looks like getting a bad start here for us.
We have no tear-offs.
We're trying to pull tear-offs. It's not doing much for us here, but multiple different classes out there.
We had a power surge in the trailer. Everything went dark for a second. And we are back. So we got the 7 on screen and the beta rider, Cody Ernest. That should be plus 30C in Empire State. And then our plus 50 class, they took off first, so they're a little bit farther ahead of the track. Looks like we got Daryl Smith on screen, so we're back into our plus 50 action. Scott Usmail and Mike Wilcox. Wilcox was a man on the move earlier yesterday. Looks like he's picking up where he left off. As that is John Meyer on the 561 you see at the bottom of your screen. Not sure if he's leading the moto. We're looking for Scott Phelps out here as well. Phelps usually one to run up front. He might be a little bit farther ahead of track on these guys.
That was a good move from Wilcox up the inside right there, putting the 2-stroke power down and charging past the Kawasaki.
There is no age limit on the urgency when you get on a dirt bike. We're looking
absolutely.
at 50-plus riders.
So John Meyer, Michael Wilcox, and Daryl Smith, 1, 2, and 3.
Daryl Smith, a regular down at the ranch. I know, is it Kevin Walker has the record for the longest run? I believe it's Kevin Walker at like 20-something years.
That one's not on my prospect
I
app,
believe, yeah, we'll have to check the prospect app. I believe Daryl is at like 15 years straight at the ranch.
I'd say Barry Carston's got to be up there as well.
He has to be up there as well, yep. Yep, Daryl's down there. Barb's cooking tacos every Tuesday, every year. Little secret of the pros.
Wait a second, I got to remember that.
Secret of the pros, go see Barb. Taco Tuesday at the ranch. As we get some live timing coming up on screen, it is John Meyer leading Mike Wilcox, but Mike Wilcox is trying to change that. Oh, as it slides out. That 2-stroke power getting high in the,
just let go.
and then
right
you see
there.
Meyer kind of blew that inside. Looked like he was kind of getting to the inside, and then he blew past it.
Changed his mind in the last second. There we go, settling back in. Wilcox.
No doubt Meyer can hear that 2-stroke barking behind him now. Actually got confirmation there was someone here that thinks that's a 2004. We verified they stopped making them in 07, so at best it's 19 years old. Oh, as he's
Pretty sure
front
that,
end high.
The 04 went undefeated in the Pro Nationals that season.
Who would have rode that? Any idea?
Some redhead kid. Ricky something, I don't know.
Randy?
Ricky? Randy Richardson?
Carbuckle?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Carbuckle?
Yeah, Nicky Carbuckle, I believe. Yeah.
Now that guy was fast. As we see fast is 804 of Mike Wilcox right now, trying to go around the outside of John Meyer. Meyer doing a good job here riding defensively. Wilcox caught him pretty quick, Zach, but Meyer's been able to hold him at bay for now.
Yeah, he's kind of stalled the momentum of the 804. He was catching him pretty quick, and you can almost see now he's pulling back out, so Wilcox is going to have to try to regroup and go back to work. That 2-stroke, you see how wide he's entering some of these corners, really trying to carry the momentum, whereas the 4-stroke not having to do that as much with that low-end power, but this time he cuts to the inside. It's a drag race down the hill. No makes it happen before they even get to the jump. Wilcox takes it.
Meyer had done such a good job of guarding the insides, and then just for some reason, he was liking that outside there, and the inside ended up being the line, as you see. Wilcox really pulls him out. He made a little bit of a mistake there in that turn.
Got into that berm, and just like that, momentum was gone.
As Wilcox now up and over the double in the middle of the track. Working his way around. He should get the white flag as he comes around this time. And he is really putting a lap in right now. This is almost like a heater lap. As he is trying to forget about John Meyer. Be able to cruise home on that last lap. Be interesting to see the lap time right now. He is gapping him in a hurry.
Yeah, for the moment, Wilcox is running a 152.9 was his fastest lap of the Moto. We'll see the next time they come across whether he's able to drop that anymore here with some clean air.
Gotta believe this one's faster. This is a fast lap for Wilcox. Meyer's not even in the screen anymore. We just went for battle. Looks like we got one rider pushing off up here. Got a Suzuki. Can't be too many of those out there. I believe that's going to be Keith Carroll, him or Tyler Small. Can't really see the number. The rider is up, though. It just looks like a mechanical.
Yeah, he drops into a 150.2 on that last lap. So Wilcox getting faster as the race wears on.
That old man stamina. Mike out here, he is, how old is Mike? 52 years old. Wilcox working his way around a lap rider here. That was the 156 of Keith Carroll.
So Wilcox kind of settling in out front. Meanwhile, taking a look, Darrell Smith on the move back in the 4th place spot. And he's going to work with Krzyzkowski. They're only 0.2 seconds apart for that 4th place spot. As, man, Wilcox went as far over to the left-hand side as you possibly could. The line actually looked pretty smooth, almost looked like there was some tacky dirt.
Found one of the lines that no one's really ridden yet. See a pro move from that rider right there. He said, I don't want to do another lap here. You can lap me. He pulled over, got lapped on purpose. Great ride, Mike.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're doing good. There it is. Checker flag waves.
Flag comes out for Wilcox on the 804. He missed the turn of the track. Yeah, back this way, Mike.
Not done
He
yet.
was locked in. He wanted to go another one.
I got more to prove.
He saw a lap and get the extra lap. He wanted one.
So the checkered flag waves for plus 50 A, B, and C. Michael Wilcox, John Meyer, and Wayne Powers looks like going to take your top 3 in that one. As once again, like we talked about, going to be rolling through these motos pretty much all day consistently. We'll touch up some spots on the track periodically when we can, but no real intermissions to speak of. As hang on to it, Suzuki almost threw her away in the final few corners.
It looked like a 2-digit number. I think that was small on the 94. There's only 2 Suzukis out here. Yeah, that was the 94. Ricky, you running the Ricky Carmichael, Ben? Those bars look like they were rolled right down.
Rolled down, yep.
As that is the end of plus 50 and plus 30C. A couple other riders working their way through here as we see this angle from the top of the track right before the finish line. One thing we want to touch on while we got a little bit of downtime, Moto 3s, we are going to be doing podium interviews for our champions, and we will do top 3 overall for 450 and 250A. So if you do know you got the championship, or you think you might have got the championship, when you cruise back to the pits, make sure you take a left behind the start line and stop at the podium. You're going to see our good friend DC from D3. He may be handing out slices of pizza. We're not sure. If he is, we will be over there as well.
You'll have an announcer interview, yeah?
It sounds like I hear bikes behind me.
Yeah,
is the gate down?
Gate getting ready to drop if it has not already for the next class. So here we go. Clean and clear start, which means our next moto is off and rolling. Looks like it's some of our 50 riders.
65s.
That is 65.
They are little bikes, yes. Yeah. Close wheelbase. They all look the same from where we're looking.
As well as we'll see whether or not the girls 12 to 16 class is out there. I know they split this one yesterday, so we will see. But
it looks like Lappin, I believe.
Lappin and Spinakolp, I believe.
Lappin and Spinakolp. And we'll check that 3rd place rider. I want to say Tubbs. Looks like Tubbs, the 45. So Lappin, Kolp, and Tubbs 3 riders, national caliber, do a lot of racing. You want to find out where they race, scan that QR code for the Verb Moto Prospect app. Check out their results. When you're done, look up your own name if you're a racer. If you're just a family member or a friend, look up some friends. Tell them how much they stink, how far down the leaderboard they are if you need to. Give them a little motivation to get back out there. We're looking for a number. These small kids, the numbers are so small.
That is Tubbs in 3rd.
Okay. So you're looking at Tubbs in 3rd. That all yellow gear. He's going to try and run down the lead group of Culp and Lappin. See Dad out there. He's going to need rotator cuff surgery, waving him on. Interesting line from Culp there. He was way along the side of the embankment. It's still early enough in the day you can find some clean real estate, some smooth lines on the edges of the track.
Yeah, you can see even the approach to that jump right there already whooped out enough to where the 65 is not quite able to get all the way over. And yeah, to your point, Spinacle doing a lot of searching at the moment. Great job of not following and using the edges of the track.
We got Lappin on screen. No, we do not have Lappin on screen. That was Jackson Wright, I believe. That is Lappin. Okay. He took his jacket off. He threw me off. He had the jacket on earlier. So Lappin and Culp still. It looks like they kind of dropped Tubbs. Manzer back there in 5th. That's a rider we would expect to be making some passes here possibly. So keep an eye on him. Morris, Randazzo, Briggs, Wheaton, Bartholomew round out your top 10. We got brother-on-brother crime back there in 11 to 12. Eli and Jerry McNair bragging rights at the dinner table tonight on the line. A couple of our local riders doing battle here on the big stage.
Oh, good move. Oh, that was a lap rider.
That was a lap rider, yeah.
Pass. I was like,
116 of Everett Renner. Must have ran into some issues early in the moto, possibly a crash. As we look at the Verb Prospect, head-to-head, Lappin 3-0, undefeated against Spinaculp. And if Spinaculp doesn't get a move on here, that's about to go to 4-0.
Well, Lappin, I mean, you want to talk about a Trevor Schmidt-esque ride. Gets the start and is just able to manage from there. He's got a great pace. He's very consistent. And he's been lightning off of the start all weekend long in multiple classes. So he's got something figured out for sure.
We talked about it yesterday, how well under pressure he rides. Even if someone's on him, he just rides his own race, rides his own lines, puts a lot of trust in what he's done, what he's built. And I guess if I'm winning motos like he is, I'm going to trust it too. Heck, I trust him myself, and I don't even know him.
Hard not to. Yeah, I'd take a class from him.
You see the 820 on screen. He is going to be a lap rider. I believe that's Jackson Lindholm. Is that a 6'5"? 9'5"? 9'5" of Colton Greenwald. Some of our other riders making their way around here. You just saw the live time update. Eli McNair jumps into the top 10. So he currently has first dibs on dessert at the dinner table tonight.
Gets the biggest slice of cake.
Jerry dropped back to 13th. And Tigliato Jr., something happened with him. He was up in the top 5. He's back in a 12th now. So problems for Tigliato out there somewhere. No problems for Lappin. He is still leading them around. Wait, I might have spoke too soon because Culp looks like he's starting to close up on him. But I believe we're going to see a checkered flag here.
Yeah, it's down to the final few corners. Going to need a mistake from Lappin. Spinaculp, though, doing exactly what he should, charging all the way to the checkered. He's in the hunt, but it's not going to be close enough. Lappin gets the job done and gets the moto win.
A good charge from Culp. He obviously found something there in the end of the race. Looking at the live timing update for the lap times, he was a full second faster that lap. I would think that was probably the fastest lap of the moto out of anybody. See what the Verb Prospect app says over there. Fastest lap times on screen right there by 1/10 of a second. So both riders right there.
All in the mail, yeah, no doubt about it.
202.3, 202.4. It's awesome, Zach. Instantly. You ask for it, and the producing gods give us what we need.
Yeah, it is a big shout out to everybody behind the scenes here helping get those graphics up, all of that information. Like we said, so cool to be able to integrate the information from the Prospect app here on the Stoke Media production. Those two organizations really coming together to help us look good and help the viewers at home learn a ton about the next generation of racers. As the Utica Rome Speedway breaks it down, Jackson Lappin, Indigo Spinacult, and Colton Tubbs 1, 2, and 3, Manzer and Morse round out your top 5 in the Moto. We'll give you a look at that overall picture as well, as Lappin looking at a 1-1, a 2-2, 3-3, 4-4, and 5-5. Super consistent at the front of the field, as Lappin, Spinacult, and Tubbs going to go to battle. They're in that third Moto, still plenty up for grabs and yet to be decided, as we'll be handing out some championships here in just a couple hours. As now we flash back to the starting line, should be our girls class. I believe they have split this one permanently, so we'll have our girls class next out onto the track. Had some great battles in this one. Kelsey Harris, trying to remember, I know the young lady out of Canada grabbing the first Moto win. Victoria, I believe, is her first name. What a guy.
We have a delivery. DC from DC running the DoorDash.
And Josh just said, when you ask for it, you shall receive.
I wish you guys could see the power stance DC is in right now. He's smiling ear to ear. He's got pizza for days. What a guy.
I definitely have got the good stuff right here. We're going to dive into this nice cheese and pepperoni pizza. I'm looking forward to it. So, yeah.
So shout out to Genie Pizza down there. They're located right behind the sign-up trailer. I had one last night. It was good. I'm going to try it again just to verify.
Just to make sure. There we go. Having a nice
Dom's
family
in here. He's
pizza
got
breakfast here.
He brought the candles, setting up the dinner table. For some reason, he's putting on some very soft music.
So the girls class going to be taking off here in just a moment. Going to wait till we get the track cleared off.
Gate goes down on our girls class. Looked like a KTM rider jumped up and grabbed the start.
So the girls class going to work right now. As it's the 66 up in the mix as well, the 11.
So that is, the 66 is Addison Platt with the early lead here. But she has company.
74 of Harris back there in the number 4 ride, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, look at this drag race. The, I believe, 926 is on the back of the jersey. Now cuts back to the outside, the 26. Going to slingshot around and take over the early race lead. So the girls getting right to it here, as already some flip-flopping of position. Now, number 11 kind of sat back there in the 2 or 3 spot first couple of laps in Moto 1 as well. Now she's trying to make quick work up the inside. And at this point, time and scoring going to pick up here in just a moment. Motocross here. We'll get the names updated. Like I said, we've had several of the...
This is a clerical error on my part. I lost the rider list.
Morgan Caldwell out front leading the way. Victoria Dillon. I did have the first name
right. You had the first name right.
Dillon now in the number 2 position. Addison Platt and Kelsey Harris 2, 3, and 4.
As we see, Harris just got around Platt. So Harris moves up into the top 3. Now she's got her work cut out for him. She's got to run down Caldwell and Dillon. Dom, we'll make sure you get a tip in your paycheck tonight. Thanks for that delivery. You didn't burn too much gas getting up here, did you? Perfect. As we check back in here, Caldwell and Dillon. Caldwell with a 3rd in Moto 1. So a little bit of a bounce back here. 3rd, not a bad finish, but you need to be up front if you want to be in contention for that overall championship.
Yeah, she just ever so slightly lost touch with those top 2 in Moto number 1 as well. So glad to see some fight out of her here early, at least in this one. Trying to build a gap up to see if she can hang on for not only a better finish, but potentially a win here in this second Moto. Dillon doing similar to what she did in Moto 1, kind of hanging tough, letting the race come back to her as getting ready to put another lap in the books, be just about halfway through this Moto.
So I'm assuming we got, for sure, Caldwell was at the ranch, Dillon was at the ranch, Harris was at the ranch, Platt was at the ranch as well. I think we got 4 of the girls from the class at Loretta, so awesome to see them all show up here and do battle for us here. As we see right on cue, Vert Prospect at 26 at Loretta Lynn's for Morgan Caldwell. Dillon, I could be misspoken. She is a Canadian rider. I don't know if she came down or not, but nonetheless, she's got the speed here. We saw yesterday on some of those Vert Prospect results. She's running the Canadian National Series. So they're right there on cue. First at Walton earlier this year in the girls 9 to 6 class up in Canada. You see Dad with the classic break the wrist. So we got pit boards out for Platt. Can't read what that says.
Remember the breath.
Breathe.
They always forget to eat.
Smooth. Smooth. Remember the old rubbing the hands together? Smooth.
I like the big James Stewart, the dancing around, different hand signals.
They're getting jiggy with it. As we see Kelsey Harris, your 4th place finisher at the ranch this year. So a great finish for her just off the 3rd step of the podium. But I'll tell you who's on the 1st step of the podium right now. It is Morgan Caldwell. An impressive ride to hold off Dillon here.
Yeah, you look at the lap times, 156 just about across the board. Platt and Turner just a touch off of that pace. But again, you talk about Harris having such solid results at Loretta Lynn's this year, and then Caldwell, you're at Loretta Lynn's. That's a good result in itself, but a bit further back in the pack. But it also shows the depth of that girls' field. She's able to run this pace at the front of the field. She's keeping Kelsey Harris behind her now without even really trying that hard. She's not even in the battle at the moment. So this shows how skilled these young ladies are, and the future continuing to show how bright it truly is for the women's motocross racing.
Yeah, you got to believe the girls out here. The women are probably watching this moto thinking, oh, brother. Because these girls are coming here. 12 to 16, they're going to be able to ride with the women full time here soon. As Caldwell, good defensive ride and able to guard the inside.
Well, don't forget, a lot of these young ladies in that women's class as well, jumping up to the bigger bike.
As now Harris, I think Caldwell's starting to slow Dillon down a little bit. It's allowing Harris to pull up behind him. So Dillon, I would expect a little urgency. She's trying to look into the inside, looking to the outside. Caldwell's just riding at her own lines, kind of holding her at bay. I can almost hear her dad screaming at him. Make the pass!
Look at this, 3 riders, wheel to wheel to wheel. Caldwell, Dillon, and Harris at the top of our girls' field.
And I'm wondering the way that Caldwell and Harris, or pardon me, Caldwell and Dillon are kind of holding themselves up on the inside. If they don't know Harris is there, she might be able to sneak around him, as now we see Dillon.
This might be the move.
This could be the pass. She's up to the inside.
Hang on to it,
Caldwell being stubborn with it around the outside.
Drive.
Here we go.
How about it? Caldwell take a significantly longer line, but gets a great drive down the hill and still hangs on to the position. Here comes Kelsey Harris as well.
So we're hearing And seeing on screen here, Harris with the fastest lap last time. Like we were saying, Caldwell kind of slowed the pace down when Dillon got to her, and it's caused a log jam at the front. Oh, whoa. Foot off. A little bit of a tough landing from Caldwell. You can see the way she's riding. She's almost,
what
no.
a save.
She was kind of, and she gets able to regroup and run her wide. She's kind of holding on for dear life. Oh, Morgan, only 2 turns to go here.
Come on, Morgan Caldwell, hanging on to it for the moment. Here we go.
No, Dillon up the inside. We've seen so many passes there as you go up and over that hill. The inside line. Oh, heartbreak for Caldwell. She held on for so long. You got to race to the finish, though. Hopefully she knows Harris is there.
Harris trying to add insult to injury, trying to make something happen here in the final corner, but it will be Dillon hanging on for the Moto win. Caldwell, you can see the shake of the head immediately, but crosses the line in the number 2 spot, and Kelsey Harris right behind in the number 3 position. What a race.
Props to the girls putting on a show here. We got another girl here coming across. Looks like the 403. Got the hair flapping in the breeze. Look like that rider we had earlier with the roll-offs flapping behind him. A couple of our other girls riders finishing up here as we just kind of let this camera angle show everyone coming towards the finish. One thing I do like about as we look at the Utica Rome Speedway top 10, girls 12 to 16, Moto 2, Victoria Dillon able to snatch that Moto win away at the end. Morgan Caldwell second, Harris was third. Now we look at the overall point tally. Dillon on 1-1, Caldwell 3-2, Harris 2-3, and Addison Platt hanging back there with a 4-4, Turner with a 5-5, LeBombard with a 6-6. I was about to say, Zach, it's one of the things I really like about this footage for us up here. A lot of our local riders, you go to a local race, you don't get much TV time, but as the Racer TV crew does always, they kind of cover everybody. As the Moto winds down, you get some TV time as we drop the gate here on 250 beginner, Moto 25 on the race order.
And yeah, to your point there, always cool to be able to catch a glimpse of yourself, and you know, oftentimes we're able to give some shout outs, sometimes for things they maybe don't want to get a shout out about, and we see somebody down. But yeah, you want your TV time, this is the opportunity. Get out front and make us talk about you, as Megawatt always likes to say. So there are certainly some riders doing just that here this weekend. Hats off to the top 3. Those young ladies were going at it. Is now 250 beginner. A lot of these riders just starting their racing careers off, trying to get things figured out. And without a doubt, this is one of the most improved classes, the biggest change like throughout the season. And some of these riders are qualifying for a promotion here at the end of the weekend, if not the end of the year.
Well, we know a couple of them got called the principal's office yesterday. They're still out here. I see Groff.
Yep.
And we remember the 43. He wasn't on the entry list. We'll catch that name when he comes back across. But they got called down to the principal's office. They must have smooth talked their way out of this one. No, I promise, Mr. Doherty, it wasn't me. I've never rode the B class.
Well, and again, this is a part of that Empire State Motocross series as well. So a lot of these riders maybe potentially starting significantly less impressive than they are right now. A lot of improvement as we're getting to the tail end of the race season up here in the Northeast.
We are late into the season. I mean, the season's going to wind down here. This is the last premier event, really, in the Northeast. And then you just got some local races through the rest of the way. As we look at the 43 on screen, I don't remember the name. I believe it was Hui, if I remember right. We're going to get live timing and scoring to update for us.
So Yamaha
airs it out
the green
down
flag.
the hill.
We'll see.
That's definitely Groff back there on the 859. These were your 1 and 2 riders in Moto number 1. Mumblo. I wasn't even close, and that's why I've learned to keep my mouth shut.
Groff.
So Austin Mumblo
and Simp, both 1, 2, and 3.
And Groff starting to pull up to the back tire on Mumblo now.
Blake Southwick in the 4th spot. You think he likes the sand?
I would hope so. With a name like that, he kind of earned it. As interesting as it is, he's from Boonville, New York, which is about 5 minutes from here. not close to Southwick. He's about 4 hours away.
Here we go. Battles on around the outside. Groff trying to make it happen. Mumblo closes the door.
He kind of glanced over at him there and moved over, shut the door on him. And now he makes a bit of a mistake. Runs it a little wide. Going to be able to hold on to it for now, but Groff is definitely applying the pressure here. And this is not what we saw in Moto 1. Groff was a little farther back.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mumblo kind of pulled out in that first moto and was kind of gone. So a new sign of life here from Groff. Trying to see, don't have his Moto 1 results. Maybe it looked like a DNF.
Not sure, yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Possibly that call to the principal's office might have been a disqualification. I don't know.
I don't think Groff was the one that got called. I think it was
Mumblo and Semp was who got called? I believe.
We're assuming it was a bad conversation. They might have just been talking.
Maybe they just jumped him. They jumped the ref, and they said we're racing.
I haven't seen him this morning.
I haven't either. All I heard was it was a long night, so who knows what happened to him.
Anything is possible, that's for sure.
They found him out behind the bouncy house back there.
In the bouncy house.
They wrangled him back there. As Mumblo now felt the pressure, he started to turn it up here. As we see, Mumblo was in the two-stroke class at high voltage here about a month ago, a little over a month ago. Semp sitting back there in the third spot. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on with the results because they're showing him as an overall rider, overall leader. So we'll see here. If you're looking for confirmation, you can always check out outside the sign-up shed. They have all the results posted on the wall. And don't forget, like I mentioned earlier, these big races, some people like to protest. You got to have that thing in within 30 minutes of the results being posted. Once 30 minutes has passed, they go final. Trophies get handed out. And your protest goes in the complaint box, which is also the garbage can.
Yeah, this might be the prospect stat that we had some questions about.
Yes. I actually had someone question me about that last night and asked what happened to that rider. I said no comment. You will need to speak to the referee about that.
Neither confirmed nor denied. So Mumblo, Groff, and Semp, 1, 2, and 3. Southwick and Carmine still hold on to the rest of the top 5. Watching the Yamaha handle business right now. And yes, I can confirm I am painfully sober and that pizza is still phenomenal.
It's a lot quieter in here than it was last night with that DJ playing. We were having a party, man. You missed out.
I was out.
Well, when I looked at my phone and realized it was 11:30, I wished I was snoring too.
Yeah, I'm impressed that you're here bright and early and happy this morning.
It's Moto, baby. How can you not be happy?
I love it. I've got a caffeine IV drip over here, but
as the white flag comes out for Mumblo, Groff kind of fell off. I'm not sure. We'll have to check the lap times if Mumblo picked it up or if Groff maybe made a couple mistakes and kind of lost the toe. As he's falling back quite significantly. Now the gap starts to look like what it did in the first moto. As we see Mumblo and Groff both in and out of the sand trap down behind the start line. They take the long drag up the hill behind the pits. Then they'll drop back down over the tabletop into view for our spectators and work their way through the middle of the track. As we look at the lap times, a 2-second difference between Mumblo and Groff, and that is the gap you see on screen now. With Semp. Carmen making some moves. I'm not sure where he is in the order. He's 4th. He's 5 seconds faster than Semp. So possibly, what's the gap looking like on the Vert Prospect app, Zach?
I'm looking at a couple of things. Groff is the fastest man on the track by just about half a second. McKellen, actually making the most passes up 3 spots back there in the number 8 position. And McKellen trying to look at what the first moto results were looking like for him. Got a 3rd place in Moto 1, Chase McKellen did, so not a second moto he's going to be stoked about, as he's going to want to try to at least break into the top 5, set himself up for a potential podium overall. But Mumblo right now about 3.5 seconds up front with a couple corners to go.
Well, if McLaren wants to make some passes, he needs to make it happen soon because he's running out of time here. The hourglass is out of sand. The checkered flag is coming out for Austin Mumblow. He lives to fight another day in the beginner class. Now Groff should be coming through with him. Flip back. What year is that thing? That front number plate threw me for a loop. The Suzuki rider number 78 came in through there. Bennett Graveline. A couple other riders working their way back towards the finish line. A whole pack of them. Not sure what position we're racing for here.
Just close racing there for the backside of the podium, I believe. Carmine up in the mix. Simp for your first Moto winner, according to the Prospect app.
There is number 7. Not entered.
That is McKellen.
McKellen, okay, so we found McKellen. Not sure what he's riding for a bike. Not on the entry list. Gate is going to go down. As we look at our Unichrome Speedway top 10, Mumblow, Groff, Carmine.
Simp and Southwick round out the top 5 as
we dropped the gate on the women's class.
So don't forget Kelsey Harris, Victoria Dillon, and several others.
Yeah, we had Ingersoll in this one as well. Yeah, there's only a 2-moto gap between these. A little bit surprising that Race Control set this up the way they did. They didn't do any favors for the young girls. I guess they said, you're young, you got the energy, get out there.
Oh, the joys of youth.
So Ingersoll with the early lead here as she starts to pull away. We saw the first moto. This is how it started. Now we got a couple riders back here working their way up towards the front. That looks like Harris and Dylan, I believe, on the KTM, right? Is that an 11, Zach?
Yeah, Dylan on the KTM, but watch Harris, your first Moto winner. She was about 3rd or 4th off the start in Moto number 1 as well. Just started picking her way towards the front. Harris obviously adjusting quite well to the bigger machine.
I want to give a shout out to our 4th place rider. I can't read the number, but a good start. She was up there battling with them. We'll check the live timing and see who that was when they come around. I have an idea, but I don't want to give anybody credit they don't deserve. Tough customers up here as Harris kind of cases that acceleration bump there that we saw Bagel jump over yesterday when his bike broke. She's either going to have to let off or give it a little more pepper to get over that thing. As Dylan kind of sitting there in 2nd. Harris over the finish line. So these two are going to have to get a move on if they want to get up there.
Harris knows she has got to go as Ingersoll continues to stretch things out.
And Harris can see that from back here. Yeah. She can see her starting to get away, and the urgency will start to pick up for the 74 rider.
Well, she's starting to not be able to see her, and that's the
problem.
That's
the main problem. As she's pulled up alongside Dylan. Dylan's going to have the inside, though. We'll see if Harris can go around the outside of her here up at the top of the hill. On the pit side of the track, she kind of funnels in behind her. As we're looking at the overall, as they ran, popped up there, it was Ingersoll on a 3-1, going to have control of it. Pardon me, a 2-1.
2-1, yeah, I was going to say.
Harris with a 1-3 and Dylan with a 3-2, but I don't believe it's going to end like that here. As it was who I thought it was in 4th. Shout out to Harley Wood. She got a good start. An 11th in Moto 1, so not the results she wants. Doing herself a little bit of favor here with a 4th place start in lap 1. She was up front early. I believe she was 2nd out of the first turn.
Look at this. Harris going anywhere that Dylan is not, and still not quite able to make that pass happen.
Give a shout out to Voorhees, too. She's up there in 5th, a 10th place in Moto 1. Neither rider, Wood or Voorhees, probably happy with their first Moto finish. Getting a little bit of shot at redemption here. As Harris still trying to work on Dylan. And the whole time, you know in the back of her head, she knows that Ingersoll is just stretching this thing out farther and farther.
So Ingersoll's biggest ally in this is Victoria Dillon.
100%, Zach. The longer she can hold Harris back, the longer Ingersoll has that fresh air, no stress.
Gonna wait and see what the lap times look like this time through. A 151 for Ingersoll, a 152 for Harris. So just about a second or so between the lap times. Meanwhile, here comes Harris, pulls up alongside, slams the door and makes a pass. What a move there from Kelsey Harris.
That was a boss move. The patience had run out for Harris. She knew she had to go. So there you see the last laps. About a second faster for Ingersoll over Harris and Dillon. Harley Wood lightning fast. She was 0. That is amazing. And Voorhees on a 2:03 back there in 5th. Harley Wood took her transponder, just whipped it across the finish line.
Another point worth mentioning, Dillon and Harris both on, looks like 125. Meanwhile, Ingersoll, I know, on the 254 stroke.
And this is what I was talking about in that girls class, where they're just starting to make that jump up. Whereas Ingersoll's been here for 4 or 5 years. She's comfortable on that bigger bike. And Dillon and Harris are kind of in that stepping stone stage where they move up into the big wheel bikes. Now Harris starting to run her down, though. Now she's got some clear track. And this is kind of how Moto 1 played out. She kind of faded back to her a little bit, and Harris put on a charge.
And I feel like it was maybe a lap sooner, though, in Moto number 1. So we're going to find out if Harris has enough time to be able to track her leader down. As you can see things starting to rough it up, heading back to the top side of the track. Ingersoll and Harris, they're at the top of the women's class.
So 1 lap to go. We're going to have to check that lap time. Obviously, we can see on screen the gap has shrunk significantly. It feels like she was a couple seconds faster that lap. As we got 1 lap rider ahead of them. They're going to have to work around her. Looks like Ingersoll is around and Harris also around. So we'll see. Ingersoll is a dual sport athlete in college, so I wouldn't think fitness is going to be an issue. Maybe riding fitness, not sure how the hands and the arms are holding up.
Yeah, and that's a very different thing as Ingersoll turns in a 150.16, a 148.1 for Kelsey Harris. So Harris has got the speed to catch up, but is she going to have enough time and an opportunity to make a pass happen? Ingersoll, not only comfortable on the track, but very wise in these conditions as well. Knows how to ride a wide bike, and she's only got to do it for about half a lap.
The way Harris has dropped Dillon here, Ingersoll really needs to hold on to this for a chance at the overall title, because if she falls 2 points behind going into that Moto 3, she's going to need a buffer if she can beat Harris. And right now, I'm not sure if she has one without a little bit of help.
Harris right up the inside. Ingersoll knows she's there now. Doesn't get a drive up the hill, though. That's going to work for the 61.
That is going to help big time for Ingersoll. Just lost her momentum going up the face of the jump. Wasn't able to clear it. Zach is going to force me to shove this pizza down my throat.
A couple of slices ahead, man.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dom.
Yeah, Dom. Thanks for Dom. DC from D3. As we look at Ingersoll here, 1 more turn to go.
Harris not giving up. Ingersoll gets a good drive out of the corner. Has the checker flag in sight, and Anissa Ingersoll going to hang on for the second Moto win. Harris right behind in the number 2 spot, and that one's going to come down to the wire as Ingersoll, Harris, and Dillon 1, 2, and 3 once again. You can see Ingersoll and Harris breaking down the race.
It's cool to see how you can tell everybody watches the pro races. It's become a sportsmanship thing. Everybody stops, gives a fist bump, a thumbs up, kind of breaks down the race. And it's funny to see it transition now into the amateur stage. And it's really cool to see. Builds a little bit of camaraderie between the people in the class. Because at the end of the day, we are racing for fun. Definitely adrenaline gets pumping. You know, your nerves get into it, emotions get into it. But at the end of the day, these girls are just out here having some fun. And it's cool to see them stop and give a fist bump.
Yeah, any day on a dirt bike's a good day, no doubt about it. As the rest of the field working their way through. Look, that was the, looks like maybe the 310, maybe the 313 of Carly Hunt. As now we'll get ready for our 50 e-bike class, the Silent Assassins. We can give you a look at that results if they have it, but it was a 98 leading into turn number 1, Mason Wager. once again, if you do want to verify those results, you can check on the Verve Moto Prospect app if you're watching at home or here on site. And then, of course, on site as well, obviously the official results will be posted outside of the tower. You guys have 30 minutes after those are posted to file a protest, should you feel necessary. Remember, you are not protesting the ladies at the tower, so be kind to them. As here we go, 50 e-bikes. We've got Houston Vagel out there, Nick Kaeka, Mason Wager, Cameron Arline. So a lot of the big names that we've seen. And, you know, we talked a lot about the Stasic generation, but also the e-bike generation as well. It wasn't that long ago, and electric motorcycle was a foreign concept altogether. And whether it be KTM or Cobra, several of the brands that kind of specialized in these smaller bikes, I think came up with a pretty good idea to get some of these kids used to riding on an electric bike at a young age. It's a completely different, look at that, what a move around the outside. It's a completely different feel compared to a combustion engine, the way the throttle responds, the way the power is delivered. And oftentimes we see riders favoring one or the other, maybe one a little faster on the electric bike compared to the gas machine. But no doubt about it, the kids putting on a show for us right now as they're still battling, headed through that cut through.
I was down at the ranch the first year they ran the e-bike class. It's crazy to see how much these bikes have produced. You know, the manufacturers are all in on producing these bikes. When I was down there first year, there was so many riders that had dead batteries. I think it was the sand was dragging on the battery so hard that was the majority of the riders weren't even able to finish the race. And now you watch, these things can run for 40, 45 minutes easily. So it's really cool to see the manufacturers really going all in on the electric bike side of things.
Yeah, it's a full development, a lot of improvements even being made still. I know out at Loretta Lynn's this year, you had the unveiling of the, oh, what a hit right there for that rider.
Careful, Dad. We don't want to pick him up just right away. Let's
give him
just a second.
Man, that was talk about the front end getting into that thick sand. And, man, little man just got spit onto the ground right there. Hopefully going to be okay, but, man, a tough hit. I say it all the time, though. These kids seem like they're made out of rubber. He's able to still finish the moto, but certainly going to scare him, if nothing else. Scared me. Meanwhile, Wager at the front of the field, Nick Kaeka, I believe, in the number 2 spot. Arline, Merritt, and Shortsleff, 3, 4, and 5. As look at that, Kaeka skying it out. Oh man, drifting. Watch out! I'm going to look at his lap times. Wager better watch behind him. Kaeka on the run. 139.3 and a 139.5. So Kaeka looking extremely fast. You see him pumping that machine, go up the hill faster. But it was about 2/10 faster, or 2/10 slower, excuse me, than your leader. So smooth as fast here at the front for Mason Wager. You can see them both funnel to the
Come
inside.
through that section, that rider's already up, back on the bike. Like you said, probably snapped right back up, got back on the bike once Dad picked him up. He realized he was okay, hopped back on.
Yeah, like I said, it's almost one of those violent ones where it happens so quick, it just scares you that it happened that fast more than anything else. Is a problem for Kaeka. Goes down, exiting the corner. So just like that, breathing room for Mason Wager. And the final few corners of the moto. How fast was Kaeka ever able to get up? Does he hang on to the number 2 spot? I believe so. Yes, I believe that is Kaeka. It is.
Yeah, that's the 23 on the back of the jersey. So able to salvage the second, but his shot at the moto win is up in smoke. Do these e-bikes smoke? I don't think they smoke unless the battery's on fire. Yeah, if he's got that problem, we got big problems.
Yeah, absolutely. As checker flag waves, Mason Wager, calm, cool, and collected. Consistent as well here at the top of the 50 e-bike class.
See on screen there, bottom left of the Ted's Body Shop live timing, a 1-1 for Wager.
Kaeka's bombed out. He was feeling good and was bringing the fight to the front of the field, but going to hang on, still in the mix.
Now he puts himself in the situation we had with Ingersoll and Harris. A 2 to a 4 on the overall tally. He needs someone to get in between him. He needs a little bit of help. And it's a tough pill to swallow when you go into Moto 3 and it's almost out of your control. As we see the dog, no digging anymore, must have found the bone.
He's locked in here, yep. Shout out to our scorers as well. I know our flagger looked like he's iced up. Shoulders looking good this morning.
Yeah, El Pistol Petey, this is his last day here. As we look at the Utica Rome Speedway top 8, we only had 8 entries in this class. So you got Mason Wager, Nick Kaika, Cameron Arline, Case Shortsleeve, Jamison Shellock, Levi Bond, Carter Boniface, and Cohen Merritt round out the top 8. Zach, you want to talk about innovation? You see that groomer right there, the snowmobile trail groomer? Well, Mr. Zielinski tells me that's an 18-foot wide groomer. Guess how wide the track is? 18 feet.
Wow.
So he's going innovative. He's grooming the track now with the snowmobile groomer.
I like it.
As we look at the Utica Rome Speedway 50cc e-bike overall tally going into Moto 3, Wager on a 1-1. Kaika on the 2-2. As we look at the Ted's Body Shop live drone, getting ready to drop the gate here on Moto number 28. Mini combined, only a few motos away from handing out some hardware. Like we were talking about, anybody top 3, 258 or 458, you're going to want to stop and talk to DC from D3 on the podium. And if you think you are a Moto overall champion, you're going to want to stop and talk to him in Moto 3. So we wait. What's up, Weatherby? Look back at the camera. Yep, he was getting yelled at. Put that Duke card up. Let's go. I can hear it in the headset now. Hurry it up. So 2 card going up here. Mini combined 9 to 13. Moto 28 on your docket. Moto 29, 55 plus and 30 BC going onto the gate. Moto 30, 125 2-stroke. You should be going in the staging area. And the gate is down. We got a KTM rider coming in from the outside. Looks like a gas rider sneaking up the inside. Everybody out of the first turn clean. We'll wait till they come up the big hill back by the pits. We'll get some numbers. That is the 9 of Aiden Held. So Held, after a couple bad motos yesterday, I don't even want to call them bad motos, we just don't know what happened. He wasn't up front. He's found something here late yesterday and into today. And Aiden Held showing the speed we expect. Because I believe that's the 101 of Corthus now in second. So Held trying to run away from him here early as the rest of the field starts to cycle through. I see the 14 of Harrison Vagel up there inside the top 5. He'll try and make some move. We got one rider going around the outside. That was a bulldog move. Oh, and he ends up stuffing the front. I believe that was the 49 of Jackson Wright, one of our championship contenders. So it was a great move to go around the outside. He just trusted that berm a little too much. See if maybe we got a replay of that. He definitely stuffed the front in that berm as he was going around the outside. Just like that, Jackson Wright has a lot of work to do if he wants to be a part of this championship fight. As we turn back to the leader, the 9 of Aiden Held. He got the start. He's trying to run away from him. The 101 of Bentley Corthus there. As we're going to let live timing start to update, and we'll see how this is going to unfold. Aiden Held, your first moto winner, looking at a 1-1 Bentley Corthus on a 5-2. Harrison Vagel, your third place rider, on a 4-3. And we'll wait to see where Jackson Wright ends up after he was able to pick the bike back up. He comes across the line in 7th. So Jackson Wright, really the first mistake we've seen out of Wright all weekend long. We'll keep an eye on the 49 KTM jump back to the front. You see the 14 of Vagel, your third place rider. It looks like Walters on the 325, skying that tabletop out along the wood line. I believe he's gotten around Cassidy on the 74. So Walters on the move as this overall has been flipped upside down if your name is not Aiden Held. As you look overall as they run, a big points gap to Corthus, Vagel, Wright, and Cassidy. Looking at the Verb Prospect app, it looked like Aiden Held head-to-head with Bentley Corthus 6-0. So Corthus is going to have to dig deep and find something if he wants to get up here and challenge for the Moto win. Currently, the story is that mistake from Jackson Wright right now. Jackson Wright was not right when he went around the outside. Stuffed it in the berm, laid it down on that first moto. You lose a lot of positions when you're on the ground. I believe we might have found him here on screen. That is the 325 of Walters and the 49 of Wright. So Wright, a man on a mission now. He knows he's got to get all the way to the front. Looks like he's up into fourth. Vagel looks back. He's not going to like what he sees. You can't read the number on the front, but he's about to read the number on the back because Wright is coming in a hurry. As the 14 rider of Harrison Vagel holding down that third place spot. Now Walters trying to push back on Wright. Cassidy kind of hanging out there in the back. Don't sleep on Cassidy. We've seen some speed out of him this weekend as well. And now Walters pushing Wright to the back of Vagel. Zach, these little guys are putting on a show right now.
Yeah, bold move there from Wright going way to the outside, but it looks like it might actually work out for him. That was a way wide line, and he pulls back away from Walters ever so slightly. Now going to run up the inside of Vagel. Good job.
Got to be careful here.
Yeah.
If Vagel starts slowing him up, that's going to let Walters creep right back into this thing.
Such a tough spot to be in, offense and defense at the same time. Got to take the chance to try to make the pass happen, but set yourself up for potentially being passed.
Looks like we got one rider down on the uphill. That is a tough place to be down. We see one of our track crew going to go over and help guide some riders around. Looks like he's starting to get up. Just an awkward place to fall, really.
Well, you got a bike on one side of the track and a rider on the other. White flag out, one to go for Aiden Held, who has continued to kind of step up throughout the weekend. Didn't start things off the way he was hoping, but man, has he turned things around as we started to close out first motos.
And Corth has been sitting there consistently in second. As we look at now, you see the change as the live timing updated. Jackson Wright was able to jump up into the second position overall. See that number 2 next to his name on the live timing and scoring. Looking at the lap times, Jackson Wright, fastest rider on track by almost a second. But that mistake on the first lap really cost him big time. He was making the pass for about third. Just lost the front in that berm. And they fell back to about 6th, 7th, maybe worse. Now here's a name, Zach, we see popping up on the screen. Jackson Lappin back in 9th. Maybe the first time we've seen Jackson Lappin slip up this weekend as well. See if we can see what he got in the first moto.
3rd.
Yeah, so something happened with Lappin there. So it sounds like Jackson Wright not the only one making mistakes out here, and that's why we saw the overall was so wide open for Held.
Yeah, and our prospect app tells us he's running P4 pace. Look at this, the battle wages on. We saw Walters going for the pass on Wright. It still looks like Vagel's up ahead.
I think we got Wright over here. I think Wright has gotten around Vagel.
Oh, yes, yeah, so now it is.
Now Walters going after Vagel.
So Vagel now in the 4th spot, Walters in 5th.
Good to see that rider that was down on the hill is up and riding again. He'll just bring it back to the pit. As these guys are going to race all the way to the finish. Aiden Held not racing anybody but himself right now. We don't know what happened earlier in the weekend. That was the finger gun. That was the Cooper Webb finger gun. The only problem was there was nobody back there to shoot him. That bullet missed, and Jackson Wright, you can see it in his body language, just unhappy with himself.
So 9 mil from the number 9 here, popping off at the finish. Oh,
yeah,
he's pumped up.
Not happy. The 94, 49, whatever we're running here. We got 94 on the back, 49 on the jersey. Jackson Wright not happy with himself. He knows he made that mistake early in the moto, and without something happening to help, probably cost himself a chance at the overall. But you got to be here for Moto 3 as we look at the Utica Rome Speedway breakdown. Top 10, mini combined 9-13. Held, Korthus, Wright, Vega, Walters, Cassidy, Lebensky, Lappin only able to get up to 8th. Not sure what happened early on. We look at that overall tally, as we said, Held with a significant lead here. 3 points, not insurmountable, but the way he's riding right now, that's going to be a tough task for Wright. Korthus hanging on there with a 5-2 in the 3rd overall position. And that will lead us to Moto 29, 55 plus and plus 30 BC.
Once again, going to be rolling directly into 3rd motos, no intermission, so make sure races 1 and 2, you are up, getting things figured out, getting prepped, and getting ready to crown some champions. Yep, absolutely. Josh going to go make sure we are ready to do some celebrating down on the podium. Make sure that cheese pizza is as good as the pepperoni was. As gates down, plus 30 BC and plus 55. It's a 2-hand door, Josh. There we go, clean start. And I believe this is plus 30 BC taking off 2nd. Drag race into turn number 1. And sounds like we've got our man DC from D3 standing by. Dom, what's up?
Hey guys, I'm just working off that pizza here. I'm at the bottom of the old finish line jump. As a guy's about to go by me right now, the track is in pristine shape. The dirt is nice and tacky. The lines behind me were really rough yesterday, but with the rain, the lines are now more inside, giving the guys a faster way around that track. At 11:30, we got the pro race coming up. You're going to want to tune in for that and watch these pro riders race here, because the track is not as rough. It's going to be some high flying for these pro guys, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah, you said it, DC. The best still yet to come is championship motos going to be coming up, and the first of our championship motos possibly going to be that 250A moto at 11:30. 2-moto format for both of our A classes. Everyone else running 3 motos. As the battle at the front of the field, I can't quite make out the numbers, but it's a Kawasaki leading the way. They'll come through time and scoring here in just a moment. It's like the 5:13 ride. On my sheet here, I'm going to wait 30 seconds and I'll have the exact names and numbers thanks to the Verve Prospect app and timing and scoring. But down the hillside we go. It is Daryl Smith leading the way, the Whitney Point, New York native. Out front, Wayne Powers in the number 2 spot. Shows Powers on a Yamaha, but that is definitely not one. Paul Burfine, Don Clark, and Doug Small, your top 5 early on in this one. And just like DC was talking about, the way these riders are setting up the corners, changing a lot from day 1 to day 2. Let's see, the KTM going to swing wide this time. Cuts back underneath. I don't think he was close enough to make something happen, but I've been wrong before. How about it? The KTM steals the lead away. So Wayne Powers puts it into the number 1 ride. Daryl Smith going to have to go back to work. We'll drop back. That's the 55 plus class. Nick Macklis leads the way in 30 BC. Cody Ernest and John Beach. 1, 2, and 3. Derek Miller, your first moto winner, back in the 4th place spot. Meanwhile, Daryl Smith was hoping for a 1-1, but at the moment, looking at a potential 2-1, 1-2 scenario if Powers hangs on in this one. Again, hats off to the whole track crew getting things prepared yesterday, immediately following the checkered flags. Yeah, they were working literally through the night, and just like Josh said, they were up long after we went to bed and up long before I ever got up. So big hats off to the whole crew. It truly takes a village, and with Mother Nature throwing her name in the hat as well, you never quite know what you're going to get with the track crew and the track itself. Holding the moisture very well, and look at this, holding right now is Wayne Powers, trying to hold off Daryl Smith. Looked like Powers was starting to stretch things out, and then Smith hit the nitrous button and got right back to the back of him. And taking a look, Powers does hold on to the fastest lap of the moto so far, running at a 152.4 with a plus 55 class. Still knows how to get it done. Smith is close, but he's just not close enough to do anything with it right now. We'll see if maybe some lap traffic up ahead holds up your leader ever so slightly. I love it. I love it. VC got things set up down there on the podium. We'll be chatting it up and doing some celebrating once we get to these third motos. But right now, it is still Wayne Powers out front. Josh Daryl Smith was hoping to make it a 1-1, but Powers not making it easy on him, as they'll be seeing a white flag, I believe, this time across.
Zach, a secret I should keep for myself. The trophy girls are down here at the podium handing out candy bars. So if anybody wants one, get down there before I get back over there. Mr. Dominic Cittadino, Mr. Cittadino, if we could have you report to the podium here. You're going to have to be stationed there for our championship interviews after this moto coming up. We do want to ask, if you did win your championship, you are able to take pictures with the trophies and the #1 plates that are down on the podium. Please leave them on the podium after they are not titled per class. You can collect your official #1 plate down at the sign-up shed later in the day. As we got the patented high voltage New York State Championship candy bars out. This has become a regular thing that the Zelinskis do to show appreciation to everybody coming out. Unfortunately, Kevin has the credit card and he blows the budget on candy bars. I heard the number last year and I had to make sure it was the number that I heard. And they might still be eating candy bars from last year right now.
Yeah, well, you know, got to be better safe than sorry.
They certainly didn't run out, I can attest to that.
I tried to help as much as I could. I may have had more than one, so.
Hey, your secret is safe here.
Here we go, coming down to the final few corners on the final lap of plus 55 and Vet 30 BC. As Wayne Powers trying to hang on to it. Two corners to go here. And there it is, checkered flag. Powers gets the job done. Daryl Smith just behind in the #2 spot. You guys give each other some props. Man, did you see that spot over there? Oh, I saw it, dude.
I saw it. I was right behind you. You almost died, and I almost died with you.
I saw God, as Phil Nicoletti would say.
I saw him at Unadilla last week watching God. Oh, yeah. No, I didn't see God. I hope I don't see God. I saw Phil at Unadilla. I said, Phil, you wishing you were out there? He's turned around and gave me a dirty look. No, he didn't want to be out there.
And I'm sure it was bleep no. That was probably the answer.
Well, we'll keep this family friendly, and we won't quote him. As we watch the rest of our 55-plus riders and our plus 30 BC riders finish up their run. Going to jump into the last moto of the set, moto number 30, 125 two-stroke. Again, this is one of the ones that is special to us this weekend. We lost a good friend of ours, Vinny Grasso, a little earlier this year. Vinny was always a 125 two-stroke rider. Not really much of a racer. Vinny just liked to ride for fun. Harleys, he would ride the 24-hour races in the woods, one of them kind of guys. And two wheels was his thing. So, Vinny, we missed you dearly. And this class is dedicated to Vinny all weekend. All the money from the signups for this class was given to Vinny's girlfriend. And we also had a donation from Lance at L&D Automotive down in Yorkville, New York. If you look down in the corner, an awesome thing from the guys at Racer TV. Thank you so much. Cool. We put Vinny's number plate up down there. That was a memorial number plate that was made and handed out just to keep Vinny's memory alive here. So thank you to the guys in the trailer putting that up for us. We're going to run that just for this class. As one rider goes down here, had a good start. That's going to be a tough break for him.
Only thing worse than going down on the start is going down when you had a good start, you know?
As you're laying on the ground watching everybody fly by.
Hopefully just watching and not feeling it.
So we'll check in with our leaders here. I believe I saw the 21 an hour up front in the top grouping. We got a black bike. I think that's finally, we might have a Travis Schneider sighting. Someone we expected to see up front just based on how he performed down at the ranch. And that is Schneider on the 582. And it should be Nauer there in second. So now Schneider finally got a start. He's just been kind of hanging back in that 5th place area most of the weekend. So we'll see if he can convert this into something to build off of and end the weekend on a high note.
3 wide just behind him heading into that corner. 3rd, 4th, and 5th all going to work.
He's running that bright yellow chest protector. You can take that thing off, bud. There is nobody in front of you to roost you. Shave a little weight. You got to shave all the weight you can on these 125s.
I like this matchy though.
Yeah, I bet his mom likes him more than we do.
Yeah, no, you know where he's at.
There's a highlighter flying through the air. That's my son. Is he still on the bike, though?
Yeah,
as long as he's on the bike, we're good. As we see Dan Barry working his way through, he is up inside the top 5 as well. We'll get the live timing up when they hit this transponder loop, and we'll get a full rundown. I think, is that a 37? I think that might be Durkot.
Yeah, I think you're right. Durkot.
It's been a while since we saw Durkot out here. He runs those novice classes. So yesterday that 250 moto was already done. He started the day Moto 1, so it's been probably 20 motos since he's been out here. So track's certainly different than what he saw the last time he was out here.
Yeah, Durkot, I believe, in that first moto this morning as well, in that 450C class. So very different from the, I don't want to say it was smooth there on Moto 1, but certainly smoother than it is right now.
And a different bike in general. Obviously, we're not running a 125 two-stroke in the 450C class.
You can.
So you can. You're going to have your work cut out for you. But he's making it work right now as we see him lose a spot there with a little mistake.
Yeah, went just a little too far wide, didn't get the exit of the corner he was
looks like the 74. I believe that's going to be Preston Waite. Now Barry going to try and go around the outside of Waite. Actually, Waite has gotten around Barry, so my mistake, I missed that pass.
Schneider, Nauer, and Waite, I believe, 1, 2, and 3. It's liable to change at any second.
So once we hit the stripe, it should go to Schneider and Nauer. I guess Durkot and then Waite, correct? If I'm not wrong. Or the Waite got around Durkot as well. So now we see the top 2, Schneider, Nauer starting to close it up a little bit. True. As you see Schneider, a lot of points, but only 1 overall win. Leads me to believe Travis has been spending a lot of time at some big races around the country. So you see the 9th, the top 10 finish at Loretta's in the 125 junior class this year. The top 10 at Loretta's is a huge accomplishment. That's why I was saying it was odd to see him not up here at the front. It's something we would expect to see out of Schneider. If you look at that overall as they run a 1-2 for Nauer, 3-1 for Schneider. Schneider really needs his moto win, not just for his own confidence, but for the overall As you see, Wait on a 4.3, Widger 2.5, and Barry 5.4 as they run.
And you can see just how chopped out the inside of that corner specifically has gotten. It's almost like a built-in roller section through there. Now we're going to swing out wide. Definitely carrying more speed, but does it equal any increase in position? Maybe a bike length or so.
It'll be interesting to see if we can get the lap times up on screen, what the last lap was, to see if Nauer is closing the gap at all, because on screen it looks like, and here we go.
Yeah, about 0.3 faster.
A little bit faster, not a lot, but this lap it looks like he's starting to close in a little bit more. You see Wait, Meatop, not sure, Meatop back in 7th, so must have had a bad start or something. Meatop, one of the faster riders on track as we go back, and here now, he's got the clamps locked on the back of Schneider.
Yeah, Nauer launched that big triple and soaked up a few more bike lengths right back to the rear wheel of Schneider. But again, catching him is very different than passing him.
I don't know if you saw it. He just went for a tear off there. I saw 3 or 4 flutter to the ground. So that could be maybe grabbed a handful on accident. I'm not sure if he's going to have any left.
Really
the way he's riding, it might not matter.
Wow, what a move from Nauer.
Power move.
And a little look over, too. Headed down into the sand pit.
Schneider swears him up. Nauer makes a little mistake. Nauer just seems like he's got a little bit more power going up that hill. You could tell by camera angle. He's a little bit of a smaller rider than Schneider, and when you get on these 125 bikes, the weight difference can really weigh these bikes down. As Schneider now going to have to go to work.
Might be that chest protector.
It might be. He's going to have to throw it off right here. Dump it off. Tell one of the track crew guys to bring it back to the pit for me.
Schneider got stood up just a bit through that corner as well. Had to kind of reset.
Not giving up though, Zach. No. He's got a little bit of a fight left in him. He's starting to run out of time, unfortunately.
He's right there.
There we go, though. Oh, a good line. Oh, he was a little friendly about it. A little friendly about it. He definitely could have made contact there and made things really interesting. But he's still hanging on, latched onto the back of him. Now this, as you already start to see that gap lengthen, and this is the problem he ran into when he was going on that uphill, as Nauer was just able to pull him out. Now he's closed back up on him though, but he's running out of time in a hurry. Got a lap rider going to get out of the way. That will not affect anything. As Nauer looks over at him, he knows where he is, so he's going to block that inside. Not for lack of effort. A good ride from Schneider. Nice to see him up here finally battling for a Moto win. I'm sure he expected to be up here all weekend, but he wasn't able to get it done as Nauer was snatched it from him with 1 lap to go. The rest of the field finishing through. Again, thank you to Nick and everybody at High Voltage, Lance at L&D, for being so generous to take all the money out of your pocket and hand that over to Vinny's girlfriend. I'm sure she is going to be able to appreciate that. MJ, we all love you here at High Voltage. You're always in our thoughts, and we just hope Vinny and his family, as Vinny has passed away, pardon me, MJ and her family, and Vinny's passing doesn't hurt them too much, and they're able to move on and cherish his memory, really.
Absolutely, yeah.
As we try and keep it alive here at High Voltage for them. As we look at the Utica Speedway top 10 two-stroke, Chadwick Nauer, like we said, snatched it from Schneider there on the last lap.
And that's going to set things up pretty interesting. Nauer with that 1-1 gets a bit of a gap points-wise for the championship, so Schneider going to need some help in Moto 3 if he wants a chance at the title. But that was, correct me if I'm wrong, was that the last of our second motos?
That was the last of our second motos. It is time to start handing out some hardware.
So just like that, it is Championship Sunday. Here's the 2026 New York State Amateur Motocross Championship at High Voltage Hills MX. And the college boy class going to be the first of our motos looking to crown a champion here today. And I tell you what's going to be interesting is college boy, you talked about how stacked it is with A riders. We're more than likely going to have the A class close to right after this.
I just checked my phone to look at the time. We're looking at 22 minutes until that A moto at 11:30. So we'll see if they all showed up. Possibly someone makes a business decision, maybe skips this moto. Also a business decision to go out, though, because you're going to get a good look at the track that these other riders are not going to have. So we'll see who made the call. 22 entries. It looks like everybody is there. A little bit of a tough jump for Ozog there. He's buried in the middle. Out front, it's Ingersoll. So Ingersoll sitting on a 1-1 with the early moto lead. Really making a statement here in College Boy. A rider we normally see battling towards the front, but never someone we've ever seen in College Boy really take control of this class like he has this weekend.
Yeah, big weekend for Ingersoll, no doubt about it. As you can see, some of the square-edged lips on those rollers that are developing as well. Ingersoll floating the valves on it up and over the old finish line. We continue to watch here at the top of College Boy, 18 to 24. Going to find out for sure whether or not that Pro Moto is coming up next or not. I know it should be right around the 11:30 mark. Wrapping up that two-stroke moto, and now we focus on championship mentality here for motos number 3. Race number 1, College Boy, 18 to 24. As we'll take a look here for lap number 1, Tijan Ingersoll leads the way as Jack Nerona not far behind in that number 2 spot, 1-1 and 2-2. You know that Nerona would at least love to get a moto win over Ingersoll here today. But Tijan has been on fire so far this weekend. Looking great on track, tossing some whips in contests yesterday as well. Got to be overall satisfied with his performance. It's Nerona. Howard Vagel up towards the front here in this one. Ozog and Walter rounding out the top 5 there on lap number 1. Tijan Ingersoll has had some high performances in the regional areas. A couple of good rounds as well in the Moto Masters MX series. And he has not claimed his profile on Verve Prospects. So Tijan, you walk away with a state championship, brother. You got to claim your profile. He's ranked 9,267. He's in the top 10 grand there.
Well, we saw Ingersoll last night in the whip contest. He's probably claiming that check first.
Yeah, right.
He might get around to the profile after. Want to make an announcement to everybody on site. We are going to run this moto and moto number 2, 40 plus. And then we're going to load the gate for our 250 A moto at 11:30. So if you are in that A moto, obviously you knew it was going to be 11:30. You're going to have this moto and one more, and then you'll be on the gate. Don't forget, if you're coming to the track or going from the track, the podium girls are handing out candy bars down here outside the podium. Might have to wrestle one away from DC, from D3. I don't really want to wrestle him. He's kind of...
He doesn't look like he's been eating a lot of chocolate bars, I'll put it like that.
I don't think he's going to, but you never know. You got to indulge sometimes.
That's true.
Could be a cheat day for him.
Might be, yeah.
As we look at lap times, looks like Harrison Vagel, the fastest on track right now, sitting in 3rd place. Pardon me, that might be Howie. Sorry, there's 5 of them. I talked to their mother. There's 5 of them. They all start with an H. Tell me how confusing that'll be for her. So Howard is the man on the move right now. Unfortunately, he started a little farther back. It's kind of the first sighting we've had of Howard Vagel. I know yesterday or even Friday maybe I saw him have some bike problems. Maybe something he's been kind of sorting out as the weekend's gone along.
Yeah, Nerona and Ingersoll have whipped it back up a couple seconds faster than Vagel on that last lap too. So We talked about two riders getting to a battle. Sometimes it picks the speed up for them, and that's exactly what the two KTMs have done here at the top of College Boy. Should be looking at a white flag for the 225 here.
And we start to see the overall as they run with all three motos factored in.
This one could change here on the last lap. Nerona, I think maybe just a little faster on that last lap. He's going to have to take this position away, though. Ingersoll not giving him anything.
So you wonder what's going on in the mind of Ingersoll. He knows he can let him by and still win the championship. But we know as a racer, you're not just letting him by most times. The ego usually takes over for the common sense when it comes to these situations.
Yeah, especially in these college and schoolboy classes. You know, the kids are still pretty fired up to prove what they've got. The chips on the shoulders kind of stay there. And Nerona making him work for it right now for sure. Ingersoll hanging on.
Look at the lap times. They just dropped 4 seconds off the lap. The pace really picked up, like you were saying.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. Ingersoll's been using these outsides. Nerona up the inside and makes it happen. Steals the win away, but it's not going to be enough for the title. But Ingersoll doesn't care. He wants the sweep here in College Boy. Little bobble from Nerona right there afterwards.
Ingersoll knew, though, in the back of his mind, you could see how he kind of stood up and let him go.
Yep.
Just let him force the issue, because if he wanted to, Nerona could have put him on the ground. As they work their way around. Lap rider here, honestly, he's in the main line. Okay, he's able to jump out of the line, so good.
Well, you got to wonder, too, if Ingersoll would have still been right there, that could have played a role in it. But it's going to be short for the championship, but a third moto win for Nerona. Looks back, made sure Ingersoll saw it. But Ingersoll going to walk away victorious in the grand scheme of things and be your College Boy 18-24 champion here in 2026.
First champion crown this weekend. Couldn't go to a better guy. I know Tejan personally. He puts in the hard work. He's got a day job, rides after.
I love it.
I've heard he likes to stop and do a little fishing on the way.
There you go. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, a little bit of contact there.
So we will be hearing from Mr. Ingersoll here shortly.
As it is, Jack Nerona grabbing the moto win. Tejan Ingersoll and Howard Vagel 1, 2, and 3. Ozog and Barry going to round out the top 5 for the moto. The overall picture breaks down, though, like this. Ingersoll hangs on with 4 points, a 1-1-2, beats a 2-2-1 for Nerona, and then Ozog 4s across the board. Going to be consistent enough to hang on for that third overall. So a great ride from all three of them and all of our riders here in the college class.
And gate is down just like that on our plus 40.
So we will get Tejan over to the podium here in just a moment. And we will have our very own DC from D3 chatting it up with the champs here throughout the day today as we drop the gate on Moto number 2. Once again, 250A going to be coming up after this, getting put onto the line right now. And it sounds like we've got our first champ of the weekend standing by with DC.
What's up, guys? I'm down here on the podium for the first hardware of the day. We got the number 225 of Tejan Ingersoll, put on an impressive ride this weekend. He went 1-1-2. Tegan, in the last lap, you had a little bobble back there. You let the guy on the inside. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I was just trying to keep an easy pace going. I kind of got a little bit tired the last couple laps, and he was coming in hot, so I kind of knew he had it. So, but I didn't need to win, so I just stayed behind him.
Smart move, nevertheless. You got some bills to pay. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom and my dad, Amelia Drake Photo, my girlfriend, and her family. They help out a lot. I'd like to thank Walrod Productions, AG21, FXR, Ride by Design, and just the track crew for making this track so good this weekend.
Well, there you have it, folks. The 225, Tejan Ingersoll, your College Boy, New York State champion.
All right, thanks, DC, and congratulations to Tejan Ingersoll, the first 2026 New York State champion of the weekend. As we continue to watch, that's Bobby Canary on the number 22, trying to track down Sean Nutt out front on the number 55. Jeremy Tiffany and Michael Wilcox, 3 and 4. And Ira, you can see, looking for some clear vision. He is right back to the rear wheel of Sean Nutt. Now pulls up alongside. He got caught up in that thick stuff going out wide. He's going to try it again this time. Slingshots around the outside. So Sean Nutt holding strong under pressure. Once again, 250A coming up next. Should be getting put on the line right now. Look at this side by side coming to the finish line right there. Canary up the inside. It's not enough to make the pass happen yet, but they were about as close as they've been and could be without coming together. What a move!
Ricky Bobby.
That's
slingshot engaged.
We're going to call that the Canary
Oh, Sean Nutt does not want to give it up.
How about it?
That was probably the fastest I've seen anybody hit that corner today, even all weekend.
Absolutely sent it. As Canary now takes over the number 1 spot. But Sean not laying over here. And he is far from finished.
This is a bit of a tough ask from Nutt, someone that hasn't really ridden that much. I know he touched on Canary being out of the sport for a little while, but it's hard to run down a former pro because that pedigree is still in him. You know, one of these guys like this, you can almost tap into that skill anytime you throw a leg over the bike.
Well, and you can see Canary is pretty good at using it when he needs to. He'll have like a flash, a straightaway here, a section there, and then he backs it back down when he needs to. So, yeah, to your point, those riders that, you know, were able to do that at such a high level for any period of time, they know themselves well enough to know how hard they need to push, and it was just enough for Bobby Canary. Oh, that's a white flag. I thought we saw it on the last lap. Yeah, so still a lap to go here.
So you can still download the Vert Prospect app. Just scan that QR code. Bobby Canary might not have raced soon enough at Loretta's to pop up on there. It's been a long time since we've seen Bobby running some amateur races as they worked their way around the lapper. The lapper held him up just a little bit, but he started to gap Nutt a little bit longer. We're looking at 1-2-1 and 2-1-2, so this will give Canary the overall. But not letting it go easy.
Yeah, he's a tough nut to crack, as he is
always been kind of a stubborn bulldog kind of rider. You can see it in the way he rides. He just kind of muscles his way around the track, whereas Canary's a little bit more technical. Interesting line choices. Okay, the lapper forced him. He had to follow because the lapper was there. So Nutt was kind of forced to go to the inside, but here we go. Another lap rider could affect this.
They all funnel together.
So now, Canary, thread the needle. Oh,
that was crucial. He had to sim that. He could not afford to check up on that section of track. It's too high speed and would have lost too much time.
Gets a little sketchy. They come up on these guys so fast.
Yeah, risks it for the biscuit. Here we go. Final stretch. And it looks like it will be. Bobby Canary hanging on for it. The 22 gets the job done. Welcome back.
Yeah, I see a little frustration in Nutt. He kind of gave that one away. He was right there. That's one of those things you'd rather lose by 10 seconds than 1 second, especially when the championship's on the line and he's the only guy you got to beat. But nonetheless, you let that anger fade, and Sean will be a much happier person a little later. Hard to find a day when Sean's at the track not smiling. As you look at the fastest laps of the day for this class, Canary on that 1:43.9.
And Tiffany and Wilcox taking it all the way down to the line as well. 4.3 and 5.4 for them coming into this final moto. And we'll have Bobby Canary over on the podium here in just a minute or two. And add a state championship to the collection.
He's going to get the full screen interview, I think. We've got 6 minutes till we drop the gate on that 250 moto.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Bobby is the opposite of Vagel. He is
Bobby's not in that 250A moto, is he?
No, I'm just saying we got to wait a little bit because the gate's going to drop at 11:30. So we got a little time to kill. I'm sure Bobby will gladly fill that time. He's a man of many words, the opposite of Vagel.
And we will get ready to send things down to the podium here in just a moment. DC from D3 going to be chatting it up with our champ. And yeah, we may not see Bobby Canary on the podium. He is in this 250A moto, so he may be going straight back to the gate.
Well, I'll tell you what, I bet if DC goes to the line, Bobby will still give his podium interview.
He definitely might.
And he'll be smiling the whole time.
We'll see whether or not anything.
That would be hand deliver a #1 plate to the start line. I've never seen that before.
How about it?
Put it right on the front number for the next moto.
We will
Run
find
that
out
around.
What the fitness is like, that's for sure. As Canary right back to the line. I love it. The Iron Man. And while we wait, going to be getting ready to send things off here in just about 5 minutes. We talked about the evening festivities happening here on site at High Voltage Hills, and one of the fan favorites, the rider favorites, one of my favorites, it's the whip contest. We've got money up for grabs, and it's all about how big you're willing to send it. And the guys were doing just that. I mean, sending it, I got sand in my eyes. It was crazy. I mean, I've seen some big ones here over the years, but that might have been some of the biggest whips that we've had here at the High Voltage Whip Contest. $1,000 to your winner, $750 to second, and $500 for that third place spot. Some of them throwing to the left, throwing to the right.
Some of them brought their A game last night.
Some of them throwing, and I'm like, I cannot believe that even came back.
It was a good night to not be a judge, I can tell you that.
No doubt about it. There was Tejan Ingersoll, Hudson Vagel out there, tossing some style for the fans.
Woo! That was big time.
And I believe that is Bartholomew. And at the end of the day, it would be Bartholomew grabbing the $1,000.
Yeah, top three, Bartholomew, Ingersoll, and Vagel was the top three there last night.
That's a good night right there.
Not a bad night. $1,000 to go toss the bike around a little bit. And I wouldn't even hit the jump, but hey, props to them.
All right, we got DC standing by with our champ.
Guys, I'm down here on the line here. I ran here. Bobby was supposed to be on the podium, but he's got to be on this line for the next race. Bob, you were out there. You had a great moto. You took the overall for the New York State Championship. Tell us about it.
Yeah, overall great moto. It's awesome to be out there riding with old friends like Sean Nutt. I had a ride out there this week. This has been awesome. I had a riot out there this week. It was a riot riding with some old friends, Jeremy Tiffany, Sean Nutt, battling for the win. And man, what a great event. I'm looking forward to coming back next year. Just excited to be here. Going to try and back up another top three here in this moto and see what we can come out with.
Yeah, you rode really well here. You're the #1 rider in that class this year. You got some bills to pay here. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, obviously my wife, all my friends, family, Ryan Blizzard's down here helping me with the start. Scott asked me over, let me take a shower with him. Not with him, as you were, at his motorhome. Let's clarify. But no, overall, just a great experience. Scuba, Steve Westfall, man, he's been behind me, helping me get back into riding, and it's been a good time, man. I'm happy to be here, be with you guys. FXR supplying me with some gear, keep me looking sharp. Heatwave goggles, new brand out there. Check those out. They're great.
Well, it's great to see you back, buddy. You're the champion here. Have some fun in this moto, and hope to see you back on the box.
Great, thanks, guys.
You bet.
So there you have it. Bobby Canary not even needing the sight lap. He just got a couple of sight laps.
Yeah,
while,
he knows all the lines.
Yep. And
apparently he knows where to take a shower as well. Good catch on his part.
Very clear what did and did not happen. Always a ton of fun to be able to talk to him. And
Bobby, always been a riot, a ton of personality, regardless of where you find him. He's always got a smile on his face, ready to crack some jokes and have some fun. And yeah, look at him solo out there on the start line. Didn't even seem like he was breathing heavy at all. I think he's ready to go. Bobby's he's on the SWAT team for the state. He's one of the trainers, so. Uh-oh, what do we have here? Bartholomew down on the sight lap?
Oh, no.
Well, this is a first.
So
not sure what happened.
This was the winner from your whip contest yesterday.
Looks like he's up and walking something with his leg. I'm not sure what is going on here.
Flagger making sure his leg's okay as he's got a bit of a walk to get back to the bike.
Yep, he definitely went down. You see it on his helmet, on his shoulder. He's kind of shaking it out a little bit. That is, his bars, are those bars bent?
Definitely bent.
We got a Cooper Webb situation here.
It definitely happens. We saw it a time or two out at Loretta's as well, out on the sight lap, maybe wanting to test a certain line. You know, we call it a sight lap, but you are able to go as fast as you would like on the sighting lap. Might have been trying to find some kind of line, test something out, and he's having problems getting that machine put back into neutral as well.
It looks like he's got a clutch problem. It keeps trying to jump on him, so not sure if the damage from the bars kind of messed the clutch up. Obviously, you can see it bent up there. I'm not sure.
You can see the clutch side.
I guess he's got it going, so we'll see if Lincoln gets back to the line. Obviously, that's probably going to affect his race at minimum. He's going to have some bent bars and a bent clutch. Something that we're not able.
All right, down to the podium with DC.
What's up? Another podium here pretty quickly. We got Jerry Suits, the number 74 in the 40B class. He took the win. He went 1-1-1. Talk about that.
That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. I came here to do this, to get this plate. That's all I can say. I want to thank everybody that supports me, my family, my son Seth. I can't thank you guys enough.
Well, there you have it. He's choked up right now. We got the number 1 plate. Your winner, 40B, Jerry Suits.
Hey, I love it. I love the emotion. That's what it takes. Everybody puts in a ton of work, a ton of effort, and a ton of money as well to be able to get out here to the races, to get yourself in the kind of shape it takes to be able to get a championship. So a huge congratulations there for him. As
we talk about the national stage a lot here, but this is kind of the national stage for a lot of the riders here in New York. And you see the emotion, you can hear it in his voice. This is the Lorettas of New York for a lot of these guys, and that's why they show up like they do. And obviously he's got a lot invested in this, and good to Jerry. Awesome to see him back out here. I know I don't hear it directly from him. The rumor was he bought that bike for his son. His son didn't want to ride it, so Jerry said, well, whatever, I'll ride it then.
I love it.
And since I saw Jerry race early in the year, he's been a staple every weekend there.
Showing what he's capable of, no doubt about it, and the championship to add to the collection is there. You see Trevor Schmidt shaking things out. He's rocking the red gear here in Moto number 2 of 250A.
I tried bribing his dad there, Donnie, with the gray hat. I tried bribing him. Can we get him to start backwards? Maybe give him a head start of some sort, and he was not interested.
Yeah, we'll just pack his gate full. And Bartholomew still going to line up. Good to see the number 50.
Oh, that was a pretty sweet handshake.
I love it. Very similar to the one I've got with my dad.
Really? That's
down,
awesome.
up, boom, and then a little elbow.
Hell yeah, I like it.
Got it locked in. I'll be late to the gate before I won't do that.
That's awesome. I'm sure, obviously, a ritual for you and your dad, obviously for Lincoln and his dad.
It's always cool to see as well. I know even out at Loretta's, you got a lot of rituals, everybody doing this glove first or tap, pointing up. Everybody's kind of got their thing they like to do.
We are about to go racing here. We see the one card about to go on the Ted's Body Shop live drone. Let's see if someone can beat Schmidt to the first turn. Unfortunately, that alone feels like a win in this class. We might have him. We got West on the inside. He sneaks away.
I mean, it's just those last couple feet headed into the corner. He's not shutting off. And Trevor Schmidt finds himself out front once again.
Couple riders going down. I saw Lucio in the back there. He was down. A bad start for Josh Clark. Not a bad start for Schmidt. I saw Fortin up there with him, the 111 on the back of the jersey, and Caden West up there in the third place ride.
So let's see what Fortin's got in this one. He was applying the pressure to Schmidt early on in Moto 1 before going down. Caden West up in the mix as well in Moto number 1. But these guys now starting to battle with each other. Just watching Schmidt get smaller and smaller up ahead.
Our fourth place rider, Logan Ford, we saw yesterday, had the whole shot in that first moto. Immediately had a bike problem. I don't recall seeing Logan out there much yesterday after that. So it looks like whatever was wrong, he got that situated. And he's going to get back out here and dice it up with the boys in Moto 2. And there's Canary on the outside, I believe, in that white helmet. So right back to it, back to work.
Is that forward or is that Bartholomew?
That is forward on the green bike. I believe that's Lincoln just ahead. As Bobby's got a 3-for-1.
How about it?
I don't know what comes after a BOGO.
That's a state champion move right there. Is knew how to get the job done. And you know, a lot of people talk about the quick turnaround. We can even go back to the time between the girls class and the women's class. Some sit there and say, oh man, it can be really hard on the body. But if you're in shape, oftentimes it helps. You've already warmed up, you're loosened up as well. And sometimes you find yourself performing better in the second of the two closed motos.
And clearly he knows the lines because he was just out there, and he looks like he used one of those lines to his advantage there. As we see West now getting into the back of Fortin. Maybe this will give Larry a push to get up to Trevor. It's becoming a tall task at that point.
Quickly. Yep. This is Schmidt doing Schmidt things. West in his, I believe this is his inaugural weekend in the A class, correct?
Yeah,
fresh off
the best of my knowledge, he raced B at Loretta's. I believe he took a week off last week. And then now here he is, a little bit of a stall, almost a false neutral.
Hitting a false neutral, I believe.
And that allows West to pull right up to the back tire of him. So we see Canary up to fourth. Paulie Best, a good run from him. Live timing has him up into the fifth place ride. That's a name we haven't seen much this weekend up front. Back to forward, McDonald, Hazlitt, and Vagel.
And if you're looking at the overalls, the zeros in the center, once again, the A class is only running 2 motos, so the data and the platform built for a 3-moto format, so we're giving everyone zeros in that second moto. So the scores that you should be looking at are the first and last. Schmidt looking at a potential 1-1, potential 2-3 for West, and Fortin a 4-2 as they run for the moment. 15 minutes plus 1 here in these pro motos.
You saw that pop up on the screen there. The Verb Prospect app says Schmidt with a 13th in Pro Sport at Loretta's in 2021. So you want to talk experience, he's 5-6 years deep in running this class.
Well, and again, we talked about that local comfort as well. It just seems like this weekend, this track, Schmidt's got a little extra swag. I don't know any other way to put it. He executes when it matters most. And yeah, when it comes to the New York State Championship, he's got to feel like he is Mr. Untouchable, at least as of the last couple of years. I believe it was you that said wasn't even sure how many times he had won it.
And when we talked to him on Friday night, we were doing the shots for the opening credits and the interviews. He asked me how many times he had won, and I honestly don't remember either. It's got to be 3 or 4 years at this point. You see West around the outside of Fortin. That was kind of a quick move. And Fortin, though. West got into that loose stuff.
We've seen that multiple times. The pass is made. They continue to fade wide, and the momentum gets taken away, and the position gets handed right back. So West's going to have to go back to work on Larry Fortin.
I see the 23 of Josh Clark up into the top 10 now. After a bad start, we'll keep an eye on him, see how far up through the pack he can get. as West pulls up alongside of him again. Fortin just seems like he's got a little bit more. I don't know if it's the engine package or his gearing, but something's giving him a little bit more coming out of these turns.
Well, I mean, again, kind of go back to the preferred line, especially in the exit of these corners. Fortin is taking a bit more of those main lines, whereas West is having to do some searching. He's finding some great lines heading into the corners, but on the exit, it just seems like he gets robbed on the power and isn't quite able to finish the job. Let's see, the Canary line.
Yeah. We've tapped it.
This is going to be the Canary corner moving forward. And it makes the pass happen.
Did not hit it nearly as fast as Bob did it, but speaking of Canary, we've lost him here in the top 10. He was up there in 4th, so not sure what happened. We'll have to see if he's still clicking through on the live timer. Yeah, his bike is off the side. I see his bike
at the top of the screen there. Hopefully.
I gotta believe it's a lot to ask out of a bone stock bike to be running the motos the way he does, so possibly, hopefully, a mechanical. We'll have to see if we can get an update on what happened to Bob. Maybe Dom, DC from D3, if you got eyes on Bobby down there, let us know if he's okay or if it's just a mechanical. A tough break. We had him up there in the top 5 early, looking to see if he could mount a charge to the front.
Again, I believe the top 3 in Moto 1 of this class as well, so was hoping to put a little change in the pocket.
As you see him down there, 16th on the running order, obviously not in the race. Hoping for Bobby's sake, it is just a mechanical. As you see Trevor Schmidt airing out that big triple along the wood line.
And just how easy
he never misses the landings. Yeah. He's jumping over the rollers, he's landing perfectly. We've seen some guys today kind of bounce off him. Trevor finds that pocket every time.
Toes are tucked in. I mean, just as technically sound as you can look.
That's how it translates into a 10th here, 10th there. And before you know it, you're losing 1-2 seconds a lap to this guy.
Stacking 140s still here today. Dropped into the 137s, I believe, at one point yesterday. Just seems like he rides it a little lower in the RPMs as well. Maybe a gear taller, and just you can almost feel and see the way these bikes look just stretched out sometimes under different riders, whereas with Schmidt, it always seems like if he needs to, the bike's able to go just a little bit more. And Trevor Schmidt, we've talked about the past success for the 746. We had the track running the different direction previous years. Now we flipped it around, and we were able to talk to him what he likes and what he thinks about this new layout here at High Voltage.
I like the track both ways, honestly. The other way was fun, but this one changes it up a lot and makes it a little more exciting. Different turns, different jumps. So I don't know. I think both ways are good. This one's faster this way, I think, but I like both ways. I don't know which one I like.
He likes it both ways.
He likes it both ways. He said it, not me.
There you have it, Schmidt. And saying he feels like this layout maybe just a tick faster than the previous, which was already not very slow. So
if I was stacking Moto wins the way he does here, I would like it both ways.
I'm telling you what, yeah, it's what can you say? I mean, at this point, and again, it's not just that he does it, but the way that he does it as well. By no means do I want to call it boring, but it gets to a point where you see those neon boots heading into turn 1, and if he's up inside the top 2 or 3 when they come around that first corner, you know, man, it's you're almost going to need a mistake from him.
It's danger time.
Yeah. And there's something to be said about being able to be comfortable in a location. Trevor even talked to us about what it takes to have success repeatedly here at this event.
You definitely get a good start, and we got the longer motos. I think they're like 20 minutes, so just keeping that pace for 20 minutes, and hopefully we'll extend those number 1s into this year. So I like when there's pressure, and I like when people are coming corners.
Well, and I think that's a big part of it too. The confidence of somebody like Trevor to be able to perform under the pressure. Like you said, this is the local Loretta's, if you will, and Schmidt's been a rider that's not only done it on a national stage somewhere like Loretta's, but lined up at the big show, at an actual pro national, and that perspective that you get. I mean, you want to talk about the butterflies. I can't imagine what it feels like to sit in the 42 best in the world, and then you come to something like the New York State Championship, not to minimize what this event is, but it is also one of those deals where you got to think, man, this is a whole different ballgame than lining up somewhere like Unadilla Pro National.
Yeah, you're talking about a guy that he didn't make the gate at Unadilla a couple weeks ago. He came up just short in the LCQ, but he was out there with those guys running the laps on the big circuit. And then to come here, it's probably almost a little bit of an ease in the stress level because you're not on a stage as big. The track is definitely difficult, but it's not the way a professional track would be. And you just saw it in the interview. It's not cocky, it's confident.
No doubt about it.
And we wanted on screen, I was going to mention this earlier, I think we got a transponder issue. It's showing Paulie best and fourth, but I'm pretty confident it's actually Bartholomew who we have on screen here. Because you see the 650 of Hazlitt behind him. Just going to go ahead and figure that is. And honestly, we saw him limping on the sight lap, so if you told him he was going to be running fourth before that sight lap, I would say he would take that.
Yeah, and it did not look like a small tip over there on the sight lap either, so just glad to see he is feeling okay and the bike's able to ride at this level.
And he's another rider making the jump to the A class. This is the first time he's done that. We talked to him Friday night. He said he saw the payout, he wanted to put some money in his pocket, and here he is.
Money talks, no doubt about it.
We're looking at the lap times. Honestly, Caden West running a lap time similar to what Schmidt is. I know Schmidt's kind of let off the pace a little bit. You said he had a 138, 139.
Yesterday. No, he's only running 140
okay, so
today.
140 today. So West is running the pace. Obviously, he's dropped Fortin, Hazlitt, and Bartholomew.
And like we said, it's that opening lap and a half or so for Schmidt. Gets out front and really clicks the afterburners right off the bat, whereas West and Fortin were playing back and forth, cat and mouse, and I think that gave him the 10 to 15 bike lengths that he needed to be able to manage from there. As soon as Schmidt's able to hit the lines that he needs, not having to look over the shoulder, play defense at all, that's when he's at his most dangerous.
You're asking yourself to catch up to a guy 5-6 seconds who's not going to make the mistake, who's not going to leave the door open.
And there's a mental side to that as well, all right? These guys all know each other. If you've watched this event over the last couple of years, you're familiar with the name of Trevor Schmidt, and you know this guy doesn't just toss it away.
He's not going to make the mistake. That's what we're saying, and really, we're showing you he's not going to make the mistake. If you start adding the years up, we got to be 10, 12 motos deep now of just ones across the board, dominant victories for the most part. I think last year he had one slip up, right? He fell in the first turn. He dropped back just a little bit, and he was able to methodically work his way to the front, and by the time we were halfway through, he had the lead, and he started to check out. So we're asking a lot from guys like West and Fortin, who are top-level riders in their own right. I mean, Larry Fortin, someone we've seen in the motos at Nationals, at 2 events this year, running inside the top 10 at Canadian Nationals, and he just does not have what it takes to beat Trevor Schmidt here. He's almost, we might be able to put Schmidt on the board out front. This is his property now.
Yeah, it definitely, he deserves a section of the track named after him or something. Holy Schmidt. Might have been what we called the step-up triple back then.
Didn't they have one of those? Where'd they have one named after? I was just saying it was
Donnie
Millville.
Schmidt,
Yeah. Not the Donnie Schmidt that fathered this one. Different Donnie Schmidt.
Didn't realize his dad's name was Donnie.
Big Donnie. Donnie's a legend around these parts.
So another lap in the books. Once again, 15 plus 1 here for our A classes. 2 moto format as well, so this is it for them. It says Moto 3 at the top, like we said, giving everybody a 0 for the quote-unquote second moto score. So Moto 3, final moto for 250A, and it's 1s across the board for the 746 at the moment.
There is West popping into the shot. He is your second place rider. Everybody kind of spread out here. A lap rider, that is Scortino on the 691. The 726 of Walters also a lap down.
We're gonna peek back through the field. A couple of good rides going on out there as well.
Still waiting for Fortin to come through. Something's going on with Fortin. Here he is dropping into the sand pit. A little bit off the pace today.
Shout out to Nico Holmes back there, picking up 6 positions so far in this moto.
See Bartholomew there in 4th with Hazlitt. right on the back of him in 5th. Here comes Holmes in 6th. Like you said, a good ride from Holmes. Another rider jumping up into the A class this year. Looking for McDonald now. As there he goes, and Josh Clark still charging through the pack. He's pulled up to the back of McDonald now. I'd be interested to see how many passes he's made at this point. I feel like he's come from pretty far back. And now Beckwith, we saw Beckwith up front earlier. He's had some problems somewhere during this moto. He's fallen back around the 11th, 12th position. As we get back on Schmidt. We're 8 laps into this one. Probably 3 more go, possibly 4. Oh, white flag is coming out. Okay.
And how about it, Schmidt, excuse me, continuing to show what he's capable of as he turns in yet another fast lap time, and this time it's the fastest of the race. So you're curious if the guy's still got gas in the tank. A 140.1 on the second to last lap shows still got plenty left to give here. And that's the beauty of getting out front and making things easy on yourself. You're able to manage the effort level as well, even if somebody like West was able to catch up to him. Got to think we're not seeing 100% out of the 746 right now, effort-wise.
You got to believe there's a little bit more in the tank. He's been on cruise control here for a while. As West, he's keeping him on as he's running the pace. It just took him a long time to get there. And Trevor, a veteran in this class, he's just going to manage that gap. All these 180 turns you see on camera here, he'll take a peek over his shoulder, and he'll manage that gap. If he sees West starting to close up, he'll ramp it up a little bit farther. As he is working his way back towards the checkered flag.
So once again, we'll be picking up with our final A moto a little later this afternoon, just about 2 o'clock or so.
On the gate should be Moto 3 57.8 250C. You guys are in staging Moto 5 Senior Mini. You should be getting geared up as this moto winds down. The checkered flag is going to be coming out for the 746 of Trevor Schmidt, keeping that 110 Racing gear clean. That Habler KTM, one of the Trevor's longtime sponsors, one of the local dealerships here. I'm sure Trevor appreciates that support. I'm sure he'll be talking about him on the podium here when he rides over to see our own DC from D3. As our finish line flagger looks extremely unhappy to be at work today. Come on, where are they? Just maximum enthusiasm.
Hey, at least he's waving the flag, right? It always drives me crazy when the checkered flag's just put out.
Our cameraman just fell off the tower. Here's a battle to the finish for a top 5 position. Bartholomew and Hazlitt. Bartholomew up there in 4th, trying to hold on to it after what we didn't even think would bring him into a moto.
Yeah.
Bars were all bent up. He looked like he was a little banged up himself. But maybe that helped him. You see some of those riders at the national level run into the porta potty. It gets the adrenaline going a little bit earlier, and it gives you a spike. As we let the rest of the field cycle through here. There is Beckwith coming through. We see the 791 of Paulie Best. He was the one that I believe had the transponder error. Bartholomew's transponder was registering as Best. As we look at the Utica Rome Speedway top 10, Trevor Schmidt obviously taking the moto win again. Caden West, a good ride in 2nd. 4th and 3rd, Bartholomew, actually your 4th place rider. Hazlitt 5th, Holmes 6th. McDonald, Clark, Ford, and Howard Vagel rounding out your top 10 here. In moto number 2, we look at the overall standings. Easy math, 1-1 equals 2, and that equals an AMA championship. We are going to go down to DC from D3. He has our moto winner, Trevor Schmidt. Take it away, Dom.
All right, guys, I'm down here on the box here with Trevor Schmidt. He went 1-1 for the weekend here, got the overall in the 250A class. Trevor, you had a commanding lead out there. You were on cruise control the whole time. Talk about that.
Yeah, I try to execute my starts. That's one of my main goals of the moto. And, yeah, I got the start and put down a few heaters. And number 20 was he was holding his own, too. He was staying right there and making me work for it. So.
Yeah, you look really good out there. Who do you want to thank to get you up here?
I want to thank my mom and my dad. They do so much for me. My girlfriend, my daughter is just born, and
Hebler's, 110 Racing, MX Boot, and everyone that helps me, and High Voltage for doing this event for, what is it, the 5th year now, and they do a great job, so thanks to them too.
Well, you heard it from the champ, Trevor Schmidt, folks.
Thank you, Dom. We'll see if we have interviews with 2nd and 3rd. I know we originally planned on doing that. We'll see if we get West and Fortin up there. While we're at it, we'll start switching back to that race number 3, 50cc 7 to 8 on the gate. You heard Trevor Schmidt talking about having that daughter that he had just had born. Congratulations, Trevor, on your beautiful baby girl. I know that changes life a lot. He's no longer racing for beer money, he's racing for diaper money, and he's going to pick up a lot of it this weekend. As we look at the Ted's Body Shop live drone, checking out some of these little guys, all smiles on the start line. Everybody having a ton of fun out here. It sounds like Mr. Dom Cittadino has our 3rd place rider. It looks like Larry Fortin. Take it away, Dom.
All right, guys, I do have Larry Fortin here. He's the only one that came up here. He's your 3rd place bronze finisher for the New York State Championship. He rode a really good race. Tell us about your racing out there.
Had a good start and tried to hang on with Trevor, and he kind of yanked me. But I just got a good start, pumped up real bad, and tried my best to stay around. Caden went around me pretty easily, but just tired. I struggled getting off, like not doing anything, and then going out and racing. So a little bit of arm pump, but it should be good for next one.
Well, you got up here. You got some sponsors you might want to thank here. Who do you want to thank to get you on the box today?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my girlfriend, 60, ZRT Throttles, Evans Power Sports, FXR, and I think that's it. I don't know.
Well, there you go. You have it from the number 3 bronze rider for the New York State Championship. Back up to the booth, guys.
Thank you, Dom. Congratulations, Larry. You'll be putting a little money in the pocket. Sounds like he wanted a little bit more out of himself, but a 3rd place finish here. Nothing to scoff at, Zach.
No, especially not after a ride like that. Little man's got some thumbs up. He's fired up as well. But yeah, a very solid performance for all 3 of our top 3 riders. There you go, a little smack on the noggin there. Get your game face on.
He wasn't focused. He is now.
He is locked in.
Cycling down through all the little guys on the line. He's pumped. 999 Levi Pecor, the 524 there. Lucas Years, the 76 of Matthias Hall, the 47, the 77, the 301. Elbows are up. I'm a little confused. These guys look like they're ready to go, and everybody else is just hanging. I think they're doing that for the camera. The 401 still running the roll-offs. An interesting choice. Same with the 791. Wager there on the 98, the 231 of Kaika, running that visor sky high.
Yeah, I believe part of that had to do with a crash earlier on.
Yes, it did. Yep. So all the youngsters on the line, having fun, smiling.
Guys, I did run into Bobby Canary. I'm with him right now. Bob, you rode a really good race. You were up in front, and you had some bike problems. What happened out there, buddy?
Yeah, you know what? I felt really good after getting that plus 40A win. And I go, man, I got a lot of fuel in the tank today. I feel 100% better having a day of racing under me after 11 years. And I saw the guys in front of me. I said, let me put on a charge and catch them. Sort of put the hammer down and hit a square edge with a big rock. Flattened my rim, flattened my tire. It took me out of the race instantly.
Oh, man, you know, those things do happen during the race here. We love seeing you out there. You were charging hard. We're looking forward to seeing you on the next moto. All right.
All right, great stuff there from Bobby Canary. Even when it goes wrong, he keeps it positive. Sure had a big smile on the face as well. Just glad he's okay, first and foremost. That was the biggest thing. So,
yeah, he's going to have to go back. Sounds like he's going to need to find a wheel. Bobby is a fan favorite here. There's a lot of people here. I'm sure someone willing to loan him a wheel, just under the agreement that if he blows that one out, he's replacing that one too. So those stock bikes, he's riding a bone stock bike. He told me all he put on it was handlebars. So you're asking a lot out of some stock equipment to be rode like that. So Happy to hear that Bobby is okay. We saw the bike leaned up against the fence. I can only assume he was just hanging out, watching the action just like you are at home on Racer TV.
Some guys on, waving the rag.
As we are just waiting to get going here. If I had to guess, we're probably just touching something up on the track. I don't believe we had anybody that was down.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to sign off here for just a moment while we get things sorted out on the starting line, and we'll be back with more racing from the 2026 New York State Amateur Motocross Championship. All right, here we go, guys. Gate down and one rider down hard just after the starting gate as we pick things back up with 50 senior 7 to 8. Off and rolling just following that final moto at 258. Once again, congratulations, Trevor Schmidt. And that was the 77 that went down. That was one of our top runners, Alden Smith. Already picking some positions back up. And they are going to work. The track crew touching up a few spots for our Little Rippers before they went out to battle. But now we will see it's Wager out front. Been very consistent so far this weekend, but has also had some mishaps in a couple of classes. But when he's upright, he's usually up at the front. You can see our 7 to 8 class here in the 50s, skilled enough, going to be running the full track here on this one. And the battle is on here at the front of the field. That's the 301 of Chase Shortsleff. Trying to hold back a couple of the gas. There you see Keika going way to the outside. Cuts back underneath. Oh man, that was a big hit there for the 718. Cohen Merritt. Oh, and more problems for the 70, or that's the 47 now of Wes Rogie. And good job from the 718 there, getting that thing picked back up and rolling. Some chaos happening early on here at the front of the field. Oh, and another big get off right there. Who was that? That was a perfect example of those square edge acceleration bumps, and that is Mott on the 128. So Maverick Mott going for a ride. Thank goodness he was wearing that bull riding vest. As the suspension compressed and there was nothing to do, but essentially all of it rebounds right back into the body, and he went flying. Mason Wager hangs on to the #1 ride. Getting some cheers there from the field. A little hand signal there from one guy. Looked like he was playing the electric flute or something. Cameron Arline checks into the #2 spot. Wager with a little look over, double checking. Hudson Sykes in the #3 ride. Case Shortsleff and Nick Keika, your top 5 on lap #1. So a 1-4 and a 4-1 potentially for the moment. Wager and Arline, as looks like more difficulties for the 47. Nick Keika 2-2 back there in the 5th place spot right now, so be on the lookout for him to start climbing towards the front. But your leader, the 98, looking good, feeling good, and riding good. And a 1-4-1 makes the math easy for us. 6 points in total. So Keika would need to pick up a couple of spots to enter the championship scenario. Certainly possible to do so. We've seen him work his way to the front throughout the day today and throughout the weekend. So 1 lap in the books. And Wager closing in on making it 2 here at the front of the field. As you can see, just as we predicted, things happening. Whoa, white flag there, a little sideways. Wager, 22,620 prospect points spread across 8 overalls and 18 podiums through the 2026 season. The 401 of R-Line now crosses the finish line for the white flag as well. And R-Line just over 1,000 prospect points this year, but is certainly showing he's got what it takes to get the job done as well. We saw him at the Birch Creek Northeast Regional a little earlier this season. Finished inside the top 20 there. And then Hudson Sykes in that 3rd place spot. So Wager trying to keep the ball rolling. We got the coffee flowing here in the announcer's tower.
Hot chocolate.
I was wondering.
I'm not a coffee guy.
That's fair enough.
All that yelling I did at the DJ booth last night, I got to soothe the throat. Just ran past Bobby Canary diehard. He's got a gas can with him. That's how much gas he needed to run those motos back to back. And just so everybody knows, if you're listening in the camper, it is starting to sprinkle. Some storm clouds rolling in, so keep that in mind. If you got a moto coming up, the track looks pretty good right now, but we might be getting some water.
Yeah, I was just literally about to talk about how, just like you said, absorbed that rain from early on this morning, and especially where the racers are going pretty much on a consistent basis. It is back down to dry, perfect soil, so we'll see whether or not how hard the rain does come in. As there it is, checkered flag coming out. Mason Wager handling business and going to be handling a championship, I believe, in this 50 senior 7 to 8 e-bike class. A 141 going to be enough to get the job done. R-Line looking at a 412 for a silver medal. And then Shortsleff back there in the number 5 spot. We'll see exactly how the points shake out here. Don't believe a 9.55 would get him 3rd, so
you never know in a 3-moto format.
It's true. You never know what you're going to get.
We'll have to see the official results, as it looks like we're about to drop the gate on 250C, a full gate of carnage. Looks like we got a couple empty gates on the far outside there. Some riders we have lost over the course of the weekend of battle. So a race 4 about to hit the track. 5, you're going to the line. Senior Mini 6. 50cc Open, you should be in the staging area. And oil injected Empire State MX class, you are race 7. You should be getting geared up. Put the popsicle down, get the helmet out. As we wait for some of our 50cc riders to finish up. Always try to make sure the track is completely clear. With our 50cc riders, it's easy to lose some of these little guys as we look at the Utica Rome Speedway top 10. 50cc 7-8, Mason Wager taking the moto win and the overall. R-Line 2nd, Sykes, Smith, Shortsleff, Kaika, Years, Rogie, Merritt, Hall. Round out your top 10. We'll look at the overall. Wager with the 141, a final tally of 6, takes the championship. Cameron R-Line with 7 total points. That is good enough for 2nd. Alden Smith 10th, and the heartbreak looks like it was Kaika sitting on a 2-2 going into that Moto 3. Ends up with a 6th and a 4th overall. So a little bit of a tough go there in Moto 3 for Kaika. We'll see if DC from D3 can snag Wager on the way by. We can get an interview. Those young kids are always fun to interview. They're full of energy.
Yeah,
you never know what they're going to say.
Never know what's going to come out. Yeah, that's for sure. They have caught me off guard more than a few times.
So don't forget, if you are listening back in the pits and you win the championship, talk about barking. Look at this dog. He's barking. Not only the dog or the riders, the dogs are barking.
Drop the gate.
So if you are a championship winner, when you go by the podium on the way back to the truck, stop there and have an interview get your TV time. They will have water over there, so you don't need to worry about getting rehydrated, clearing the throat out. Gate is down 250C. A couple riders tangled off the gate, and then that's Bianchi on the 30 on the outside. He's going to get edged out by the 37 of Durkot, the 422 of Schrader, and the 998 of Likens up there as well. Looks like everybody threw clean after yesterday. That is a blessing. We saw some serious pileups in this class yesterday.
And here it is, third moto of 250C. And that's Durkot out front leading the way.
Big airtime, Schrader. That was the 422 of Schrader.
And it sounds like DC standing by with a champ.
Guys, I'm down here with the champ. Finally, someone shorter than me today. What a great news for myself here. But we got Mason Wager here, number 98, your overall winner with a 141. Mason, tell us about your ride this weekend.
It was pretty good.
Oh, yeah, just good? Any spots on the track that you like best overall?
No.
No? Just went out there and rode your race, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you got up here, and you're the #1 rider. Who do you want to thank to get you up here? Any sponsors?
Mom, my dad, Grandpa, Grandma, Nana and Papa, Jeremy, EW Excavation, Tamer, Bagger Cider Mill, Flo, Patrix, Williamson's Racing Engine, Back Acres Campsite, ASV, Cardo, Guts, 100%, Twin Air, Fat Harv, FXR, 60, Bike Graphics, Renthal, SRS Suspension, Risk, and everybody else.
Wow, those are a lot of sponsors to remember. Man of little words, a lot of sponsors. Great. Number 98, your overall winner for the weekend at the New York State Championship.
How about it? Mason Wager gets the job done, and yeah, lets the riding do the talking, no doubt about it. But make sure all those sponsors got a shout out. Good job, little man. And we'll be seeing more of him in a couple motos to come throughout the rest of the day as well. But it's Durkot out front with a hungry group of C riders trying to track him down.
That is Likens on the 998. Likens had that rough first moto. I think we had him as a DNF, so he's not in the championship picture, but he's here to play spoiler. And he is trying to go to the front. Schrader back in the 3 spot. Waite 4th, Medic 5th, Bianchi 6th. Wadowitz back there in 7th. Kavanaugh, Castiglia Jr., and Huber. Let's see how far up Castiglia Jr. can get. We've seen him up front, but he's been struggling with starts. So Durkot able to hold off Likens for the time being. Now it looks like Waite's got around Schrader, and he's going after Likens. As we continue to let this 250C class unfold. Durkot with all sorts of pressure. Pressure coming from all sides here. Likens, Waite, and Schrader all over the back of the gas riders. See the back end step out a little bit. Now that the track's starting to dry out, it's starting to get a little bit rougher. Those acceleration bumps starting to come to the surface. As we are halfway through here, 250C Moto 3. The overall currently going to Durkot, but that could change as we watch this unfold. Now Waite going after Likens. Up the inside, Likens shuts the door. Now Likens going to try and go after Durkot. And Likens might have the inside line. He does have it. His pass is made now. Oh, Durkot tried to sneak back up the inside. Looked like he thought about making contact, but Likens was able to hold him off. And I believe I start to see raindrops on the camera screen. So Mother Nature could be coming back.
Yeah, just stepped outside the Stoke studio and saw what you were talking about, those dark clouds rolling in, and Mother Nature wanting to be a part of the action here in the championship motos.
We look at the lap last time. The lap times from the last lap, Durkot, Likens, Waite all on a 148. Schrader a little bit off the pace there on a 149, and Medic, your 5th place rider, on a 150. So Likens to the front, and it looks like Waite went with him. And now Waite trying to go to the front. As he starts to air out, they're starting to use that roller, that acceleration bump after the second tabletop on the far side of the track. Going to triple that. As we look at the overall as they run, Durkot sitting on a 2-on-1, but that is going to update as we cross the timing stripe. This thing is going to be wide open as the white flag comes out. So Likens sitting on a 14-2-1. Not sure what happened in Moto 1, but he's going to be frustrated about that. Now Durkot on a 2-1-3, sitting on a 6, and Schrader on a 2-3-4. So Durkot still comfortably there with the overall, but he can't afford to fall too much farther back.
And Likens, similar to the Vagel family, it is a true racing family. He's got some siblings that are pretty high-level racers. I believe even a parent. I think his dad's a pretty high-level rider as well from the Pennsylvania area. So not a surprise to see him up towards the front. And taking a look around, we got things going on all over the place here. And as we see yellow flags waving there, of course, if you'd like to learn more about any of these riders, whether they're here on site or whether you've only heard of them from rumor, you can download that Verve Moto Prospect app, as that looks to be one of our front runners. Potentially.
I don't think so, Zach. I think that was a lap rider. We got Likens here just coming through. And so Likens is through. Waite is behind him.
Oh, okay, I was thinking maybe Castiglia saw the neon boots.
I thought the same thing when I saw the boots. Thankfully, it looks like Castiglia is still up in the top 5.
Ooh, caught a boot there, landing.
So now you start to see that rain coming down sideways on the screen. Honestly, I think that caution area was going to be a benefit to Likens. Everybody had to slow down. That kind of killed the momentum that Waite had. And Likens going to go 14-2-1. Happy with the results at the end, but that's got to be a little bit frustrating with that 14 in Moto 1. Kind of lost the championship before he ever had a chance at it. Waite will come across second. Dom, you're going to need to stop number 37. Durkot, he's going to be your champion.
And Cameron going to pull a tear off here in just a moment as the rain continues to make its way down. Caleb Likens gets the Moto win. Preston Waite and Carson Durkot 1, 2, and 3 with Schrader and Castiglia rounding out the top 5 in the Moto. Big picture looks like this. Durkot and Schrader 6 and 9 points. 2-1-3 and a 2-3-4. With Preston Waite rounding out that overall podium. But it's Carson Durkot, your 250C overall champ here in 2026. So we'll be more than likely seeing Durkot and probably at least that top 3 or so, I would think, jumping up to the B class next year.
I would think you're automatically bumped after you win a moto, or I should say an overall like this. At an event like the state championships, I don't know what district he rides from, but I believe AMA controls it all. We got Durkot on the podium. We got DC from D3 on the podium. Take it away, Dom.
All right, I'm down here with number 37 here, the winner, overall winner this weekend at the New York State Championship. Talk about your moto.
The track was pretty rough, but I knew I didn't have to win, so I stayed back a little bit, and there's a big gap between 3rd and 4th, so I just stayed there, and hopefully I got it.
Well, you rode great. You got up here. Who do you want to thank to get you up on this box today?
My mom, my dad, A+ Motorsports, Shirley Designs, 100%, JC Films, AG21, and that's about it.
Well, congratulations, number 37, for your overall winner.
How about it? Thanks, DC, down there on the podium. As here we are back to just about a full gate, and all of a sudden the umbrellas come back out. How about that?
Someone came to the line prepared. As we see on the other side of the line, some people did not come prepared.
Thanks a lot, Dad.
Thanks, Dad. I told you to look at the weather. As it looks like Mansfield out there, the 75 rider, a couple riders, they don't even clean the bikes anymore. Some of these kids riding 4 or 5 classes. You ain't got time to be cleaning bikes in between motos. So we are waiting. As we saw, that one rider was down on the backside of that jump. So I'm sure the medical team is going to be attending to him, and we'll make sure he's okay and safely off the course before we let these senior mini riders go. There it is, the medical team. One of the best in the business.
And yeah, they are trained for these kinds of scenarios, so a big shout out to them for taking care of our down riders, safety first here on site. We're going to hang up here just a bit in the studio, and we'll jump back in as we get ready for racing to pick up back at the High Voltage Hills MX New York State Championship here in just a moment. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 2026 AMA New York State Motocross Championship at High Voltage Hills MX. It's electric, and we're not talking about the power lines. It is Championship Sunday as we are into the third motos, and the fans, the families, and Mother Nature herself are all wanting to watch to see who's going to walk away victorious. As we are just coming back, our poor podium girls. Yep, yeah, that's what's waiting on you over there. They've got a #1 plate. They'll even hold the umbrella for you. You just got to do the interview.
They'll even smile for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you got to earn it. So
the racethreads.com umbrella. Checking out some of the local businesses that have supported us here. Thank you to everybody there. Zielinski Asphalt, Schachter Contracting, the Pine Tree, great restaurant right up the road from us. If you're ever here a different race weekend or you just want to hit them up tonight, the Pine Tree is always a great place to eat.
Probably a couple of young riders going to try to hit these ladies up as well. I had some kids knock on my cabin door last night, and they were looking for ladies. And I was like, wow, a door-to-door approach. That's new. I didn't think the kids these days even talk to girls.
I used to knock on the door and run. I wasn't staying around.
No, there was no ditching about it, just ding-donging. So
well, I'll tell you what, if you can come and win a moto and get a #1 plate, there's some ladies for you.
Yeah, you definitely got a pickup line built in for you at least.
There you go.
So.
Yeah, in my experience, the girls like the fast guys, so.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, it never worked for me. It's just my buddies. All right, sounds like the bikes are started back up. We had one rider that was down. Our medical team was able to take care of that young man, and the gate is down on Senior Mini 12 to 15. Looking for Held on the red bike. There he is. He's got Widrick coming with him. We'll look for Mansfield, another player in this one. Looking for that tall, lengthy 75. Looks like one rider down back there in the turn getting up. As you see the water starting to collect on the camera.
Oh, yeah, it is coming down now. Here we go.
That right making a quick move there, the 49.
And that's Held back in the third place spot.
But things changing quickly after they come out of the sand pit. You got to believe Wright still riding with a little bit of anger from that moto earlier that he threw away.
Yeah, he was definitely fired up, and he's got a point to prove here in this one.
As we let the rest of the field trickle through. Wow, 3 wide here for the lead.
I love it.
Is that Mansfield?
That is.
Oh, little snap in the chest.
And that's not for the lead.
That is not for the lead.
Ahead.
Not sure who that was. The bar's got a snap back on him. He was able to ride it out. So there is Wright on the black bike. He's ahead of Held, and it looks like we got one more ahead of him.
That might be Widrick out front.
But it is the 553 of Widrick. So something happened to Held there at the beginning of the moto. Now Widrick, one of our local riders, it looks like they touched that section up while that one rider was down. So that'll be a pleasant surprise to some people to see a nice clean takeoff on that jump as the rain is pounding down. It is a great day to be in the announcer's booth.
Man, it is dry. We just turned the AC up a little bit. It was a little too cold.
As Jackson Wright to the #1 ride.
And I think this was, the writing was on the wall with this one. He was fired up after coming up short of the win in that last moto. And sometimes that's what it takes. You carry that emotion over into the next class, and you're just not taking no for an answer.
Do you think he was just back at the trailer, just pacing back and forth, waiting?
Just yelling.
Just waiting. Oh, we got one guy down on the backside on the landing of that jump. It looks like he's able to get off the track. That's where you get up when that hard pack gets really wet. It gets real slick, and the wheels will just come out from underneath you if you're not ready for it. As we see Mansfield
already had the goggles
I was
off,
just going to say, I think the goggles were off again. So whatever he's got going on with the goggles, we saw him take them off in the first moto as well. As now Wright working his way around a lapper. Someone must have had a tough go there at the beginning of the moto. So Wright, Widrick, Held, Mansfield, Cassidy as they came through the stripe the first time. Wright sitting on a 2-3-1 as they run. We got a 3-4-2, a 5-1-3, a 1-2-4. So things, as we see it popping up here now, we were looking at the live time and we got it on screen now. Wright on 6 points, Mansfield on 7, Held and Widrick on 9. So a lot of things can change here in a hurry. 1 or 2 positions, you can find yourself going from 4th to 1st in a hurry.
You know what's crazy? I don't see goggles at all on Mansfield. I wonder if he started this race without goggles.
That would be a bold move, but if you're on the line and it's raining with no umbrella.
I mean, very rarely do these kids just fully toss the goggles, but
I don't know about that. That's...
Yeah, because you think you'd see him dangling around. I don't know. Whatever he's doing.
He could have tossed him. Once things settle, you see it on his face. His face is covered in sand.
He's gritting it right now.
We'll have to see. I highly doubt he showed up to the line without goggles, especially with the delay we had.
Yeah,
he had time to go get them.
Just wondering what
but
he's doing.
We know he ran into problems with the goggles earlier. So that's tough for Mansfield. I mean, you're sitting on a. What do we have him on?
He's
here?
on a 1-2.
A 1-2, so he had control of the overall. I think he still might have it with a 1-2-2. We'll see how it unfolds. But to come to the line with the championship in hand with no goggles seems like the move that you wouldn't make. As we watch the rest of the field cycle through, we got the camera on Aiden Held now, sitting on a 4th place overall. He needs to get up there and get around Widrick if he wants to get on the podium overall. And then Wright is looking for help. He's done everything he can do. But this is what we were talking about, Zach. You put yourself in a position where you need help and it's out of your control. And it's kind of a helpless feeling if you don't find somebody out there that can be a friend for you.
Yeah, and unfortunately that is sometimes the story of the third moto, is a rider that's done everything they can do and it's still just not enough. They need some bad luck on the competition's part, and even a win just isn't quite enough. But nonetheless, like we said, statements wanting to be made, not only for the moto, but for what could have been for the championship as well.
Yeah, you leave this, you're happy. A 2-3-1 is great. You put 3 consistent motos together. You're happy about that, but in the back of your mind, you're a little upset because you know you were that close.
Yep.
So we'll see. I don't know if Mansfield knows the situation with no goggles. Sitting back with the overall in hand is the move right now, but that doesn't look like what he's interested in doing.
Yeah, Mansfield is not hanging back at all. And the sand is one thing, but like we talked about, these little pebbles and rocks that are hidden in the sand as well, that is where things can really go wrong in a hurry.
Definitely flirting with disaster if you're going to pull up behind Wright right now with no goggles.
And the white flag waving, final lap here.
And Wright, a little bit, I don't know what happened there.
Bob?
Didn't have much of a drive coming out of that turn when the camera got on him. So now Mansfield doesn't have a choice. See him turning his head. That's the only option he has, is to turn his head or duck the visor. And I don't see, there's really no pit boards at this level of racing unless you're at the national stage. So no one to tell him, hey, back off, you don't need this pass. As we watch Wright and Mansfield on the Stoke battle cam. We'll see how it unfolds. I don't think Mansfield has any interest in backing off. A lot of these kids only got one mode, it's go mode.
Well, and also probably tired of getting sandblasted.
Might be.
Like,
if he's not going to sit back, just get ahead of him. And there he goes around the outside. Wright going to try and pinch him off, but Mansfield, he's been running that middle line in that turn all weekend long, and no one seems to have an answer for it.
Yeah, Wright was pretty kind right there. It definitely could have been the difference maker. Now, Wright can make the pass back, and it still will not be enough for the overall championship. So, like we said, Mansfield could have sat back in that number 2 spot for the title, but wants to end things on a high note and wants to take the second moto win and make it a 1-2-1.
That was a statement pass there. He didn't do that for the overall. He just did that to show.
Not because I had to, because I wanted to.
I wanted to.
Exactly. Coming down to the final few corners. The 75, no goggles, no problems. Mansfield trying to add some hardware to the collection, and a state championship here in Senior Mini 12 to 15 will look pretty good on the wall. How about it? He gets the job done. The 75 handles business here in Senior Mini. And shout out to Wright there as well. Jackson Wright doing a great job of keeping the fight alive, and looks like going to secure the second place spot in the championship as well. Aiden Held hangs on for the 3 spot. Grayson Walters and Cale Widrick, your top 5. Shout out to Kelsey Harris once again finishing up in that 6th place spot in the moto. The Utica Rome Speedway top 10. We'll give you a look at what the overall picture looks like as well, as it was Grady Mansfield. Top of the board, a 1-2-1, 4 points, beats 7 every single time. Jackson Wright and Aiden Held, your top 3 overall in senior mini 12 to 15.
We'll give DC some time to catch an interview with Mansfield. They came around that last lap. I believe I saw a rider getting tended to, so we might have another little bit of a delay. Hopefully that rider was able to get up and get back going, or at least catch a ride back to the pits. As long as you're not going to the ambulance, you're going back to the truck. It's a good day.
Yep. All right, sounds like we got DC standing by with our next champion.
Well, I'm here with Grady Mansfield, the man with no goggles. Put it to him. He's got the #1 plate here. We're getting his face all cleared off, his eyes cleared off. Grady, you had no goggles out there. Tell us about that, and tell us about your moto.
Yeah, I mean, terrible start. And then first lap, go to pull a tear off, and the little clip thing broke, so none of them will pull. But I got that dog in me. I was getting roosted the whole moto. Can't see a thing, but, you know, just had to spank these guys no matter what.
Well, you heard it from him here. Who do you want to thank, and who do you want to thank for all your sponsors for getting you up here on this box?
Yeah, I want to thank my mom, my dad, my brother back home. He's been helping out a lot. Love him. Skinny Deep, Val, TMR Motocross, Twin Air, VP, MD Distributions, Steve from 26 Suspension, Lynx, 6D, EVS, 110 Racing, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, your #1 winner at the New York State Championship.
All right, Mansfield going to have some hardware to take through customs when he goes back to Ontario, Canada tonight. Might get pulled over and searched. What are these #1 plates, son? What do you got going on here? Yeah, he said he had that dog in him. Maybe that wasn't a dog behind him barking. Maybe that was him.
That was Mansfield. He was talking his language.
As we wait now, like I said, I believe we saw one down rider that they were tending to. I think we're going to have to take a little bit of a second to get them situated. We'll have the medical team take care of them like we've been talking about. There's a trail system that runs through this property for UTVs, ATVs, dirt bikes, any off-road vehicle really. So they are trained to handle injuries that happen in situations like this. So they are in the best hands possible, and that medical team will take their time with him and treat them accordingly. As we see one camera guy, he just quit. He just walked off the job, and he is done for the day.
You guys said that shirt was waterproof.
We will take a little bit of a break here. We'll let some camera angles go, watch some track work, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Well, hey, folks, here we are back racing. Got that rider taken care of and got the gate down on, looks like, one of our 50 motos.
And the rider to watch, I see on screen, the 20 of Matthew Schufelt. A bad start for him. He is one of our championship contenders here in the 50cc Open 4-8 and e-bike. So we will see what happens. Schufelt going to have his work cut out for him. You see him there, the number 20 on the blue bike. Buried way in the back. Not sure what happened off the start there.
I'll keep an eye out. Looked like that might have been Wager possibly out front. Usually a safe bet. And the 50cc oil injected that Empire State MX series as well. But there is Wager out front leading the way. I recognize the helmet gear combo.
Should be R-Line there in second. I believe the 401. Just based off the bike. We've seen that bike up front quite a few times this weekend.
R-Line will dab at the foot there, keeps the throttle pinned.
So Wager, R-Line, 1-2. And we'll wait for the rest of the field, as I'm not sure they showed up.
They have
they found a shortcut.
How about it?
We got riders out here we would expect to be up front. Kaika's in this one. We already touched on Schufelt in this one. So we will see. As one lap is down. Doesn't matter if it's raining, the dads are on the track, pumped.
Looks like it has calmed down just a little bit for the moment as far as the rain goes.
As Wager and R-Line drop back down into the sand trap.
Rogie, Keika, and Smith round out your top 5. Looking, Code Merritt in the 7th spot, Jace Jackson in 8th. So still no sign of Schufelt outside the top 10, it looks like now. Schufelt not quite having the same luck in this class as he has in the others.
So looking at the overall as they run on screen, Wager with a 2-1-1, going to edge out a 3-2-2. Smith, Alden Smith with a 1-4-5. We saw him earlier in the weekend collect that Moto win, and he was up front, so he's got a little bit of work to do if he wants to catch up to R-Line in the overall. And he needs to be careful because Kaika can make a pass and steal that 3rd place spot from him as well. And then Rogie with 7-7-3 for 17 points. So right now, even if R-Line gets Wager's still in the catbird seat.
Probably rehearsing that sponsor list again.
Shoo! I don't know what kind of graphic guy he's got, but that's a lot of sponsors to put on a little fender. As he works his way through, we got Wes Rogie on the Verb prospect at 12 overall wins this year. He's running in 3rd right now, 5th overall. If it was to end this way, he's got a 2nd place in the 50cc Open at the Area 51 Battle of New York. That's one of those battle series races we were talking about. A series within a series back in July. Area 51, a beautiful track out towards the Buffalo area. So we really just want to keep an eye on Rogie, Kaika, and Smith. That's about the only spot you can find a change. And as I say that, live timing updates. Kaika gets around Rogie. That bumps him up to 3rd overall. So now Alden Smith's going to have to do something about that if he wants to get that 3rd overall back.
You can see the sun peeking back out.
Yeah, we saw the clouds didn't look too heavy. They were dark, but there wasn't a ton of them. So it looks like just a passing shower. They did call for some cloudy chance of rainstorms this afternoon. So it looks like we got one came through. All that's going to do is just put a layer of water down on the track, and it's going to save our boy the Willis from having to go back to work.
He's hitting the snooze button.
He went back to sleep. As we got a mistake here.
Wow.
From the 70s. Was it R-Line or Smith?
No, this is a bit further back, yeah.
We had 331 at Sykes. I think Sykes just got around Smith. So Smith needed to pass Rogie to get back to 3rd overall, and now unfortunately the mistake has cost him another position. So now Smith, oh no, and that's a crash from Rogie on the 47. You can see the sand built up in the front tire. He just unfortunately got into some of that wet, sticky sand, and it grabbed the front tire, and now he can't get the bike back up. So a tough break from Rogie. Now we got another rider down. Looks like Dad's going to help him get up. Looks like he probably knocked the wind out of himself. Hopefully, as the white flag is out, that is our line coming through. I believe Wager already came through, but don't look back now. Kaika is starting to catch him.
Yeah, Kaika's on the charge here.
So cool to see. Even though his son is chasing down second place, Dad's still rooting for both riders.
Yeah, always cool to see the camaraderie and the way the parents handle things, picking kids back up, whether it's theirs or not. Oftentimes, it's the rival of their kid, and they're jump right to it as fast as they can. We see it in all different kinds of racing disciplines.
I love to see the videos that come out of Loretta's when you got 5 or 6 guys helping. A lot of times it's not even the rider's dad that ends up getting the bike going. It usually ends up being another dad that just has seen that problem before as they work around that down rider Wager with about a half a lap to go. We'll have to check back on Kaika and see if he was able to get around our line. It wasn't going to be for overall position, but a pass in the second would help him boost his confidence and stamp his weekend a little bit better. As 1, 2, 3 on the track right now, as 1, 2, 3 on the overall as well. Alden Smith still out there with a chance to pass Sykes and get back into that 3rd overall. If Kaika was to get around our line, that would seal the deal for him for 3rd overall. So Wager, he's going to seal the deal on the 1st overall as he takes the checkered flag, another #1 plate. Dad is going to stop at Lowe's on the way home, get some more wood, build a shelf for all these trophies that he's bringing home this weekend. As the rest of our riders start cycling through. We see that guy in the 4-wheeler looks absolutely thrilled to be here. He's going to lay back, take a nap. Someone bring him a hot dog. As we check out our Utica Rome top 10, Mason Wager, Cameron Arline able to hold off Kaika, Hudson Sykes, Alden Smith, Cohen Merritt, Matthias Hall, Schufelt, Years, and Rogie. Good to see Rogie able to get back up and going in the 10 spot. A tough break to go down. We'll check out our overall finish. A 2-1-1 beats a 4-7-7 every time out. Mason Wager takes the overall win. Arline 2nd, Kaika 3rd, Smith 4th. Merritt 5th, Hall, Rogie, Sykes, Schufelt, and Years round out your top 10. So we'll see if Wager, there he is, DC from D3. He's got another #1 plate for Mason Wager. Take it away, Dom.
All right, I'm back up here with Mason Wager. Again, you've won. You got the #1 plate. Is there anything you want to talk about this track?
It was pretty muddy in that moto.
Well, we got some more words out of you this time, which is great. I know you have a long list of sponsors. Let's hear it one more time. Let's hear your sponsors.
I want to thank my mom, my dad, grandpa, grandma, Nana and Papa, Jeremy, Oak Hill Training, Shea Bentley, EW Excavation, Tamer, Wagger, Cider Mill, Flow, Matrix, Lampson Racing Engine, Backacres Campsite, ASV, Cardo, 60, Twin Air, Fat Heart, SRS Suspension, Guts, 100%, FXR, Risk, Renthal, and Twin Air, and everybody else. Thank you.
Wow, what a list. Again, congratulations on the #1 plate, the New York State champion, right here, folks.
What a list, what a ride for Mason Wagers. As here we go, gates down. Mom needs to get off the track.
All right, it looks like for whatever reason we split into the 50cc. Oh, pardon me, that was the e-bike was part of that last moto. So the oil injected, we got one rider having a little bit of a get off over here. He really wanted to get an up close look at that high voltage hideaway sign. Yep, those are the cabins right down the road. You can rent those any weekend of the year. I was told by Kevin that those are nicer than their house.
They are really nice. I'm staying in one this weekend. They're fantastic. Big thank you to Nick for taking care of us.
Tongue and groove in there. It's beautiful.
Awesome. Yeah, I was about to say it is.
Granite countertops.
It's got that wood smell, that cavity, you know what I mean? Big fan, big fan.
Put a little SC1 on the walls, make it smell like Moto.
Gotta love it. All right, back off and rolling. That young ripper goes to work. As we split our 50 class.
Yeah, originally this was going to be run with the 54-8. Looks like they ended up making the decision to split those off after we got our race order. So you got the 63 of Jamison Shellick, the 102 of Roxon Cornyn, Kaysen Arline on the 410, and the 941 of Turner Flint. Not entirely sure why they split this off, but these guys are going to get their own little moto. It was the 102 of Cornyn we saw have the trouble early in the race, checking out that high voltage hideaway sign. Looking for a phone number, maybe wanted to book a weekend up here. Go hit the trails when he's done.
One rider having some problems there. Gotta wonder if that wasn't an early race leader or potentially somebody from our last moto.
So we got the 63 of Shellick.
Pops is swinging the hat around.
Who do we got here in second? Trying to get a number on this little guy. Is that the 410 of Arline?
Believe so.
Believe so. So mom and dad sent the older brother back to the truck, so we're going to hang out and watch the younger brother. So Arline trying to bring a championship back to the truck. You see that rock? You just caught that rock coming out of the turn. Made the front wheel skip just a little bit, and that'll kill some of his momentum.
Threw him just a little bit off balance there, but he's right back to the rear wheel of the 63.
You see the slap, the head bouncing as they go through that whoop section. Looking like a little bobblehead. But the throttle never stops staying twisted.
Sends it up and over the table. Turner Flint out front on the 60.
I believe that's Shellick on the 63.
Yeah, timing and scoring here. Just reading.
A little bit of a transponder error. It's Shellick. There we go. Now we got some updates. Still saying Flint out front. Not really sure what's going on.
Like they missed the top two on that timing and scoring. So
regardless, it's Shellick out front. And he is followed by Kaysen Arline, pardon me.
hang on to it now. 63. And try to put another lap in the books.
Should be. I think we're going to get checkered flag here. Are we going to get checkers? White flag. White flag. I do not know how to count to three. So live timing is not. They got 5 fingers. They got me covered. They can count to 5. As we see the dads all getting excited on the straightaway up around the announcer's tower. As that overall scoring. Okay, here we go. It looks like we are going to start getting an update on the live timing. It's not working correctly. We're not getting the right information from the scoring. But we do have the 63 of Shellick, followed by the 5 of Arline. It looks like there was just a glitch in that transponder. I believe it was registering Arline and Shellick the second time they came through the loop. It missed them the first time.
There we go. Now it looks like it's updated. So it's Shellick, Arline, Flint, 1, 2, and 3.
So unfortunately for Shellick, the moto win is going to feel good, but it's not going to be enough to get the overall from Arline. He's going to need a little bit of help from somebody. Arline sitting on a 1-1-2, Shellick on a 2-2-1, and a Turner Flint on a 4-4-3. As of right now, that would be good for a tiebreaker with Cornyn. So Cornyn still has some work to do. He's still out there circulating. If he can make a pass on Walsman, he'd be able to get up into that top 3 overall. So we'll keep an eye on that as this race unfolds. All 5 riders on track, working their way around. Oh, we got one rider down. Is that going to be our race leader?
Shellick, I think it was.
That is the 410 of Arline. So this might be the help that Arline needed. As we see the 103, is that the 103 or the 102?
He's a lap down, though.
So that was Cornyn. Pardon me, that was Walsman on the 103. So Shellick was able to get up.
But it will be Kaysen Arline headed into the final corner, looking for a checkered flag. And how about it? Kaysen Arline 1-1-1 keeps the math simple for us.
Going to be a champ here in the 50 oil injected class.
So Arline going to go back to the trailer, rub that in older brother's face. I got what you couldn't. As we let the rest of our riders cycle through, everybody going to get all their laps here in the 50cc oil injected class. We take a look at that top section of the track. We got one of our track workers out there. You see how far down the rocks are. He's got a shovel out to get those rocks out. As we look at our Utica Rome Speedway top 5, Kaysen Arline, Shellac, Flint, Cornyn, and Walsman. Overall, it's going to be Arline, Shellac. That last lap pass by Cornyn was able to get him a 3rd overall. Flint drops to 4th overall, and Amos Walsman rounds out your top 5. For the 50cc oil injected, we'll see if DC from D3 can grab Kaysen Arline on the way by. As we got race 8 on the line here, he has Kaysen Arline. DC, take it away.
All right, guys, I have Mason Arline here, your overall winner. Mason, how was riding out? What's it? Casey, how was riding out there today, buddy?
Good. Good.
Any part of the track you like best?
The jump. I like the first turn.
You like the first jump?
Yeah.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank for getting you up here, buddy?
My mom, my dad, my grandpa, my grandma, my brother, then Bibi, my sister, my dad, and everybody else.
Well, there you have it. You heard it right from him, the #1 rider of the weekend here in his class, your overall winner.
How about it? Kaysen Arline there, making sure we got it right. I like it. I like it.
There you go, Kaysen.
He's not going to let you forget that one, Dom.
No doubt about it. Having a good time. Loves the track. Big shout out to the family there. And got some hardware to take back. As
we got 450B online. Race 8. Race 9 Junior Mini, you guys are coming up. Race 10, 54-6. You're in the staging area. Race 11, 450C. You guys should be getting ready to go. As we work our way through Championship Sunday here, about 1/3 of the way through. As we're just taking a second to let our last 50cc rider finish his last lap and get off the track before we let the big guys go again. Congratulations again to Kaysen Arline. As we see a couple riders on the line. Vagel starting to put his goggles on. Reed Murray out here. We see Corbin Van Canning on the 51. And the rest of the boys online. Interesting gate choice down here by 805. Alex Harris. I guess if you get the jump, you control the inside. We'll see how it works out for him.
Well, we've seen that everybody kind of pushes wide in the second half of that first turn. So if you hug it just a bit tighter, might be able to get a start. I don't know.
Go any farther than that, you're going to be on the grass.
Here we go. 450B.
Gate is down. Vagel with a good jump, as well as Venn. And Venn going to get there. Oh, and Meyer almost gave Vagel and a little bit of bump there. Well, Vagel sneaks out there. I don't even know how he managed that one. It looked like he was going to be stuck in second. But Vagel out front. Venn in second. And Meyer on the 444 in there in third. And the rest of the field comes through. Looks like Reed Murray able to squeeze up into the third place ride. He gets around Meyer.
A couple sections.
The whip contest is over, boys. We appreciate it. But the whip contest did end last night.
That's just for the love of the game. I love it.
For the gram, baby.
How about it? Vagel trying to make quick work of it.
We see the 81 of Wayne Power starting to work his way up through the field. He's now up into the 5 spot. As you see, Vagel really just working the bike, able to stand up a lot deeper into the corners, that technique that we talk about. We see the 4 of Roy Augustine, one of the guys we see in one of our older classes, the 25 plus, mixing it up with the young guys here as
attack.
Power says, I don't care how old you are, you're going to get out of my way.
You're right, Augustine there on the number 4. Yeah, look like Powers had the front end dancing all around. Touched up a couple of spots on the track.
That's one thing they do really well here at high voltage. When those 50s are on that abbreviated track, they'll go up on the top sections where they don't run. Take advantage of time. That way we keep these motos going and keep things safe as Venn drops back down into view. The 92 KTM looking good this weekend. And we're looking at live timing. So this is the moto that Vagel is in contention for the championship. It was either Schoolboy or 250B when he lost the axle there.
Yeah, Schoolboy, I believe, is the one where he had the bad luck.
Wow. Getting saucy over the old finish line. Venn says, I can do it too. Then Reed Murray jumps through into the 3rd place ride. Myers slips to 4th. Powers, Augustine, Berry, Kawazars, Canning, and Harris round out your top 10. If we look at the overall as they run, Vagel, Murray, Venn needs to get up to Murray. Pardon me, Venn needs to get to Vagel to get the overall on Murray. That's going to be a tall task. Then you see Meyer and Powers rounding out 4th and 5th. So right now, Corbin Venn is a big John Meyer fan.
And if you want to talk about going fast and looking good, watch this. Hudson Vagel on approach to what was the old finish line from last year. Yeah, I'm just going to toss it for the fans. Make sure that camera operator checks the drain plug for me.
He confirmed it is there and intact. And then Venn, he's got a little bit of style in him as well.
In there as well, yep.
Maybe we should have had Venn in the whip contest last night. I believe we're back live now.
Charging back down the front stretch.
Venn and Murray. So Murray starting to close in on Venn. Bear Dog bringing the treats. We got cookies in house now.
Locked in here. Trying to quit. Thank you. Jeez. Oh, really? That's how. Quite surprising. She took what?
Tea.
All right.
All right. Well.
Bagel. Bagel right now. I mean, this is just fun to watch. Like it's
just a wheelie into a preload.
I mean,
I would have been over the bars.
He's launching down that hillside. Like we said, they ended up getting the scoop, and did sound like he broke an axle yesterday, which is not easy to do.
That's crazy.
I mean, what? Yeah, that's crazy.
It's been 35 years. I've spent my whole adult life at a racetrack. Week in, week out, working on bikes. Never in my life have I seen a broken axle.
Hudson Vagel.
But I guess when you ride like that, anything's possible.
I haven't seen a whole lot of Hudson Vagels, I'll put it like that. I mean, the guy is sending it. He's just mad at that bike. Launching into the sandpit. Didn't even sit down right there.
And you hate to stress how fast he is because it's like a broken record, but it's so fun to watch him ride.
Well, and it's a completely different way to watch as well. 139.7, his best lap, so very comparable to the lap times of Trevor Schmidt, who looks like he is barely riding out on the track. I mean,
he's going bigger.
I'm sure Schmidt could do that, but he doesn't. And so, you know, it's hard not to talk about.
Guys, he almost rides like Deegan and Jet Lawrence had a baby. I can tell you that right now from what I've seen out there.
Yeah, and I totally get what he's saying. He's kind of got that mix. He's doing the pre-hops, the little skips, very Jet-esque, but at the same time, he's riding like he wants to explode that Yamaha, very similar to what we saw Deegan, especially on the 250s. He's over the back, throttle's just cranked wide open. It's aggression personified on the bike, while also the technical kind of hops and skips and line choices of what we've seen with Chet Lawrence as we throw a little oppo over the big triple.
We've seen it over the last couple years. The last couple years, we've seen a real change in amateur racing where the kids have really started to study the pros and put that into their riding and their training, and then you end up with a product like this.
We're going to get a celebratory whip. Are we pancaking it here for the championship?
Yeah, you probably get like a nag or something.
Have a little fun, Hudson Vegal. All business.
Little scrub brake tap. Is that the checkers? Or that was the checkers, right?
I think. He's hiding behind the pylon. I couldn't see.
He doesn't want to be shown. No face, no case.
Vin and Murray quietly back there in the 2 and 3 spot. As there it is, Vin crosses the line, 3-3-2, and Murray going to hang on.
And you see Powers got around Meyer. I think that's going to be fourth overall. So Powers going to go 4.54. Meyer going to go 5.45. So a little bump in the overall positioning on the last lap for Powers. As we wait for Vegal, see if we can't grab him on the podium. There goes Dan Barry, no footer. Every jump he can. You gotta love him, you gotta respect it.
All right, DC standing by with our next champ, Hudson Vegal.
All right, we got Hudson Vegal here, the number 100 in that 450B class. We were watching you ride out there. You were pancaking it over the finish line. Take us through your moto and your moto win.
I just got the start and rode my own race.
Yeah, you certainly rode your own race because the second place guy was really far behind you.
Yeah, he was.
Anybody you want to thank for getting you up here?
Fox, Bell, Oakley, Mom, Dad, Factory Connection, Suspension, Parker MX, and everyone else, thank you.
Well, there you go. You guys have it from Hudson Vegal. I'm sure we're going to see him up here shortly in another moto win, so stay tuned and watch this young man take after it.
No doubt about it. Hudson Vegal, another rider. Man, a few words, but boy, does the riding do the talking.
When you ride like that, you don't really have to say too much.
To say, yep.
As we look at the gate drop on Junior Mini 9 to 11, it was Jackson Lappin getting back to what Jackson Lappin does. And he has the lead here early over the 14 of Vegal, and it looks like the 293 of Sargent back there in third. So Harrison Vegal, poor mom, she just got to put a lawn chair up at the fence. Just watch all the kids ride, stress all day long.
Doesn't sound that bad. Not a lot of back and forth. You just stay up there all day.
The stress level's got to be high.
I can't imagine, yeah.
As they work their way through the middle of the track on the Ted's Body Shop live drone. You got Sargent in third, trying to catch some other numbers here. I see the 00 of Andre Williams back in fifth. Trying to get a number on that fourth place rider. Looked like he was running white backgrounds and purple numbers. A little bit hard to read as we got the camera on Harrison Vegal. Not quite on a bike that he can do what Hudson can do, but he'll get there eventually.
Yeah, no doubt.
Holding his own up here, running the pace with Lappin. Vegal's one of those ones that kind of started the weekend out slow, and he's been slowly building. Now we're starting to see him run towards the front in the top three.
Well, the biggest thing I've noticed is the starts. He was outside of top 5, sometimes even the top 10 off the start. Now up inside the top 2 or 3, and it just goes to show how much of a difference that makes. So Vegal, Harrison Vegal, that is, in the number 2 ride. Carter Sargent not too far behind in the number 3 position. But for the moment, Vegal's doing exactly what he needs to. He's trying to sink his hooks into the back of Lappin and figure out exactly what the 344 is doing that's been working for him so well this weekend.
When you get into these 4-lap motos, it's 10 minutes or so, give or take. And when you're coming from the back, by the time you get up there on lap 3, the time's already run out, and Lappin so far ahead, you can't even really see him. You can't study him. Where now he's able to follow him, kind of put some pressure on him, see where he's gaining on him, see where he's losing on him.
Connor Etches and Andre Williams round out the top 5 here on lap number 1.
We look at the overall, it's exactly what we're saying here. Vegal with a 9th in the first moto. Didn't start the weekend out how he'd like, but he's backing it up here with a 2-2 in Moto 2 and 3. Honestly, that whole second place is wide open. Sargent on a 2.73, Etches a 5.34, tied for second. Vegal only 1 point back. So Vegal can jump from 4th to 2nd overall if he can make the pass on Lappin. We'll see how much of a fight Lappin wants to put up. I mean, he's got a 9-point gap. How much of a fight do you want to put up when you can just mail it in and take your #1 plate home? We're going to find out. He's got to get there first. Lappin's still dropping the hammer.
Well, that's what I'm going to say. Is it's not the first time we've seen Lappin getting caught up to, but very rarely does it actually wind up being a pass. And as you can see, Vagel has beaten Lappin 6 out of 6 times so far they've met this season. Another cool feature Stoke Media has been able to integrate using that prospect data, where Harrison Vagel and Jackson Lappin have met multiple times this season, and Vagel has gotten the best of them every time. Lappin's got something to say about that as the final lap underway here in Junior Mini 9-11.
Lappin's trying to change that 6-0 to a 6-1. As you see, Ryan Blizzard, I see him over there cheering on Lappin. I'm going to assume Lappin's training with Blizz, one of our ex-pro riders in New York. He's turned his attention to the younger kids. There's a couple kids here that he's been training for a couple years now, and I don't know what he does for the training, but I see kids getting a lot faster when they go see Blizz. So if you're in the New York area or the surrounding Northeast area and you're looking for some pointers, get a hold of Ryan Blizzard, because whatever he's doing is working. I know he was training with Colton Tubbs for a while. I've heard that Manzer was working with him as well. Both riders that we've seen significantly improve over a couple years and end up at the ranch. So shout out Blizz. Glad to have you back in the sport after you were done riding. As we watch Lappin and Vagel work their way around here.
Yeah, Vagel had fallen off just a little bit, a couple of bobbles, a few corners in a row, but he has reeled Lappin back in once again. But it's just like we said, reeling him in just maybe a little too late.
Yeah, we're 2 laps into this one. The white flag was out the last time around. And really, he's gotten there, but like we've been saying, yeah, Lappin does not shake. He'll just ride the same lines, ride the same pace. And you haven't seen anybody that can get around him yet.
It's very rarely a mistake.
As we got one lapper up here in front of him, we'll see if this dictates anything.
Yeah, you'd almost need an opportunity like this where Lappin has to switch lines up to make something happen. But as he approaches the final corner, should be seeing a checkered flag, and it is Jackson Lappin grabbing the win and grabbing the title in perfect fashion. As I don't know if Vagel realized that was a checkered flag.
I think he might have OJ'd that finish a little bit too far. He did kind of seem like he was ready to keep going.
He was still charging. And Lappin ready to be doing some celebrating here. Another plate going to be getting handed out.
We'll wait for Lappin as we look at the Utica Rome Speedway top 10. Jackson Lappin, we've been talking about it, taking the Moto win and the overall. Vagel, Etches, Andre Williams, Grant Earl, Carter Sargent. Something happened there. He's dropping down the order. Tubbs up into 6th. Sargent back to 7th. Still dropping, unfortunately. So Sargent went down on the last lap. I'm going to assume Morris, Bogut, 7 and 8. We'll see if Sargent comes across. He's still dropping. So a tough break for Carter Sargent. He was up there in the overall. Looking at the overall scoring, 1-1-1. Can't get any better than that. As Etches comes in 3rd and Vagel bumps up to 4th.
Ooh,
look at the hair on Lappin.
Right.
DC, take it away. Let's hear about this hair.
All right, I'm down here with Jackson Lappin. He's got the cool looking hair. Kind of reminds me of someone that we do know in the pro rankings.
Deegan?
Who I think might be a guy named Kitchen, correct?
Oh, yeah, Levi Kitchen.
Yeah, you got the Levi Kitchen here. But other than Levi Kitchen, you were out there, you rode a great race. You got the #1 plate here for the New York State Championship. Talk about that.
It was good. The track was good. There was just a lot of potholes where I had to look out, and as soon as I got that hole shot, I tried to get as big as lead as I could, and I just stayed with the good pace, and yeah.
Well, whatever you did paid off. You got the #1 plate here. Who do you want to thank to get you up here?
My mom, my dad, Monty Motorsports, Zielinski Heating and Cooling, 1670 Tattoo, RBMC, Victory Lane Landscaping, and everybody else I forgot.
Well, there you go, folks. Jackson Lappin, the #1 rider for the New York State Championship.
How about it? My man's got a tattoo shop sponsoring him. We'll see him with some ink here in a few years.
I'm on board with that.
I like it. I like it. Well, Lappin, and
yeah, we've been insulting him all weekend.
Sorry.
Showed us.
We always say if we say your name enough, we'll eventually say it right. And now we are.
That's right.
Weekend, Lapan. So
as we drop the gate on race number 10, 50cc 4-6.
some more of our little rippers off and running. Let's see who all we got. Blake Rogie, Kaysen Arline going to be back out there as well. Houston Vagel now out there on the number 19. Matthew Schufelt going to be one to watch as well. So the Vagel dynasty continues here in the 4-6 class. Ooh, couple of bobbles. Insides to insides. There's little Ronnie. Oh, one of your early race leaders way over on the outside.
That is a 975 of Jace Jackson. We saw him yesterday, if you remember, just full send.
He's going to need to find that again here today.
We got another rider down up here. Yellow flags are out. We got a rider down in the turn, must be.
I think they got him.
Looks like they got him picked up and back going. Another cool moment. I saw the guy that picked up Jackson. That was not his dad. That was Turner Flint's dad. So like we've been saying, all the dads is pitching. Doesn't matter whose kid it is. We're going to get them back going, whether it's a rival or not. As we see, everybody going to the inside, kind of slowly working their way around that inside. As we see the 63 rider of Jamison Shellick and the 925 of Bond.
One, two, three, four, five riders all making their way through the corner at the same time. And wow, yeah, the rider that went down just a little bit ago is already back up in fourth place spot.
Oh, here he is, right on screen.
For more. He's got a couple riders just in front of him.
And I'm wondering if we're missing anybody. We'll let the live timing update, because Jackson was in an intense battle yesterday. I don't remember if it was Shellick or not. He was doing everything he could to make the pass, and then he ended up going down. So we'll check the live timing when that comes through.
Thinking maybe, was it the 20 of Schufelt?
Well, we don't currently see Schufelt out here right now. But we see Jackson, and he's going to the lead.
How about that?
From the ground to the lead, kind of switching up lines, looking for some smooth real estate.
Oh, and that's why.
Rider down, that is Shellick, and Shellick, unfortunately, going to lose a whole slew of positions all the way back to fifth. You see Blake Rogie get by. Levi Bond got by. Wondering if a couple players didn't make the call here. Oh, it's now Jackson goes down again, and that's going to let Bond go into the lead.
Oh, no. Oh.
Kind of gets tangled up with the 101 of Blake Rogie on the way by. So Jackson
going to have the most passes in the race by his own hand.
The most passes and the most being passed.
Yes.
In one moto, as he almost tucks the front again.
And yeah, to your point, I'm not seeing Schufelt out there either. I saw him behind the gate a little bit earlier with the machine. Got to wonder if maybe some kind of bike issue going on, but.
And Kaysen Arline in this one, we saw him win a championship a little bit earlier in the day. Someone you would think would probably be at least up here in the top five, mixing it up with these guys. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, time and scoring having some difficulties here as well, so not really a ton of data to run off of.
Jackson
tried to go for the triple.
Yeah. Wow. This guy's got one speed, full send.
Just going to send it.
As it looks like timing and scoring has updated, I think. So there's a different timing loop at the bottom on the short track for these guys, and it looks like they got a little bit of an issue with it. We had it in the earlier moto as well.
Oh, and more problems for Jackson.
Jackson goes down again.
Oh, man, and that's so frustrating. When you know you've got the speed, you know you've got what it takes, and it's just kind of, again, we go back to that quicksand, as we like to call it, as one rider.
Another rider down. He'll get back going.
Under the machine. But sometimes those mistakes start to pile up on you real quick. And you can tell the sense of urgency is at an all-time high for Jackson. Didn't see a white flag yet, though, so he's got
a little bit of time, but a fair amount of distance to make up as well as the Ted's Body Shop live drone zooms out. Here we go. Jackson going to try to go to work once again. I think he's so aggressive on the throttle sometimes. The back end steps out on him and it takes him down. As now the white flag is out, so it might be a checker flag coming. I'm not 100% sure.
This should have been a 3-lap race. Now we see Schufelt, so not really sure what happened here.
Schufelt looks like he's hauling the mail. Could he potentially be out front? He is, according to now updating time and scoring. And that makes sense because I could have sworn I saw the 20 out there, and I think he is just significantly further ahead. And he's also sitting on a 1-1 in this class. So
he was the rider we were looking for that should have been out front.
So the pieces all coming together here just in time for Matthew Schufelt to try to bring home a championship in 50 Junior 4-6.
The pace that Jackson had, I knew there was someone out here that was running that pace in the earlier day, and it was Schufelt. So what we believe to be just a transponder glitch as Schufelt works his way around some lap riders here. That was Turner Flint on the 941. And he is going to put another rider a lap down. As Schufelt clearly in a class of his own here. Someone that's progressed through the 50cc ranks all the way up to the national stage at Loretta Lynn's.
You can see great form technique there as well. Elbows out, up on the pegs through the apex of the corner. And now just about a corner away from a sweep in the 4-6 class. And here it is, checker flag waving. Matthew Schufelt going to get the job done and get the title in 50 Junior 4-6. As the Ted's Body Shop live drone starts to make its way back over to the starting line. And we will get the rest of the field through the checkers. Believe it is Houston Vagel and Eli Carley running 2 and 3 in the Moto. Both of those riders having some problems in their earlier races. So Case and Arline with a 2-3 and a potential 4 could actually be looking at second place in the overall picture here for Junior. As we are winding things down here as getting close to that halfway point through our championship motos. And sounds like we got DC standing by. Hang on, Pop's going to help get the helmet off. And let's hear it from our next champion. DC, take it away.
All right, I'm down here with Mr. Schufelt. He rode a great race. He had a 1-1-1. You look really smooth out there. Tell us about how you were on that track and what got you to that #1 overall finish today.
Just stay wide open in all the muddy spots and you'll get through it easily.
Well, you heard it right from this little man here. He just said, hold it wide open and you get to the money spot. Who do you want to thank to get up here?
Mom, Dad, Jesus, brother, sister, brother, Grandma, Papa, Oakley, 110, Mitten, God, Coach Ryan, and everybody else, thank you.
Well, there you have it, your 4-6 winner of the New York State Championship, your #1 place.
How about it? Matthew Schufelt gets the job done. A big smile and a big #1 as we get ready to set the gate. What do we got? It looks like a C class.
450C.
I love it.
We saw Ryan Blizzard helping him get the helmet off, so obviously Blizz just walking around here just plucking everybody. If you're running up front, you're coming to my training academy. So shout out to Blizz. Obviously doing something right over there with the young kids as we're about to drop the gate on 450C. This is Moto number 11 on the docket. Moto 12, 450 beginner. You're going to the line. Moto 13, 25A and 45A.
So this was our first moto of the day today. Now racking up the final 20 motos or so of the 2026 state championship.
These boys are in for a rude awakening when they get out on this track, because it is not Moto 1 of the day anymore.
Remember how great things were this morning? Well,
can we take a break and groom the track again for us?
Probably did touch up a couple of spots as well, though, running that abbreviated track the previous Moto. So
we see the 171 of DeNegro down there on the line, the 66 of Kavanaugh, the 57 of Drew Berger, some of the other guys, the 422 of Schrader, the 90 of Jensen, the 37 of Durkot, Castigli on the 277, Likens and Lindecker. The 24 of Lindecker, that's his brother, the 19 and the 24 brothers.
It's a bold move, lining right up next to your brother.
And the 727, don't have him all the way down on my entry list. But Durkot, your last Moto winner. Gotta believe he's going to be the guy to watch here again.
Taking just a moment, you can see the machines, I don't even believe fired up yet. Going to let the rest of our 50s make their way across the line, jump back up to that main timing and scoring loop.
821, he's out here flexing on him.
As we will hang tight here for just a moment. Jump back in right as we get ready to rock and roll on the gate. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 450C dropping the gate and going to work.
Gate is down. Oh, big crash. Ouch. Ow.
That was not a fun looking
Don't want to speculate the way the body rolled over. It did not look good. Hopefully he is able to get back going. Don't forget, folks, at 2 o'clock we got that 450A Moto. There is a $500 hole shot award on that moto, courtesy of Lance at L&D Automotive over in Utica, New York. So thank you, Lance. As we look on track, the 37 of Durkot leading him around here as he takes a look back at that Kawasaki rider. We'll check the number. That is the 36 of Deegan Capobianco.
And once again, Durkot, I mean, really got these starts figured out. Whoa, third place.
That's a smooth line.
That's a license point.
That's 2 points off the license.
He did good. He
He lost spots. Yeah, he's been watching the Nationals. He knows how tight those boys are calling it. As Capobianco, I love that name. I hope he stays up here the whole moto.
You got to have a little sauce on it. Capobianco.
Hey, Capobianco. We're handing out Italian sausage on the podium. That's big airtime from Castigliano as he is looking to go to the front. It's Durkot out front. Now Schrader up in the second.
And this is what's going to be interesting to see. Durkot, and I'm not scared to say it, I don't think he's been the fastest in these C classes, but he's put himself in the right spot early on and been smart with his line choices and the way he's dealt with the pressure to where he's gotten the checkered flag multiple times here, whereas some of your other riders, Castiglia, Schneider, there's a few of them that I feel like are a lot of speed, but a little less consistent as far as being able to keep it on two wheels.
Castiglia was the one that come to mind when you started talking about that. He's just struggled with the starts this week, and he's had a couple tip overs this weekend. The mistakes have mounted for him. whereas Durkot hasn't really let the moment get to him, as we see Likens going to try and go up the inside of him here. So this is a battle we've seen in the 250 class and some of these 450C motos. Right now,
Likens handling business here. Some more chair chaos here in the Stoke studio as we're making a plan. Durkot, Likens, Schrader, and Castiglia. Durkot under pressure now from Castiglia. Durkot, look at this, Castiglia launches down alongside Durkot, not close enough to try to make it happen. Going to try to cut back underneath, go to work the long way around. And Durkot once again riding a wide bike and shut down the 277 all the while. Likens on the 998 getting smaller and smaller up ahead. And look at this. Woo-hoo-hoo. Switches it up at the last second, the Yamaha rider. And Durkot launching into the sand pit right there. And this is allowing, I believe that is Schrader that's catching up to these guys as well. So this could play into his hand. As there you see the 422 of Schrader now getting close to the rear end of Castiglia. So this could be a three-rider battle for the second place spot before you know it. Here we go, 450C Moto 3. And it's Caleb Likens out front leading the way, over 13,000 prospect points this season. Got a first in Moto 1, but a ninth in Moto 2. Don't forget, the C-Class did have divisions in the first set of motos as well. So both Likens and Durkot are sitting on a first Moto win. The difference is that Durkot's got a second Moto win as well. So he is by far and away in control of this. A 1-1-2 would make him pretty much untouchable here in the 450C class. With a rearview mirror full of Castiglia and Schrader, it is far from over. Look at this, Castiglia, a great drive out of that corner. He's going to try to set up on the inside. Can Durkot close the door? And he does. White flags out, final lap. All the meanwhile, Schrader got a front row ticket to the show. Castiglia cuts back to the inside. Wasn't quite able to get the drive out of that. He was in the right spot. Just not fast enough. What about this time? Still no, and problems for Schrader this time. Headed down into the sand pit. He steps off the machine and gonna lose a spot or two. As Likens, Durkot, Castiglia, Schrader, and Lindecker, your top five with less than a lap remaining. Caleb Likens out front leading the way. Carson Durkot, they have met one time previously this season, and Durkot got the best of him. And overall wise, looks like he's going to be able to do that once again here this weekend. But Likens showing what could have been, just got to work on the consistency a little bit, and he will be right up in the mix. As going to be heading up to the top side of the track for the final time here in 450C Moto number 3. He has stepped off from the rest of the field here. Likens has really put a hurting on him, running a 145 or so on that last lap. Final corner, checker flag in sight, and how about it? Caleb Likens making a statement with a fist in the air. here for the third moto of 450C. Durkot going to cross the line in that number 2 spot. And no, looks like Castiglia got him at the line. How about that? So still looks like Durkot going to have enough to grab the title if I'm not mistaken. And another side-by-side drag race to the finish as well. Here we go, Caleb Likens, Louis Castiglia, Carson Durkot, Carson Lindeker, and Cameron Cavanaugh, your top 5 in the moto. Meanwhile, overall picture breaks down like this. It should still be Durkot at the front of 113. Takes it, Castiglia and Likens. Shout out to Likens responding after a bad second moto of 191. Going to at least get him on the overall podium for the 450C class. But Carson Durkot, the man on top, and he's standing by with our man DC.
I got Carson Durkot here, number 37. He did finish 1-1 the first 2 motos. He didn't even have to finish 3rd or 4th. He could have finished 5th and still pulled off the overall. Tell us about your ride out there.
I got a good start, which is my key, and then I just tried to ride my race from there. Got a little bit tired, so I got past, made a couple mistakes, but other than that, it was pretty good.
Well, you rode smooth and consistent. What did it take to get you up here, and who do you want to thank?
Oh, my mom, my dad, my uncle for getting me here with suspension, A+ Motorsports, 100%, TLD, JC Films, AG21, and everybody else. Thank you very much.
All right, your overall winner here at the New York State Championship, Carson Durkot.
Congratulations, Carson Durkot, the 37 rider out of Binghamton, New York. I do want to make a quick announcement to everybody on site. We are going to run Moto 12 on track, Moto 13 plus 25A plus 45A. Moto 14 is 65 10 to 11, and then we will run that 450A moto. We got a handful of riders that ride plus 25A and 450A. We don't want to make them run back to back. We're going to try and give them a 15 to 20 minute break. Let them catch their breath, get a drink of water, regroup before they go back to battle. So
I
again,
didn't hear Bobby Canary complaining about the back-to-back moto.
You did not.
I'm just saying.
And he is also a warrior.
He's also not 25 either. He's a bit older.
I'm sure right now he's changing his wheel. He found somebody. If they didn't give him the wheel, he took it. He said, just stop me. And that guy quickly backed off.
Yeah, they heard you mention the SWAT team, and all of a sudden everyone's cooperating a lot more.
As long as we're not sharing showers, man, we're all right.
Yeah, he corrected that one in a hurry.
As we look on track, we got 450 beginner on track. This is one of our Empire State Motocross classes. As we're waiting for the live timing and scoring update as we get reorganized with some paperwork here in the booth. It is Ryan Semp out front, Cameron Love in second, Semp on a 2-2, Love on a 1-1. So Love doesn't necessarily need to win the moto to get the overall. Again, we are going to run this moto. We're going to run 25 and 45A. Moto 13, we're going to run Moto 14, 65, 10 to 11. And then all you 450A guys, you guys are going to be up after Moto 14. So we will run Moto 14, then we'll probably take another 5 minutes or so to let those 25A guys catch their breath. And then we'll bang out that 450A moto. Don't forget that $500 hole shot award courtesy of L&D Automotive down in Utica, New York. Lance, if you're listening, we appreciate you. And whoever gets the hole shot is going to appreciate you even more. As we still see Semp, Love, Slight, Van Sloot, and Esposito, your top 5 here in the 450 beginner class.
Yeah, seeing a fair amount of space here in this class as one rider gets off into the thick stuff, does a little glance back, and you better not look back too far. He is going to have some company. Once again, scan that QR code on your screen, the Verb Moto Prospect app, as we've been talking about all weekend long.
whether it's these riders right here in the beginner classes or whether it's the superstars, Landon Gibson just winning that Nikki Hayden Horizon Award, all kinds of information, whether you're curious about how their amateur career has gone as a whole, whether you're looking at the pros of tomorrow, want to see who's going to be the ones to watch, all that information and then some available on the Verb Moto Prospect app. And another cool feature we haven't talked about as much is a lot of the videos and insight that you get on verbmoto.com also available on that site as well. It's not just solely a ton of analytical data, but it's also gives you those quick links to the incredible videos that those guys put together. All kinds of great stuff going on all year long, and they cover several different series. You've got the eras videos. They got all kinds of great stuff going on over there. You can check it out on that Verb Moto Prospect app, free to download, my favorite price. Another lap in the books here.
My dad used to say, if it's free, it's for me.
Absolutely.
Free 99.
Esposito going back to work on Van de Salt. Get ready to jump back down into the sand pit. Meanwhile, there goes your leader. Simp once again. Got to be looking and feeling good here on this one. Again, a very interesting stat, courtesy of Verb Prospect.
I actually talked to the referee last night, and he said he had multiple people come up to him with screenshots of the footage, so I'm sure Ryan Seth is a big fan of Racer TV for just blowing him in right now. Stoke Media, Racer TV, everybody's getting negative reviews on Google right now from Ryan Seth. As we see Cameron Love all the way back in 2021, the first time we ran the state championships here, Cameron Love was on site. He got a top 10 in Open Mini. So Cameron, no stranger to this place. And he's working on bringing home a #1 plate right now. As we watch Semp work his way around, I believe he's coming up to the white flag. As the sun has come back out, the rain clouds have dissipated. And things look great here at High Voltage Hills.
Sun shining here at the top of the 450 beginner class. And Simp going to do it one more time. Try to bring home a moto win. Cameron Love trying to bring home the big picture here. A 1-1-2 going to be plenty to get the job done. Big shout out to all of the fans and families that have been spending their weekend out here with us. Make sure you guys are posting about your weekend as well. Tagging High Voltage Hills, tag Racer TV, Stoke Media, Verb Moto as well. Give everybody a huge shout out, whether you're just showing the coverage that you got or showing your weekend here on site. And as we touched on yesterday, make sure you guys are taking care of the property as well. Properly dispose of your trash. You know, leave the place better than you found it. Nick and everybody put in their heart and soul, time, effort, money, everything they've got to try to put on these events year after year. And the least that we can do is be respectful for the property and for what they allow us to do here. We've had an absolute blast so far. I hope you guys have been enjoying watching on Racer TV as well. Lots of different ways to watch here this weekend. So cool. Kaplan America, we've got Verb Moto, Stoke Media, and Racer TV all live running the New York State Championship coverage. And yeah, you don't really see that for a lot of other state championships. So a very unique feature that we're excited to be able to bring multiple years now here from High Voltage Hills. And there you see Cameron. Can you feel the love?
He can feel the love. He's also going to feel that #1 plate as well.
You saw where I was going.
I knew where you were going with it. We've been working together a little bit too long now. Pretty soon I'll be getting those little slick the jokes you throw in there.
Oh yeah,
the beta jokes.
You're picking up.
Picking up what you're putting down.
Here we go. Up to the top side of the track one more time. Simp, he says,
do you want your last lap? And that guy said, no, I don't want this lap.
So Simp's going to go 2-2-1. Not quite going to be enough for the title, though. Love going to be fired up.
Show no love to the competition.
I'm loving it. And he's going to be loving his time down on the podium here in just a minute or so. We're chatting it up with DC from D3. As the rest of the field, Esposito is still going to work, trying to make some passes happen around Vanish out. That one came down to the wire. Meanwhile, Gates down. Oh, bunch of riders down.
This one will shake some things up as we see a lot of riders down on the first turn. We'll wait for DC from D3 to let us know he's got Cameron Love. We'll cut to that whenever he gets down there.
It appears Love does not want to get any love here from the podium. If I do see him, I will show him some love and put him on the podium.
We don't love to hear that.
No love going around except from Love. So no love from Love, but I'll tell you what, the 814's loving what he's seeing. That's nobody in front of him. That is Devin Sorensen leading him around here. Oh, hanging off the back.
Foot didn't love that one.
He caught his foot when he went off that little roller on the inside. As Krager now running up on the edge of the track, that cost him a little bit of time. So we'll have to see once things update if any of our big-time guys in this class were in that first turn. The big crash, I don't see Delnicki. Is that him on the Yamaha, the big, tall, statured rider? Yes. So Delnicki was able to get through clean. Looking through the entry list here, I'm not sure if we're missing any of the other players. Canary, we don't think made it back out with the wheel problem. So we'll see once live timing updates.
Here we go. Delnicki got some problems as well. And the rider behind him. Meanwhile, Sorensen trying to check out here on the opening lap. And sounds like we do have some love down on the podium, standing by with DC.
All right, I'm on the podium here with the winner of the beginner class, Mr. Love. Showing a lot of love out in the audience here. You got a lot of family members. Tell us about your moto.
That moto was a rough one. Got a bad start, laid down in the first corner, but got back up in second place, and let's hope for the best from there.
Well, you did good. You got the 1-1-2. It got you the overall. And getting that overall, who do you want to thank to get you up here?
My family, friends are here, girlfriend, people watching back home, and Perry for letting me ride his bike this weekend because mine blew up Friday. And that's pretty much it.
Well, you got a lot of people out here showing you some love. Here's your overall winner for the New York State Championship, the number 918.
How about it, Cameron Love? Having fun down on the podium and having fun right now. Delnicki got a huge kick, and he kicks him right past Schrader.
A couple quick moves from Delnicki. He was able to get around McConnell. Now he has gotten around Krager as well.
Krager, excuse me. Yeah, Krager. And Krager had a great drive out of that corner, but it was a, oh, wow, whoa. Did not have a good drive into that corner.
Good heads-up riding from McDonald there. He was able to lock the brakes up, not run into the back of him. As he's not, oh, he pulled like 4 tear-offs right there. That's usually what you see when you get the whole shot in the National and you start getting clear vision.
It always blows my mind when they do it on the start before the race even starts. You see him pulling 3 tear-offs. I'm like, what are we doing?
$14 got thrown on the ground right there before the race even started.
Aaron Kane back there with his hands up. Dude, I put all those on. What are you doing?
Worked so hard for that. As we jump back to the lead group, now McDonald trying to go after Krager. What are we looking at for the overall here, Zach?
Yeah, so a 3-3 right now for Sorensen. I don't think it's going to be enough, even with a 1 and 3rd moto. It is all Krager with a 1-1 in control of this.
This is a wild overall. Maybe we can get the overall standings up on the screen here for the viewers at home just to see how chaotic it kind of is.
Yeah, looking at potential 3-3-1, a 2-5-2 with Delnicki, and then a 1-1-3 for Krager.
Not a whole lot of consistency here as we look at the fastest laps, and that explains why Delnicki was able to get around McDonald and Krager that lap. Krager a little bit slower with that mistake. Then Nettie, a good run from Nettie here. He was able to pick up a couple of tenths on McDonald and Krager.
Here we go, the 814 on your screen. Continuing to push it forward. And it is Sean Nutt out front leading the way in the plus 45 A class.
So multiple classes out there at one time. And
so we thought for a second they wouldn't drop the gate on 45A with those guys down the first turn, but they got that cleaned up relatively quickly, and they were able to drop the gate on 45A, and that's why we see Sean Nutt up there, the number 55 rider. But I don't know what's gotten into Sorensen here. 3-3, not bad moto finishes, but we didn't see this kind of speed out of him yesterday. So props to you, Devin, as he's making it look good right now. Gonna try and snag himself a moto win. Looking back, you're not gonna see anything. You're gonna like what you see.
yeah, I was gonna say that's always a good sight when there's nothing in sight.
He is on his own sight lap right now. Turning and burning the 814 rider. Residing now in Florida, I believe. I know his girlfriend a little bit. She was telling me they got a house down in Florida.
So is he still a true New Yorker?
I'm not sure he ever was. Let's see where he signed up from. Connecticut. So a Connecticut guy going south. He's not a New Yorker. So.
Not a New Yorker, huh?
He's taking it to the New Yorkers, though, right now. I can tell you that.
Looking in the work, that's for
Keeps
sure.
looking back. He probably loves that sight.
Got to
Just
focus
looking back
forward,
at
bro.
him.
You're wicked fast.
Looking back at him, saying, where you guys at? The 814 of Sorensen.
Soaring over that triple.
Soaring. He is soaring. Got all sorts of wordplay up here in the booth as we start to see those rocks coming to the surface as this track dries up. Dirt dries up. That allows the rocks to come up to the surface a little easier.
Well, and just like you said, you guys have been picking these things up for 12 years, and they just keep showing up. Saw one rider
pushing on the outside. Well, check live timing. That kind of looked to me like Nettie, but I still see him in the running order.
And that was a checker flag there.
Sorensen overall
3-3-1.
Looks like Krager dropped a couple spots.
One rider missing the finish line there. That was
a couple spots dropped from Krager, so I don't know if that was enough to kick him out of the overall.
Well, and I think Krager might have been the rider that missed the finish line there. So also got to wonder where the timing and scoring loop is at.
It's in the face of the jump. I see the finish line flagger kind of paging down. I'm not sure how you would score that. I mean, technically if he got run off the track, I think you get the benefit of the doubt. But thankfully to me, my polo says high voltage hills, not AMA referee. So
exactly.
I don't have to worry about that.
Not our department. But that is a big thing we got to figure out.
That will be a shake-up for the championship
coming
absolutely.
into this. Yeah, so, and a 1-1-5, that's 3-3-1, that's 7 points, and a 1-1-5, that's 7 points. That could potentially give Sorensen the title.
If you see smoke coming from the TV trailer, don't worry. It's just us and our calculators and our brains.
Yep. So we will, I don't even know what we're going to do.
We're going to depend on technology.
Wait and see, yeah. Big shout out to our incredible food vendors here on site. Been taking care of you, been taking care of us, and taking care of business all day long. Sounds like we got DC standing by. What's the scoop down there, DC? Who's got it?
Guys, I don't know who's got it. You're going to have to let me know. I got Krager, I got Sorensen here. Who took the overall?
Right now we're looking at a 3-3-1 for Devin Sorensen and a 1-1-5 for Krager. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wouldn't that give the title to Sorensen? Best third moto finish? Yeah, so
the tiebreaker would go to Sorensen.
So unofficial here in the Stoke studio, DC, but I'm thinking a 3-3-1 from Sorensen might have been enough to get the job done. Maybe give them both a chance to chat it up. I'm going to arm wrestle live. I don't know.
I don't know if you want to do that with Krager.
Maybe not. I don't know.
He trains people kind of like Canary does. I don't think we want to be arm wrestling him. That'd be like what Trevor Schmidt does for SDA class.
Well, I'll wait for you guys to give me the official, and I'll get one of them up on the box.
The unofficial Dom is going to be
Sorensen. A 3-3-1 theoretically should be your champion. So I would pull Devin Sorensen up, but don't send Krager over here. All right, while we get that sorted out, gate is down on 65, 10-11.
They are off and rolling. I want to give a shout out to Sean Nutt as well, out of that 45A class. He will also be making his way down to DC.
That one we can make official.
Yeah, that one does look legit. 1-1-1. That's my kind of math. Michael Wilcox and Jeremy Tiffany round out the top 3 in that one. DC, are you ready?
Yes, I am. We've got Sorensen here. Unofficially is the #1 rider in that moto. He had the 3.31. Kreger had the 1.15. We're still trying to sort it out, but right now your unofficial winner is Mr. Sorensen here. Tell us about your moto.
Man, just executed the start, took off, and just held her pin the whole moto and hoped for the best, and we came out with a win. So.
You certainly did. You did a great job. Who do you want to thank to get you up here?
Man, my dirt work business, I got DS Dirt Works, my girlfriend Harley, my family, Dirt Care, 100%, and ODI. That's about it.
Well, there you have it. Your unofficial winner for this class right here, number 814, Devin Sorensen.
All right, great job down there, and congratulations to Devin Sorensen. As the math still looks like it's adding up to me, so I do believe Sorensen got the job done. And
if you're running a Sean Nutt down there,
yeah, Sean Nutt should be out and
get
about.
Himself interview as well.
Your plus 45A champ. Meanwhile, Jackson LePan out at the front. We got it right by the end of the weekend.
We will not make that mistake again.
I do have Mr. Nutt right here. He rode a great weekend. He hasn't really been riding a lot. You came back to motocross. You got back on a bike. You threw your leg over. Tell us how you feel and how your motos went.
They went good. I had a back injury, tore a bunch of ligaments, so I haven't been on a bike in 2 years. I rode a couple times the last couple of weeks, and I was like, I think I got enough just to go race. And I love this event. They do such a great job. I want to give them props for that. Got to thank the people that do help me, and that's Clarity Wealth Management, Strackville Enterprises, my buddy Motorworks and Marine in Daytona Beach, Florida. If you're down there for Bike Week, you got to go down, check his shop out. He keeps my bike going wicked good. And I closed my shop and I went to work for Goss Cars. So without them writing my paycheck, I wouldn't be able to do this either. So big shout out to Goss Cars. Love it there.
Well, you're a winner in our books here. We've been watching you ride here and take the #1 plate for many, many years. Glad to have you back and look forward to seeing you in the future.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
All righty, there you guys have it. Back up to you.
Thank you. Sean Nutt, congratulations as the white flag comes out here for 65, 10-11. Jackson LePan, the man with the LePlan, as he is at the front. Samuel Morse, though, back in the #2 spot. And Earl Becker holds on to the top 3. 1-1-1, 2-2-2, and a 3-8-3 potentially. Backside of the podium is where things get wild.
That'll shake it up. A 3-8-3. And then you got a 5-3-4 and a 4-4-12. Oh, now we got some updates. Now Tigliato is going to go 5-3-3, 3-8-4, 4-4-12. I saw a little bit of a change there in the overall tally. And Morse, unfortunately, at the mercy of LePan, because he's sitting on a 1-1-1, and there's not much you can do about that when LePan is out front and riding the way he is this weekend. I mean, we're looking at, what, 12 motos, I believe, this kid's run? He's only faltered one time?
Yeah, at least 3 different classes. And, again, looking at just short of 10,000 prospect points and 36 podiums this year alone. So LePan really been building here in the 2026 season. And, of course, all of this information that you're having featured on your screen is courtesy of the Verve Moto Prospect app, partnering up with our friends at Stoke Media to be able to bring us all kinds of fun facts on our riders throughout the weekend and throughout the broadcast. But if you guys want to learn more about some of these racers on your own, you can scan that QR code on your screen. Free to download the Verve Moto Prospect app, whether you're on the Apple Store, Google Play, whatever you got. Just type in Verve Moto Prospect or scan that QR code. And again, I can't stress it enough, whether you used to be a racer, you're still riding and racing, it is based off of a lot of the live timing and scoring done. So you'd be amazed how far back some of the results go. I think when I looked on my page, I think I even had results from as far back as 2013. So plenty of past data to go off of, and adding more data to the list. Jackson LePan gets the job done.
What class was that, 2013?
I think it was C class.
You weren't like in the 50 class back then?
No, not quite. I wish.
Wow,
I was that young. Yeah.
Were you a C-Class consistency or a C-Class chaos?
C-Class constantly broke bones, and that's why I was in it for more than a year. So
I need the Prospect app to load up Zach Herron's results from Loretta's. Can we get that on screen,
Just
please?
what we need. That's what the fans at home are waiting for.
Production hasn't failed me yet. I think I can get this.
Samuel Morse. Yeah, we need the French fries.
French fry
stats
count,
here.
I'm at about 50 for the day. 2 slices of pizza down.
I've seen a hot dog counter on the screen before. We might just have the pizza slice count.
Also down a hot chocolate. I skipped breakfast this morning, so I'm trying to make up for it.
3/4 of a Pepsi deep.
Hey, come on now.
I'd like to point out I'm drinking a diet. All right.
Calorie conscious over
better.
here.
Yep.
Mr. Half Iron Man himself.
Trying to be. I guess it's public now, so pressure's on.
The Strava app has Zach Herron going
Yeah,
1/10 of a mile today. He hasn't left his chair in about
ranked
4
higher on
hours.
Strava than I am on
We
Prospect.
got Jackson LePan now down
LeMan.
on the podium. Take it away, Dom.
Please.
All right, I'm down here again with Jackson LePan taking the overall once again. This is your second time up here. Tell us again how you like the track and any spots on the track that you like the best.
The track was pretty good. That table, like going out back, I like that. I finally hit it on the 65. It's pretty big, but the track was pretty good. There's a couple of corners that are pretty deep and some braking bumps, but I really like the rough tracks and it's fun.
Well, you're punching the clock, you're putting in the work, you're getting it done. It's gotten you another #1 plate. Congratulations. And who do you want to thank to get you up here?
My mom, my dad, my sisters, that one's with me and the other's at home watching, my coach Ryan, 1670 Tattoo, Zulinski Heating and Cooling, 110 Racing, Monty Motorsports, and everybody else.
Well, there you have it. Once again, your #1 winner overall for the New York State Championship, Jackson LePan. Lappin, excuse me. No, LePan, LePan, yes. We'll get it right one of these days.
The 2026 Amateur Motocross New York State Championships return to High Voltage Hills MX, where the top riders in the Northeast are ready to go to battle and show that they are the best here in the Empire State. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2026 New York State Championship as we get ready for our final 450A Moto of the weekend. It's been an action-packed weekend. The best of the best from the Northeast have done battle all weekend long. Mother Nature stopped by, and let's give you a look at exactly how things broke down yesterday with our race recaps here from 450A, the Stoke Rapid Replay. And no surprise, the neon glove boot combo, that tells you Trevor Schmidt is doing what he does. But look at the chaos that we had early coming out of turn #1. A few riders getting caught up in the berm, cutting back the other way, and not much left to do for everyone else. But meanwhile, at the front of the field, Trevor Schmidt got out front and got to work early on, and it has been the story of his A career these last couple of years. He gets the start and makes it so easy on himself. Meanwhile, Josh Clark with a very solid start in the 450 class, which is consistently running up towards the front as well. And then the big 111 getting up in the mix. Larry Fortin has shown he's got what it takes, but he's just not quite been able to put the full moto together yet this week, and we could see that potentially change here in the final Pro Moto as well. As you see, Clark and Fortin had a ton of fun back and forth, yo-yoing the gap back and forth. And as you can see, the track pretty brutal by this point in the day as well. Things had dried out pretty significantly as the track did everything they could to try to stay on top of putting down the moisture. Meanwhile, Trevor Schmidt making his way through traffic, looking buttery smooth as he did it, just hitting his marks and out for a Saturday cruise, trying to collect another paycheck win per moto. He'd like to do it again here today. He walked a little bit of the white gear, had the black gear, had the same results, had the same result this morning with some red gear, and now we'll see what he's lined up in.
The only consistent we get is the boots.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, if it's not highlighter gloves and boots, then something must be going on.
Looks like Delnicki, Sorensen, A couple of the other riders, McDonald down there, they were just out there in that 25 moto, so they don't need to take the sight lap. They've seen the track, so they're going to take a couple extra minutes and continue to catch their breath.
As the rest of the field making their way back from the sight lap, looks like Schmidt just going to stick with the red gear. I don't even think it got roosted in that previous moto.
Do you think he's even cleaned the boots yet this weekend?
Has he needed to?
Not really. Bunch of these guys loading back up into the gate.
Caden West, Logan Forward going to be ones to watch as well. Tejan Ingersoll been really strong here this weekend. Grabbed a college boy title first thing this morning. We'll see if he can make a statement. 13th in Moto 1 for him.
Honestly, we need to give some credit to Delnicki, McDonald, and Sorensen. Might have begrudgingly agreed to run this moto so soon. I know they asked him how much time they wanted in between, and it might have been a bit reluctantly. I don't know. I wasn't down there for the conversation, but they obviously didn't put up too much of a fight. They're willing to go out and go right back to battle, even if they're a little bit winded from that last moto. It's a tough ask to go 4 laps on this track and then 15 minutes later do another 15-minute moto with some faster guys. So shout out to those guys willing to do battle the way that they are. Hopefully the blood's still flowing for them. They haven't really settled down too much. We saw it with Canari earlier before he ran into the bike problem. And it sounds like we got Dom down on the line. He's with Josh Clark. What do we got to hear from him, Dom?
Well, I'm down here with the number 2 rider in the last moto of this class. He's got some work to do. He's got to punch that clock, get out there and ride hard. What do you have to do? What is on your agenda here for this moto to get that number 1 win?
I just got to get out of the gate. I've never actually been on great starts my entire career, so it's definitely a challenge for me. So for me, it's just getting out of the gate,
Well, there you have it. It all starts from the starts.
All right, great stuff down there, DC. And like I said, Clark, name I'm familiar with. I've seen him race here multiple times. I know he's hanging out at the main event, MX207. Might even be up there next weekend as well with some solid performances. And, yeah, got quite the crazy story as well for Clark. So
that's what I've heard.
Yeah, that's just cool to have him out here.
Yeah, he's a warrior for sure. And, yeah, like you said, at the main event, he used to run all the AM days at Unadilla. He's well-traveled in the Northeast when it comes to moto, as we see a couple riders on the end here, Narana, Sorensen, Walters, Nico Holmes, Caden West, some of the guys getting ready for and Hazlitt.
You see a couple of these guys still running those yellow backgrounds fresh off of the B class. Caden West right there on the number 20, a 5th place in Moto number 1. He'd love to at least match that with a top 5 finish here in Moto 2. As the rider's going to try to settle things down. They're locked in to turn number 1. Mother Nature's done the watering for us, so should be rather consistent track conditions. And here we go, the final moto of 458 off and rolling.
And just like we always see, the neon boots, well, we got one rider ahead of him coming out of the first turn, Bartholomew. So I don't know what happened. Maybe endoing on that sight lap was the best thing that could have happened to Lincoln.
Lit a fire under him,
that's for sure. It sure has. It woke him up, and unfortunately, Trevor Schmidt was already woke.
Yeah, terrible start for Trevor Schmidt, all the way back in the number 2 spot, and immediately makes the pass for the lead. But how about it? Is that Clark?
That is the 23 of Clark getting around Bartholomew, and I believe that's Fortin on that white bike with the orange gear. He's going to get around Bartholomew as well. Bartholomew just moving up to the A class, going to get a taste of the pace up front here as he makes a little bit of a bobble.
Yeah, the first lap intensity, kind of a game changer here once you get to the A classes. And right now, Fortin looking like he's wanting to move right past Clark as well.
And here we got Sorensen trying to carry that momentum from that 25A moto where he looked amazing. He's up here in 4th, going to try and stay on the pace with Fortin.
Well, and we talked about the quick turnaround, but the anaerobic recovery, catching the breath, not usually a huge problem for these riders when they're in this race shape, but the blood pressure, the kind of adrenaline dump, it still maintains across those gaps for 10 to 15 minutes after the moto. So, yeah, they still could have been kind of on the high from the last moto, and clearly it shows them quick off the line and up inside the top 5.
Definitely looks like the nerves are still firing. All the muscles are still working properly. As we see Clark and Fortin on screen, just trying to be able to see Schmidt long enough to see what he's doing differently. But now Ingersoll with a good start up here in 5th. So Tejan, our champion from the college boy class, first time we've really seen him pull a good start here this weekend. We'll see if he can run the pace with the big boys up front as we see Sorensen holding his own up here.
Fans, the families, and the flaggers all cheering on their favorite racers as they come by.
Oh, Bartholomew gets a little buck off that roller.
Kind of worked out for him, though.
He almost doubled the berm on the inside. That could have been real bad.
See, I told you Trevor Schmidt could do
that was
if he
a
wanted
bit more of a scrub. He landed perfect. He downsided that perfect as now Fortin
gets sprayed with sand coming out of that corner.
Fortin seemed like he was a little frustrated on the podium in that last moto, almost with himself. He said he couldn't get quite going. And he said he would be better this moto, and it looks like he was telling the truth. He knows himself as he goes around Josh Clark.
On the outside as well. Great move from the 111, but Clark almost responds immediately. Now let's see what Larry Fortin's capable of. It is probably the tallest ask that you can have here this weekend to try to chase down Trevor Schmidt. But it's exactly what he's going to try to do.
Schmidt up to the top of the hill, and you can see on the TV already a little bit of a gap here, 4 to 5 seconds, and sometimes that's all you need to almost feel hopeless. If you've been to this event before, you've seen the show unfold enough times. He'll start slowly inching away, a half a second a lap, a second a lap, and by the time we get to the end of this thing, he's opening his hand, telling him, fill it with money, folks. I'm getting out of here. So Ingersoll still up there in 5th. We see Bartholomew back into 7th, now 10th as the live timing updates. After that mistake there down behind the start line. Got a bit of a buck off that inside roller. Ended up doubling over the inside berm. So a good learning experience for Bartholomew, though, just to see that pace. And it kind of probably opened his eyes a little bit.
Well, and that's what we've often talked about, especially in events like this. Somebody like Bartholomew, a national level B-class rider, he's taking the notepad out right now. He's taking notes. He's figuring out what it's going to take to be a threat in this class come next season. And so a lot of learning opportunities. Tejan Ingersoll, another perfect example of that, is hang on to it, making the move around the outside of Sorensen.
Another note on Bartholomew, we talked to him and his dad on Friday night. He trains down at the Shoals, so he's definitely going to go back to work, take what he's learned here, and apply that to his weekly training that he does down there.
Yeah, the Shoals having a good showing out of Loretta's this year over kind of my area in the Carolinas. Stu Baylor and the whole crew doing a great job out there. And I think kind of starting to put that facility name on the map more as well. They had some really solid, at least starts out at Loretta's. Don't exactly know how the week ended for the team, but nonetheless, I've seen the track out there. It's an amazing facility, and I know they put in a ton of good work out there as well, whether it's in the off-road world or on the moto side of things as well.
Yeah, a lot of talent coming out of there. Obviously, you watch Stu Baylor ride, whether he's in the woods or on the track. He's obviously got some talent and some skills to share with the rest of the riders. And like you said, that's been slowly growing as a training facility, and they're putting some good riders out there.
And you know, the Shoals is, we talk about, you know, you've got your Club MXs, your South of the Borders, your game motos, but the Shoals a little bit different of a format, a little different setup. If you know anything about Stu Baylor, he's a little counterculture, right? Doesn't do things quite the way everyone else does, but by no means does it mean that the job doesn't get done. So those riders know how to put in the work, and they know how to also keep it a little more lighthearted. You see the riders continuing to find that love for the sport, and oftentimes integrating some off-road training as well. I know we had Ryan Sipes on the Racer TV broadcast a little earlier this season, and he was talking about in regards to the J-Day Off-Road Series, riders finding the ability to be good at everything to help you be great at one thing as well. And even Gary Bailey, who was joining us as well later in the season, talked about riders having multiple different skills so that maybe you do get caught up in a mud moto. Maybe you do have these unique scenarios. You're a little bit more prepared. So Bartholomew right now adding to the resume and adding to the collection of learning that he's going to be able to put to work moving forward.
You can certainly learn everything from every day you're on the bike, regardless of what you're doing, whether it's in a mud moto, whether you're riding in the woods, different terrains. It all translates on the track for sure. As we've been following this battle here, you got Clark, Ingersoll, Sorensen back with, I believe, Naran, and now is up here with him. Delnicki still in the mix. So a whole bunch of riders. I believe we're looking 5th through 9th maybe. Everybody kind of jockeying position here in the middle of the track.
Delnicki cuts right back across. And wow, that's the first time I think I've seen that outside towards the finish actually result in a pass.
And I'm interested to see how long it takes. You would think West back there in 10th, obviously a bad start. How long is it going to take him to kind of cut through this pack that we got here? He should be able to move up.
Well, and gonna assume that West is on a 250, so maybe getting out-motored just a bit as well. He's got a couple of the vets in front of him, and you know those guys a bit bigger in stature and probably on the bigger 450 machines.
As you look at the lap times, he's 3rd fastest on track, but he's 9th on live timing. So he's going to have his work cut out for him.
And he is already up 5 positions according to the Prospect app.
And now it's 6 because he just went around Narana. Ooh, Narana being stingy with it. This will set West up on the inside. I think Narana's going to kind of use Sorensen as a pick. Yeah, he kind of... West got stuck behind Sorensen. Sorensen, you're starting to wonder if that plus 25A moto starting to wear on him a little bit, as you see Delnicki, the other rider that was in that motor. He's up there in the 6th place spot. I believe he's gotten around Beckwith up in the 5th.
Ooh, things go from bad to worse exiting that corner.
Oh, he's got Ingersoll as well now. So Delnicki is the man on the move up in the 4th.
And to add to that too, Zach, as you said earlier, they made the pass around the outside before the old finish line. But the spot where I'm at right now is the spot right before the tower. They were taking the inside yesterday. Now they are all taking the outside, keeping it wide open, and they're just railing, standing up, going past the fans and dropping down into the sand pit.
Yeah, great point there, DC. We've seen multiple different kind of main race lines change from yesterday to today, and maybe something as simple as just that additional moisture in the track has caused that. Once again, looking at the overalls as they run on the bottom of your screen, a 2-moto format here in the A classes. So you see every one of our results with a 0 for the second moto. That is because they are only running 2 motos. So Schmidt looking at a 1-1, Fortin a potential 3-2, 2-3 for Clark, 4-7, and 8-4 for Beckwith and Delnicki. So once again, only a 2-moto format for our A classes. Everyone else going 3 motos here this weekend. As West, just like you said, Josh, going to start to creep forward here late into this one.
He's starting to put his claws into these guys. As the moto goes on, you got to figure someone that lives down south at a training facility, he's running those B-class motos at Loretta's, not thinking fatigue is going to be an issue. As we jump back to Schmidt, and wow, if you look where we were just watching, Schmidt's all the way on the other side of the track.
Yeah, again,
Fortin has yet to jump into the screen.
Trevor Schmidt, it's just turning laps in at this point. I mean, got to think this is just like a practice day out here for him, getting that start. And you could see the intensity, the aggression there on lap number 1. He wasn't kind of the main focus in the camera shot, but you could still see him aggressively trying to maneuver that bike around. But after about lap 1, just like you said, 3 to 5 seconds seems to be his sweet spot. And from there, hey, I'm just turning and burning.
Well, that's what you see when you watch. As unfortunately I see, looks like one of the riders went down over the tabletop in the middle. I saw some cross flags coming out. We'll see what's going on when they get back around there. You almost have a bit of, I guess not necessarily this year with Jet Lawrence because it's not really at 100%. But when you watch Jet Lawrence ride when he's healthy, you always feel like there's more in the tank if he needs it. And you get that from Trevor too. I've seen him have to push before at some other events, and he's definitely got more in the tank. But his specialty is just being smooth and consistent, similar to what we saw from Le Pen earlier in the day. And when you get that start and you're able to do that, that is the magic formula.
Well, and that's the key right there. When you're first around the, by the 3rd turn of lap number 1, then you're able to control the race moving forward. And it's a spot he obviously feels very confident and comfortable in. As we see the yellow flags come out, I believe this is the section that rider was down at, so we'll more than likely see some yellow flags.
Some cross flags coming out. Oh, he's on the inside of the track before the turn. That's a weird spot to be down and injured. Most times that's a little bit slower of an area. Oh, it's Beckwith, so looks like he's up holding his wrist maybe. We'll see a tough break for Beckwith. He was up there running around the top 5. But good to see he's up under his own power and looks like he's going to be able to ride it back to the truck. So a tough break for Beckwith, but like we've been saying, any day you can ride it back to the truck and load it up, it's still a good day on a dirt bike.
Yeah, Beckwith hopefully going to be joining us next weekend at Unadilla for the J-Day doubleheader. He's had some great results that season as well. That'll, of course, be right here live on Racer TV, Stoke Media, and Verb Moto as well.
So how much of the pro track do they run for that event?
I would put it at probably 85 to 90%.
Oh, wow.
And if it, I haven't seen the track map this year, but one of my favorite parts is they combine the Unadilla track with the U2 amateur track as well,
okay.
which I've gotten to ride. So,
so anybody on site or anybody listening, if you're into that J-Day, I know a lot of our riders go there. They love the format. Yep. I'm sure we'll see a lot of our riders there.
Yeah, it is certainly a ton of fun, and especially when you've got something 30 minutes plus 2 laps, or 30-minute motos, 2 moto format. Oftentimes your moto riders feel a bit more at home in something like a J-Day compared to some of the other more, I don't want to say hardcore off-roadists, but even the way the trails are built up, we've seen riders like Joey Crown and several others that more moto-focused in their career go out and have a great time and be very competitive as well.
What I've noticed with that J-Day, and I don't know a ton about it, but I've followed it and I've learned a lot about it as it's grown. It seems more of like it's geared towards like the fun side of things, whereas a regular GNC is a grueling, like 2-hour.
Yes,
you got to be a man's
race.
I
think somebody like a Justin Kokinos, who's your champion from last year, would even agree. It stepped up this season, especially Ethan and the whole crew taking it kind of East Coast, really broadening the range of the J-Day series. And yeah, it's definitely one of those ones where I think we've had some new faces jump in and some new intensity be brought to the series as well. As talk about intensity, Caden West late in the moto, sitting in the 7th place spot, maybe 6th even. I think he might have already gotten Ingersoll, as that is Delnicki just in front of him. Late in the race, trying to at least turn it into another top 5.
If he can get around Delnicki, I see Narana just up track a little bit. As we look at the Cassidy Hollow Rentals.
And watching Delnicki, Sorensen, and should be seeing Ingersoll and West make their way through.
Ingersoll actually moved up. Live timing just updated. So Ingersoll's up into 4th. It looks like Narana dropping down. And now, as I say that, Ingersoll stalls the bike.
Oh, problems for Ingersoll. Well, like we said, your leader out front, Trevor Schmidt leading the way, and confidence is a huge part of this, and he's hard to get more confident than he feels right here at High Voltage Hills. Let's hear what he had to say.
High Voltage is it's a pretty fast track, but the sand plays a big role. It's pretty sandy. It gets some big berms and some decent chop throughout the day, but it's got a hard base, so it's kind of a unique type of track. And I mean, I like it. I think a lot of people do like it, but it's definitely a tougher track to race.
These guys never scared of a challenge, and especially somebody like Trevor Schmidt.
I'm a little confused why he's saying it's challenging. It doesn't look very challenging to him.
Challenging for everyone else to keep up with him, that's for sure.
It's looking pretty easy, but that's because Schmidt's been putting in the work year after year after year. It's been a grind. You don't just show up and be able to do what he's doing. I've been watching Trevor grind all the way back from, his 65, 85 days all the way up through. His dad was a very good racer, so it's in his blood. I'm not sure his dad was ever able to do what he is doing, though, but Donnie was a fast rider in his own right.
No doubt about it. And Trevor, I believe you said a new father, correct?
Yep, he just had a baby girl not that long ago.
So a lot of diaper money available this weekend.
That is what he's getting. As I believe I see a KTM over on the side of the track getting pushed. And I think that might be where we lost Narana, as we saw Narana up in the top 5, and he fell down the order just over next to the finish line. He was pushing. I see him all the way back in 17th, not circulating on live timing.
Well, one KTM that is certainly circulating at a high speed is this rider right here, Trevor Schmidt, now less than half a lap away from a perfect weekend once again here at the New York State Championship.
We're going to have DC put him on the spot. I want an official moto count on how many motos in a row he's won here.
I don't think he knows.
He doesn't. He's going to have to take his boots off to count that high. And I don't think he's taking off those neon boots anytime soon.
How about it? One more time around, one more corner to go. What can you say about Trevor Schmidt other than perfection here in 2026? He sweeps 250 and 450A here in 2026. Larry Fortin, a very solid ride as well here in this final moto. Little disappointed with himself, at least sounded as such on the podium the last time through. Got to think going to have a smile on the face after this kind of ride here in the final 450A moto. Josh Clark going to try to bring it across in the number 3 position. A good solid ride for the Yamaha as well. As we get ready to, there he is, Clark making his way across. Caden West and Travis Delnicki taking it down to the wire. Here's that Youth Rome Speedway top 10. Trevor Schmidt, Larry Fortin, and Josh Clark, 1, 2, and 3. Caden West and Travis Delnicki. Your top 5, Ingersoll, Hazlitt, Holmes, Sorensen, and McDonald. Round out your top 10 in the moto. Big picture, though, it's Schmidt, Fortin, and Clark. Your top 3, with Fortin actually tying Clark. Got a 3-2 and a 2-3. So Fortin will get that second overall. West and Delnicki round out your top 5 in the big picture as well. We'll get ready to send things down to DC with our champ, and I don't know if you heard him, DC. He wants an official moto count from Schmidt. He's going to need to pull the boots out, the socks, something, figure out exactly how many he's gotten done. Look, they're over there pulling a calculator out, trying to get things figured out.
Schmidt's so fast, he beat DC to the podium.
Yeah, you know you're doing something right.
So we're going to wait and let them get situated. Looks like we got a pile up down here behind the start line in the sand pit. That had to have been one of our top runners. This is Schoolboy. Race number 14, I think it was 998. I think that was Likens.
Yep.
So a rider, his bars are a little bent up. You see the handguard drop down. So not sure what happened. We know what happened with the number 100.
Man, the 21.
And here we go. Tack is back.
Look at that.
Hey, I'm learning, baby. I'm learning. He's starting to wear off on me.
Hang on. How about it? The battle for second here with Tack on the Honda. Oh, the 21 ride. Is that Nauer?
That is Nauer on the Kawasaki. So Nauer made the switch from Yamaha to Kawasaki this year. Spent a little more time on the local scene. We've seen him kind of progress on that bike as he moved up into the 250F ranks. And then Tack is there, and I believe that was a 92 of Venn in 4th. So Tack with another chance to show us what he's got. He's put the start together this time, and we'll see what he can do with it. I feel like, and we are situated on the podium. Dom, tell us what you got down there.
I got Josh Clark here, your 3rd overall winner in the 250 or 450 class that was just now. The 450 class here, your number 3 overall finisher. Tell us about your moto and what got you up here.
Just a good start. The 250s just struggled getting out of the hole. The 450s was, right in top 3 every moto, so it just made life easy for myself.
Well, you rode really well up here. What got you up here? Who do you want to thank?
My wife, more than first. She pushes that stroller around every weekend with the 2 kids in there. Everybody back home, my dad, Factory Connection, X-Pro, Thor, Dyno Liner, Just a Spark Counseling, MX23, everyone back home, thanks.
Well, you're very welcome there. The bronze winner here, the 3rd overall, Josh Clark.
All right, Dom, let us know when you got the other 2. As I don't know if we caught that on camera, maybe show a replay of that. Hudson Vagel just threw a monster whip over the old finish line, and the flagger actually backed up. He thought he was going to get landed on, I think, as Vagel continues to do what Vagel does here at high voltage and really anywhere he goes, as he's leading him around. Really dropping the hammer. You see how aggressive he is in and out of these berms. And it sounds like Dom has Larry Fortin now, our 2nd place finisher. Take it away, Dom.
All right, I got your 2nd place finisher, Larry Fortin. Larry, you rode a good race. Tell us a little about your race here.
I started in like 5th or 6th and made some quick passes up behind Josh, and was able to get him like lap 4 or something like that, I think. And then I just kind of stayed in 2nd. Just happy to survive this treacherous track today. It's scary out there.
Well, you did a really good job. Who do you want to thank?
my mom, my dad, my girlfriend, FXR 60, Evans coolant, CRT throttles, Mellow design. That's it.
Well, there you have it, your second place finisher, Larry Ford.
All right, thank you, Dom. Congratulations, Larry. A good finish. You're going to go home with some money. That payout was pretty handsome today as Bagel, one lap after another. Starting to feel like we should have a camera crew over there like we do at Sky Shot over at Unadilla, just putting on a show. And it sounds like we got T. Schmidt on the podium. Take it away, Dom.
All right, we got no stranger to the podium here. Trevor Schmidt, again, a 1-1. No stranger to the box. Trev, tell us about your moto and what got you up here.
I've been doing the same thing all weekend. I don't know if I got the whole shot there or not that time, but I made quick work of it and got to the lead and put my laps in like I usually do. So,
yeah, you were on cruise control for a while. You got about maybe second or third off the gate there, and then you pulled your way up to the front, and then you were just gone from there. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Hebler Sales and Service, 110 Racing, MX Boot, and once again, High Voltage. Thank you guys for this great race.
Well, there you have it, your overall winner in the 450A class, Trevor Schmidt.
All right, thank you, Dom. Congratulations, Trevor. If you are in the Rochester area, all of your local stores are going to be sold out of diapers. Once Trevor gets home, he is taking that purse money and going directly to the diaper aisle, buying all the diapers, all the formula. And Hudson Vagel is showing him around here. Unfortunately, he had that bike malfunction in Moto 1. So not in contention for the overall. That is a tangle between Nauer and Venn. Currently Nauer holding the #1 spot. One of those weird situations where you don't have to win a moto to get the overall. He's sitting on a 2-4-2. Oh, pardon me. Now Venn has made a pass. We've lost tack. So just as I say that, live timing updates, and now Venn on a 1-3-3 takes control of the overall. And unfortunately for Nauer, he needs to get up into the #1 spot, and that is something that is very unfeasible here. The way that Vagel is riding, he's going to need some help. As we see, Tack must have laid it down out there somewhere. He drops back to the 6th spot. Now Travis Schneider jumps up into the top 5, and now we see Nathan Baker. The first time I've personally seen Nathan up into the top 5 today on the 726. As we let this cycle through, we're going to wait for Nauer and Venn, 1 and 2 in the overall. We'll see Nauer first. And there is Nauer. And now Venn all of a sudden has caught fire here. And he's caught all the way up to the rear wheel of Nauer. Maybe we can get some lap times here and see how this changed. I thought Nauer had a pretty good gap over him. Now Venn doesn't need to pass him for the overall. But let's face it, we're all racers here. It's bragging rights. I'm going to beat you in the overall and on the track. As the Stoke battle cam shows us this battle for second between Nauer and Venn. The Kawasaki rider and the KTM rider looked like they were going to lock horns for a second, and now Venn's kind of faded back, and he just let Nauer go. As the checkered flag comes out, and Corbin Venn going to take the overall. Vagel takes the moto win. He goes 24-1-1. Nauer goes 2-4-2. And Venn goes 1-3-3 for the overall. So a little bit of a goofy overall there. It was tight, but Venn was able to hold on to it. As we look at the Utica Rome Speedway top 10 from Moto 3, Vagel, Nauer, Venn, Schneider, Tack, Baker, Colbert, Lindecker, Hoflich, and Likens rounds out your top 10. And we'll take a look at our overall. Corbin Venn on 7 points takes the win. Nauer, Tack, Colbert, Likens, your top 5. Vagel at 24-1-1, able to salvage at least a top 10. Not horrible, not good in a Vagel world, but not the worst. As we'll wait for Venn to go get his #1 plate from DC. We'll let some of these other riders finish up their moto.
And somebody going to be chatting it up with DC here in just a moment.
See the 321 of Logan Utter comes through. He's going to finish up his moto. Sounds like Dom has Corbin. Let's hear about it, Dom.
I have Corbin Ben up here. Corbin, you were out there for 3 motos. You had some stiff competition with Hudson Vagel. He had a problem with one of the motos, which got you up on the box. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it was a gift. I'm not gonna lie. Hudson was riding good all weekend, but I knew I seen him. He was facing backwards when I came up the hill, but man, that feels good. It's my first ever championship, so yeah, man, it was a tough one, but we got it done.
Well, congratulations, and who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Pipeline Mechanical, Taylor Rental, my mom, my dad, Flow Vision, Moto Works, and just everybody else. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Corbin Ben, your #1 rider in the 450B class.
Hey, yeah, huge congratulations there. First championship for Vin, and it certainly feels good to get the job done in an event like this. And nobody can take anything away from him either. You know, I don't care what anyone says. You got to be there, and you got to be there for the whole weekend. So he says he got a gift, but he certainly had to bring it home and earn the other 2 motos as well, as now 65-7-9 takes to the track.
This is 7-9 Moto 16 on the docket. So if you are on site and you have a moto coming up, 16 is on track, 17 on the line, 18 in staging, and Moto 19 Super Mini is coming down. Probably a relief to finally get that championship. I would assume over the years he spent a lot of time losing championships to Vagel just based on the age and the skill level. I'm sure he's raced him all the way up through the ranks, and he finally got one.
Hey, absolutely. No, congratulations for sure. Is watching our riders go back to work here. I saw it looked like Keika.
Yeah, I think we got a Yamaha out front. I was kind of watching that corner box with the podium interview. I see Tubbs working his way up around Keika. I believe that is the 410 of our line. Tubbs, oh my God, feet off the pegs, throttle twisted. Tubbs doubles around this guy, and he is
That's Wager right
gone.
there. So Wager, another good start, different bike, but same result. But Tubbs refusing to take no for an answer.
And this is what's so fun to watch Tubbs ride. He is full send all the way. He could run this thing out to 30 seconds. Almost reminded me of how Sasha Conan rode at Southwick, where he was far out front, but he was riding like they were right behind him.
He crashed 4 times without hitting the ground.
Yeah, 100%. That is Colton Tubbs in a nutshell, just in a smaller body. As you see, Wager and the others checking up on this finish line, but Tubbs was not letting off. Tubbs jumped the finish line halfway down the hill, and this gap has opened up extremely fast. Oh no, Tubbs was not even in the lead. We have Indigo Spina. Culp was out front this whole time. He was so far out in front.
Wow.
We didn't even have him in the shot. So my apologies, Indigo. You are on the go, and he is gone. So that elusive 3-1-1 moto score that'll give you the tiebreaker and the overall if you need it. Currently in the hands of the 49.
Take a look at Cade Leveren's shown in the #2 spot. Has not had the weekend he's been hoping for, so wanting to end things on a high note.
Break for the 301 there. Case Shortsleft looked like he had some trouble getting going.
Tubbs now showing in the #2 spot as he makes his way through.
And Wager should drop back to 3.
I wonder if that is another transponder issue potentially.
I believe it is. I don't see Tubbs registering on our live timing pillar. Leveren's not a name we've seen all the way up front this year. So you never know, though. I mean, we see surprise rides all the time. I don't want to take any credit away from him if he is up here.
Well, we just had a static cam there, and that was, I didn't see anyone else. That's definitely
I believe
Tubbs,
Tubbs's transponder is registering as Leveren's. So a little bit of a glitch in the transponders. It's hard to see. We'll have to check.
Yeah, Tubbs not even showing on the list. So yeah, definitely.
So not sure where Tubbs was in the first 2 motos, where he's going to fall in this championship fight. You got to believe he was probably up front, but without a transponder registering, we don't see the first 2 moto scores on the Verb Prospect app.
You guys do transponder rentals here?
We do.
Make sure you turn them back in.
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Just past the halfway point in these third motos. We don't want to charge you. We
always
just want
got
the
that
stuff
racer
back.
mentality over here. Never forgets about the small things. Are
I'm
you a
telling
dad yet?
Not yet.
You'll be a great dad.
I appreciate that.
Don't forget, son.
Remember the breath.
As we got a rider down here up in the turn. Looks like he's up and okay. One of our track workers helping him get going. I believe that's a 718 of Merritt. And that on screen is the 49 of Spina Cope. Styling. Took it right out.
I love it, man.
Took it right away from me. He is styling. One thing he does not lack is the colorful personality, the colorful gear. Spina Cope, always a fun kid to be around.
Where's 110 Racing based out of?
I have no clue, but they own high voltage at this point.
You guys have a lot of 110. They just call it one here because it's up at the front.
I think Florida, I'm not 100%, but they've claimed New York if they're not from here, that's for sure.
Yeah. I know you've got, you see that at certain races too. Obviously, Moose Racing dominates a lot of the off-road stuff. Alias, big part of the Alias main event next weekend, and then 110. We got to get you guys reaching out to them next year, getting an official partnership.
I spoke with a representative from them. They were talking about coming up. The plan kind of fell apart at the last minute, I believe. They probably watched the last broadcast and figure they don't need to be here. Everybody else is already representing for them. So all of their gear on display here. Every time you see somebody on the podium, it's a 50% chance it's a 110 Racing gear.
55.
55.
That's half of 110. Yeah.
Well played. Well played. So you can do math.
Some, yeah. 5s and 0s on the
So the checker flag comes out for Spina Cope. He's going to take the moto win and the title here, 65-7-9 with a 3-1-1. The elusive 3-1-1. If you get to third in the first moto, you can guarantee your overall if you get a 1 and a 1 and 2 and 3. As we look at the Utica Rome Speedway Moto 3 top 10, Indigo Spina Cope, Cade Leverance, we believe that's going to be scored as Colton Tubbs. Mason Wager third, Cameron Arline fourth, Nick Kaika fifth, then Manzer, Miles, McNair, Miller, and Thomas round out your top 10. We look at the overall scores. There is the 3-1-1 for the overall. Wager on a 4-4-3. I don't believe this is going to be official because Tubbs is going to be scored separately. Tubbs, I would expect him to be up in that top 5, top 3 mix. So make sure you guys check the official standings outside the sign-up trailer to see where you fell. But we know where Indigo Spina Cope fell, and that is on the podium with DC.
With DC here in just a moment as we get ready to lock and load on our next.
That is going to be 25 BC. Dom has Spina Cope. Ask him where the rest of his hair went.
I'm up here with Indigo Spina Cope. You've been putting in a lot of hard work lately. Even last year and this year, you've been going down south riding a lot, but it's got you on the box with a 1-1. Tell us about your ride.
It was good. Got a good start and then made my gap and took it.
Well, it looks like you had a really good ride out there. One thing I did notice, you had a lot of hair last year, and now it's all gone. What happened there, buddy?
Chopped it off.
Good job. I'm sure Mom's proud of that one. I tell you what, who do you want to thank to get you up here?
My mom, my dad, my sisters, 110 Racing, Ranch 54, Tamer Holeshot, ODI, DID Chain, Ranch 54, Sorby Academy, Ranch, Mitten, Clutch Media, Dunlop, Chernick Designs, Mitten Cycles, and everyone else, thank you.
Well, there you go. There you have it, folks. Your #1 rider, Indigo Spina Cope. Let's hear it for this young man right here.
How about it? 49 gets the job done.
And that explains why I couldn't find him for an interview the other night. I was looking for a kid with long hair. Fooled me. As we had one rider down here on the stagger start in the plus 25 BC class. We recognize that bike out front, though. That is Roy Augustine, the #4 rider. It looks like the 805 of Alex Harris with a good start up here as well. I saw the 17 of Stratton up in the top 5. And we'll see if we get a gate drop on that plus 45 BC. We had one rider down Obviously, we will not start that moto. I see him in the background. Gate has just dropped. So we'll keep an eye on that. If you have any riders in the plus 45 BC, we'll do our best to keep tabs on that as well. On screen, Brody Odell, the 334, and the 124 of Cody Ernest, the beta rider. Augustine out front, leading Alex Harris around. Now we see Stratton on the 17 starting to make a push to the front.
Everybody's still kind of bunched up here on that opening lap. 4 or 5 riders all in the same corner at the same time. Augustine, though, wants nothing to do with it.
He is trying to get out and get lost, just like he did, I believe, the first 2 motos, if I remember correctly, were sitting on a 1-1. So he might be getting a call from the AMA. It might be time to go to the A class.
I hope so. This would be my class.
BC, you're a BC rider?
Technically by the book.
By the AMA rules. I mean, it's been long enough. You could drop back, couldn't you?
Per the classification.
There you go.
Couldn't go to the ranch again in C class, but I could do anything else.
Well, I mean, if you come here, you can ride beginner. Just make sure your results don't get put up.
Start an industry class.
I might sign up for that.
There we go.
How many laps we got to do?
It's kind of like the memorial lap. It's just real slow.
I'm in.
Waving at the fans.
Sold.
So.
Sold.
Roy Augustine, though, selling it at the front. The number 4 on the roll. Harris, Odell, Stratton, and Ernest, your top 5 on the opening lap of plus 25 BC.
We're looking at the number 40 of Brillo. He started to make a move up into the top 5 once they came across the stripe. I believe Brillo is the man on the move right now. He's around Ernest and he's working on the 17 of Stratton. Now Stratton going to try and go by Odell. So there we go. That'll take the heat off his back from Brillo. He just says, here, you deal with Odell instead. As now Brillo going to make quick work of Odell here. I think he's going to take, nope, he funnels back in. I thought he was going to take the Grady Mansfield line there, that middle line. He owns that property. Once he had to deed that line off to him. As now Brillo goes up the inside, and Odell just kind of gives it to him there.
Yeah,
left the inside open.
Handed the position over and definitely did not get the drive on the outside to do anything about it.
Hey, you think about it, these 25 guys, they got to go to work tomorrow. That might have been a business decision. He wants to do good, but he doesn't want to do good that bad. As Brillo, the man on the move, on screen. Gonna go after Scott Stratton, Mr. Icy Films. Big filmer guy.
Here we go, the 40 all over the back of the 17 ride of Scott Stratton.
Stratton really finding the rough lines there. Maybe switch that up on the next lap.
Sometimes it's so hard to see too. You go back and you watch the broadcast and you're like, why would I take that line? Like, but on the track, you got those blinders as we talk about, and sometimes it's just so hard to break out of routine and what's the line you've been running all weekend long.
You definitely get locked in while you're out there, as it looks like Brillo made a little mistake there. He's about to try for the pass. Kind of got hung up.
Here you go, back up front, Augustine. Taking his time and running those far insides as well. Harris still not too far behind, though. A mistake from Augustine, and he'll be right back to the rear tire of him. Augustine got that very upright, proper form. Little glance back there, wants to see who and what.
Well, he's going to look back and see the 805 of Harris is still in striking distance. And I'm not sure, where do we have Harris on a 2-4? So something must have happened second moto. Maybe a bad start or a fall, but he's back up in the top 3 where he was in the first moto, as we got a lap rider coming through.
Take a look down at the plus 45 BC.
Looking like your favorite name, INS.
I can never remember how you're saying it.
John INS Jr. sitting on a 1-1 and leading this one over Robert Pello on a 2-2 in that plus 45 class. Again, we don't put the pillar up, the transponders kind of contradict each other when you get these dual classes, and it just ends up scrambling the whole overall result. So it's just a little cleaner and a little easier to understand if we just put it out there for you. As we look at lap times, fastest on the track is Augustine.
Yeah, just about a second faster than Harris on that last lap. Actually, exactly a second faster on that last lap.
To the dot, yep.
How about that?
And now Brillo will see if he can make another attack on Stratton. As Stratton sitting on an 8.33, Brillo on a 4.64 right now. So this overall all sorts of jumbled up inside the top three. Odell had control a second overall with a 3.2, but he's faltered here in this moto. So we'll have to see how it shakes out. This is why I really love that 3-moto format. You got to do it 3 times. That's not always easy to do, especially on a track like this. You throw in some of the outside factors, the weather, the start gate, everything that goes into it. Roy Augustine, he has had no problems yet.
Augustine taking some very unique lines, though, really going far wide, and you still see Harris back there not terribly far behind. He's not able to show him a wheel or anything like that, but it is definitely interesting to see Augustine taking some lines. I don't think I've seen him take all weekend long.
He's definitely very comfortable with the line choices he has. He doesn't seem to be too worried about Harris being able to show him a wheel. Like we saw him look back a couple laps ago. He knows where he is. Not sure, we can't really tell on screen, but in these 180s, he might be peeking over and keeping a gauge on it. As the number 4 rider, are we getting the white or the checkers? I think checkers. Yeah,
so,
checker
yes.
flag is out. Airtime down the hill. And he's about to have some airtime on TV because Roy Augustine is going to the podium to collect a #1 plate and a trophy.
Looks like John INS might be looking to join him here on the 417. Your plus 45 BC champ looking at a potential 1-1-1 if he can hang on for the final half a lap or so. We will hear from both of those riders down on the podium here in just a moment.
And Dom will be down there wrangling him up. Put him in a headlock, drag him over to the podium.
Come here, talk to me. You're going to say pretty little words whether you like it or not. DC been doing a great job all weekend long as well. I want to give him a huge shout out. Been out and about, covering a lot of ground on the property and then holding things down at the podium as well.
Absolutely. He's been doing good for a first timer.
Yeah.
Just getting his feet wet in here. Coming with all the energy that we need. So well done, Dom. We've been making fun of you, but it's all in good fun. You've been doing a good job. As we watch some of these other riders cycling through to finish.
We'll get ready to drop the gate, I believe. What do we got? 50 shaft coming up next.
50cc shaft and E2. So this is going to be one of those short track motos. We're going to take a second, turn that top timing loop off, and turn the bottom one on for these little guys. As we see, I see the 925, one rider down off the start. It looks like Bond.
Legs stuck up in the air there.
And I believe that's Rox and Corin with the red backgrounds. But
Little
Bond's
Ronnie.
going to take the whole shot. Ronnie Jr.
Little Ronnie's trying to run away with it here.
And I'm not sure what happened to Corin. He had a good drive off the start, but now he's all the way back in 5th as they come out of the turn. We'll wait to check on that second place number. Oh, one rider going down fairly hard. Kind of knifed the front a little bit and went over the bars. He was able to hop right back up, though.
Well, sounds like we've got the first of our champs standing down at the podium with our man DC.
I'm down here with Roy Augustine. I can't find the other guy who won the other class. We did have 2 classes in the same moto, but we have Roy Augustine up here. Tell us about your ride out there, buddy.
It was definitely a difficult one. Had to pick some smooth lines, be smart, push it, but not push it so hard. And yeah, I'm just glad to be standing here right now.
Yeah, I seen you out there. You were riding really smooth, and you looked well, and that's why you're up here on the box with us here. Who do you want to thank that got you up here?
I want to thank all my sponsors, Microbore, Outlaw Powder Coating, Lucky Dogs, STS, all my friends and family. They're all home watching right now. And I want to thank my country, and Jesus Christ.
Amen, brother. We got Roy Augustine, your #1 rider. Back to you guys.
Absolutely, and a big thank you to Roy. I know a veteran as well as now a state champion to go along with it as the 50 shaft E2 class. And yeah, if you see INS rolling around out there, John INS, you can head over to the podium. We can chat it up with you as well. You're a champ. Meanwhile, the Little Rippers of the 50 shaft class, you're looking at the potential champions of pro class in 10, 15 years from now or so.
These could be the next Trevor Schmitz.
Trevor might still be racing.
He may still be undefeated at that point.
He's scoping this class out.
He has 47 wins in a row, and now Levi Bond has finally dethroned him.
There it is. It's entirely possible.
The 67-year-old Trevor Schmidt. As they come through the timing and scoring loop, first lap, we know it's Bond out front. And I see Cornyn in 5th. He can see Bond, but the problem is there's 3 other riders in between them. So this is awesome from these little guys. Yeah. All 3 of them, or pardon me, all 5 of them in the same shot. And it's just as I say it.
Bond throws it down.
Throws
right
it
back
down.
up, though. I mean, could not have gotten up any quicker. Shout out to Mom or whoever that was there.
Oh, that was Mom.
That was
I recognize that.
Yeah.
That was his mom.
And now your new leader, both feet off the pegs.
So that's tough. Bond, as you see, the overall as they were running before he went down, he had control of the overall. So now he's got some work to do. That'll let Dykman.
I think Rogie takes over the #1 spot.
Dykman and Arline probably going to move up a spot in the overall. And Bond will drop back to what should be 5th. And like you said, Blake Rogie going to move up into the #1 spot for the Moto.
And we found him. How about it? Our other champ standing by with DC.
Well, we have a name correction. It's INAZ. Sounds like Italian like myself, so us Italians have to stick together. Well, you were out there riding great, man. You looked awesome. You pulled up. You got the #1 plate here at the New York State Championship. Tell us about it.
Well, it's the first time I've ever been here. Never rode on a gate, gate start before, and had a blast.
Who do you want to thank to get you up here?
Well, I'll start with, my sponsors, Spectro and Western Power Sports, and, well, myself, INAC Cycle Shop, and my wife and kids.
Well, there you have it. From a true Italian, your #1 rider at the New York State Championship.
All right, I'm blaming that one on Josh.
Yeah, I will take 100% of the responsibility for that. INAC.
Swing.
And I will learn from my mistakes.
Little man was locked in. He was like, Dad, forget the interview. Your title, your plate's over there.
Yeah, Dad, there's
that lady's
these cute girls
Yep.
over here holding trophies and stuff. And that guy's handing out candy bars. We need to go back over there and see him. So we're going to wait as they come through the timing loop again. That overall as they run will update. And this is fun, Zach. We got all 4 of the top 4 in the championship right here, battling it out.
Yeah, a little bit of space between them now as well as they come across the stripe. It was a 4-3, 5-5, 2-4, and 3-2 headed across the line. Now everything switches around as now it's showing Case and Arline out front leading the way, a 3-2-1 potentially. Meanwhile, a 5-5-2 for Rogie. And then Corman kind of playing the dark horse in the mix as well.
Arline must have went like 4th to 1st that lap. We didn't have anybody all the way down on a tally of 6. We had 10s and 12s and 9s. So and now we got a rider down. We'll have to check the number. And then the flagger gets in. Oh man, he hit the flagger and the bike. It looks like everybody's going to be up and all right. Man, he couldn't see the flag till he hit it. Flagger going to turn around and help him now. So I think that was Dykman that ran into the flagger. We'll have to check here.
That's probably Dad at the top of the screen running down there.
Now Bond's down again. So Levi Bond, here comes Mom, Mach speed. She is on the move.
They're all actually going to collide trying to get to the
100-yard
bike.
dash. Get away from my kid. I got it under control. Hey, props to her. A lot of the moms don't totally know how to start the bikes. Dad's probably just hanging out, drinking, watching the show.
Yeah.
Dad's just sitting over there. I'll stay out of her way. She's going to bulldoze me out of the way.
You got it, honey.
So we take a look back, looking for our line, race leader and the overall leader. Rogie on a 5.52. Kind of a goofy score count to get to a second overall, or pardon me, a third overall. But it's going to work for him. And then Cornyn, yeah, I wonder what happened to Cornyn there. Must have had a DNF somewhere in this, because he's not even in the top 5 overall. Look at our line, Verb Prospect app showing him in a 24th at the regional this year in the micro 4 to 6 class.
Well, he's a first place finisher here in the final moto of 50 shaft E2 4 to 8. And believe that should be enough for the title.
Is that title number 2 for him? I believe.
Was that him or was it his brother?
I believe Cameron was the one that didn't have a title.
I think you're right.
So now he's got double bragging rights. He's got top bunk of the bunk bed. He's got
one to his brother. Here,
number 1 pick of the dessert.
Yep.
Yeah, whichever one he does, whatever the slower class was, he just have this one.
You can borrow one of mine. It's fine. How about it? The checker flag flies. Cornyn crosses the line in the number 2 spot for the moto. As all kinds of shuffling there at the top of the field. We'll give you a look at that rundown here in just a little bit.
It looks like we had another shakeup. That was the 46 of Dykeman that was down behind the start line, so that shakes up the overall as Dykeman comes across in 6th. So all sorts of shakeups in the overall standings as we look at the Utica Speedway top 10 Moto 3 50cc shaft. Kaysen Arline takes the moto win and the overall. Roxon Cornyn second. Carly, Bond, Rogie, Dykeman, Walsman, Topi, Burkle, and Crew Jones rounding out your top 10 in Moto 3. Looking at your overall top 10, it was Carson Arline with the championship. Levi Bond, a 4.34 for second. August Dykeman, 2.45 for third. Blake Rogie, 5.56 for fourth. Eli Carly, a 7.73. Rounds out your top 5. Then you got Walsman, Topi, Burkle, Crew Jones, a 1 DQ too. I've never seen that one before. Usually if you're DQ'd, aren't you done for the day?
Not my department.
It says High Voltage Hills on your shirt. You are not a referee.
Absolutely. I'm like Ron Burgundy. I just say what's in front of me. Speaking of which, download the Verb Moto Prospect app. Scan the QR code on your screen as we get ready to kick things back up to the full track. Super Mini 12 to 16 coming up next. And we'll have an interview down on the podium with a champ here in just a moment. And sounds like we're ready. DC, take it away.
All right, I'm down here with Kaysen Arline. I got your name right this time, buddy? Awesome. You had a great moto out there. Tell us about it.
It was good. And I love the taunt.
Oh, yeah? Who do you want to thank that got you up here, bud?
My mom, my dad, my grandpa, my grandma, my brothers, my sister, my mom, and my friends, and Dan BB and everybody else.
Well, there you have it. Without your friends, you're not going to get on this box. Back to you guys.
There it is. Absolutely. I want to be his friend, that's for sure.
Did you hear him yelling in the background back there? He's got a lot of friends and fans down there. Well, that's a champ. That's a double champ.
No kidding, man. You're going to be signing
what
some
Cracker Mayer
autographs
say? Double champ does the blank what he wants?
Something like that.
Well, Kaysen Arline's going to do what he wants.
He wants to apologize to absolutely no one. There we go. Super Mini 12 to 16 on the line.
Look at this guy 4 in from the left. It looks like he hasn't washed his bike in 7 years.
Incognito
is down. It's Cale Widrick on the inside. I think that's Manfield sweeping the outside.
Going to try to hang on to the goggles this time.
Cassidy on the 74 up there as well. I see the 0-2 of Williams. And Jackson right up there as well. They drop over the top of that roller next to the announcer's tower.
Tight fitting there in the sand pit. They were all wheel to wheel. Crazy enough, after all the rain here today, actually seeing the track dry up a little bit.
It doesn't take long here, especially with the drought we've been in this summer. We've had days where it monsoons an inch or two, and the track will still be just about perfect. As we see Jackson Wright, our incognito rider is actually Jackson Wright.
Watching Widrick and Wright going to work. Feels like there's a small riot shaking the Stoke studios here. Everybody's so stoked on the racing action. Look at this, Wright. He's going to have to drive coming around that corner. All right, sorry about that, folks. Back to the racing action, and right where we left him, hanging off the back wheel of Cale Widrick. Oh, thought he was going to try to launch to the inside there. As Mansfield, meanwhile, says, you guys have fun. I'm going to try to make this a real easy math for my man Zach in the tower. 1-1-1. And, oh, that outside line didn't work for Widrick. Wait a second, Wright. Gonna launch up alongside. I don't know, Widrick's got the inside here. Oh. I love this section of the racetrack. You can see a pass, sometimes 3 corners in advance, as Wright now gets the job done. And that was set up kind of by that outside move from Widrick. Allowed Wright to be able to take those outsides and carry the momentum, but Widrick's not done yet. He's got something to say about it. Launches up and over that center table. Grady Mansfield looking good and feeling good here at the front of the field. So Grady Mansfield first in Senior Mini, 12 to 15.
Zach, I just stepped outside the trailer. I don't want to call it a treat. It's going to be more of a nightmare, but we're going to flip to that after this moto. We're going to show everybody at home what's rolling in.
Yeah.
If you are on site, it looks ugly.
Yeah,
but if you're on the track, Grady Mansfield does not look ugly.
No, he's looking like the man right now. Yeah, once again, for those of you here on site, if you've got canopies set up, you've got anything kind of set out that isn't absolutely necessary, if it is, tie it down. If it's not, take it down. You've got the campers, maybe roll the awnings in as well. We got no plans on stopping the action on track, but it is certainly looking a little dark. You can see there in the background as Mansfield tosses one for the fans. And
you can see the flags whipping on the sides of the jumps. The wind is starting to whip, and it's bringing in some dark clouds. And we just want everybody to be prepared.
So once again, closing in on the final few laps of Super Mini 12 to 16. Oftentimes we'll see these riders jumping up either to the 125 classes next year, maybe a schoolboy, or some of them going straight to the 250. That was kind of the trend for quite some time.
Looking at Mansfield, he's built for a 450 already, I think.
Yeah, he's definitely already, probably could have already rode a 125 quite well. And so, without a doubt, probably closing in on the last couple races of his Super Mini career.
I mean, looking at the entry list, he's only 15 years old, so technically he could run another year here.
Hey,
I'm sure we would see him probably in that schoolboy class, maybe a 125. 12 to 17 class.
How old were you when you got on the big one?
You guys want to laugh? I rode an 85 when I was 15. I was about 5'6", maybe 180 pounds. They had to put a 450 shock in it, basically. I did not want to get off that thing for whatever reason, and then I rode a 125, and I was like, wow, this is way easier.
I was on a 450 at 15.
Yeah, you're a tall guy.
A big guy, yeah.
Yeah, there's videos out there. I look like I'm riding a pit bike. Oh, it was bad. I wish we could put that up. Give everybody a laugh.
Mansfield right now, this is a little more of the style that we saw yesterday. Goggles on, out towards the front, and honestly, one of the better starts for Mansfield this weekend as well. I'm not even sure he's really had to pull a lot of tear-offs.
Looking at the overall as they run, not a whole lot of movement moto to moto. Out in the top 5, the only changes were Widrick and Wright swapping some seconds and thirds here. We had them going around that one rider that was down trying to get the bike refired. About a half a lap to go, and Mansfield going to claim another podium finish and another championship.
Yeah, Jackson Wright looking at a potential 3.32 in this one. Widrick a 2.23. And those lap times, Mansfield's just been a tick ahead for most of this race. Got that clean air, and that was kind of bad news for the rest of the field as he's closing up on the final few corners of this moto. And there it is, checkered flag flies. Grady Mansfield going to grab the checkered flag. Wright and Widrick. All right, so for those of you here on site and for those of you watching on Racer TV, we have lightning in the area, so we are immediately taking our camera operators off of the scaffolding. We are going to hold the racing. Yeah, we are without a doubt immediately taking our camera operators down off of the scaffolding. We've got thunder and lightning moving into the area, and we are going to have to hold racing as well. As we said, safety the top priority. Storms are moving in. So once again, if you're there in the pits, if you got it up and you got to keep it up, take it down, or you don't have to keep it up, take it down. If you got it up and it's got to stay up, tie it down. Those awnings, anything that doesn't need to be out, put it up. We've got high winds, we've got thunder and lightning moving into the area. So once again, we are immediately taking all of our camera operators down off of the scaffolding. Safety for them, top priority as well. And then at the moment, from what I have been told from race control, they're getting all the details dialed in, but I believe we are going to hold on the races moving forward. With thunder and lightning, we'll take a look at Utica Rome Speedway top 10. Grady Mansfield, Jackson Wright, Aiden Held, Cale Widrick, and Trayson Walters, your top 5 in the moto. Give you a look at the top 10 or top 5, excuse me, as far as the overall goes as well. Mansfield, Wright, Widrick, Held, and Walters all out there as well. Does sound like maybe a potential gate drop just going off, so that next moto may have taken off, but going to have very limited camera opportunities. I am indoors in the Stoke studio, so I will continue to call the racing as I am able to see it on the screen. But once again, our camera operators out and about on property and on top of scaffolding, so we are getting them taken down immediately. Okay, and this race is being red flagged. This race is just taken off, is being red flagged. We have lightning very close to the property. It is within our perimeter, so red flag coming out for this race. For those of you that are out along the fence line watching, we're going to ask you to head back to your campers and take shelter, take cover. Thunder and lightning in the area. Once again, this moto is being red flagged. Camera operators have been taken off of their point, and racing will be on hold until further notice. We were doing good.
Yeah, we want to thank everybody for understanding. We apologize to that moto that just took off.
Now you understand.
The initial plan was to run this moto and then cut it.
Yep.
And then as soon as we made the call, we saw the lightning strike on the hill. And for everybody's safety, we're just going to get everybody out of here. We'll check back. I got to speak with the AMA ref. I believe it's 30 minutes. We have to double check. For now, we're going to go talk to Dom. He's got our overall winner from last Moto, Grady Mansfield.
All right, before we get the red flag situation with the Lightning, I got Grady Mansfield up here. You made it really easy. You went 1-1-1 for the overall. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, last moto I got protested by some kid. Like, he was just jealous he couldn't be up here, I guess. Like, that's the only chance of winning. I don't know, man. But yeah, that moto's good. Had to show him who's boss, get the whole shot, win out. It went good.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Lynx Racing, AG21, TMR, 26 suspension, my brother, Skinny, Deep, Val, 110 Racing, Hudson's, DND Motocross, and everyone else. Thank you.
Well, there you have it from the man who went 1-1-1, Grady Mansfield.
All right, thank you very much, DC. Once again, want to give everybody an update here on property. So lightning in the area. Lightning has striked within our perimeter, and so we have immediately shut down racing. We did not have time to get the information passed on, but that gate drop was immediately red flagged. Those riders are being sent back to their truck. Anyone on property along the fence, anything like that, you guys head back to the camper, head back, find some shelter, take cover. Looks like we do have a nice little cell rolling in, so we're going to take just a little bit. We're going to keep the stream up for those of you watching on Racer TV, Verve Moto, Kaplan America, or Stoke Media. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. We're not planning on going anywhere, but we are going to sign off here from the tower. I will jump back on myself or Josh here as we have updates, and we will let you guys know. Safety top priority, not only for the racers, but for our spectators and fans, as well as for our camera operators. So Mother Nature showing who's boss here in the afternoon. We still got several final motos to go. But for the moment, racing coming to a hold. We are on a weather delay until further notice here from High Voltage Hills. We're going to sign off for just a little bit here from the Stoke studio. And as soon as we have an update, we'll jump back on and let you guys know. Thank you guys again for hanging out with us and enjoying the AMA New York State Motocross Championship at High Voltage Hills. It's electric. No pun intended. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, weather rolling into the area. We are on a lightning delay if you were watching on Racer TV, Bird Moto, Kaplan America, or Stoke Media. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Maybe go grab yourself something to eat, something to drink, and get ready to close out a fantastic weekend. If you are here on site, we are asking you to head back to your camper, to your trailer, your truck, and just hang out there until we know the lightning is clear. Obviously, that's the biggest thing we're concerned about. Looking at the radar, we might get lucky. It might just blow right on by us. As you can kind of see, clouds are moving at a high rate of speed. So hopefully, going to keep the fingers crossed. This thing's going to roll right on past us, and we will get right back to the party. But once again, a lightning delay here on site. If you are on the property, please head back to your camper and take cover there. We are on 103.5 high voltage radio all weekend long, and we will give you an update just as soon as we have one here, and we will get back to racing as quickly as possible. All right, hello, ladies and gentlemen, here on site and watching from around the world as lightning delay looking to be coming to an end. We want to thank you all for cooperating quickly and efficiently, getting everybody taken care of and out of harm's way. But it's time to get back to racing. All right, here we go. First call, 250B. Time to make your way back to the starting line. It is currently 3:45. We are going to drop the gate at 3:58. Did I say 2:45 or 3:45? It's 3:45. We're dropping at 3:58. All right, you got about 10 minutes to get to the line. We're going to get our flaggers, our track personnel, as well as our camera crew back on site, back in the spot. We waited the proper amount of time. A big thank you to all of the staff here on site for relaying the information quickly. Everybody did a great job. We stepped out of the studio, and everybody was doing exactly what they were supposed to be doing, headed back, taking cover, and it came through. It was intense. It was quick, and it's done just like that, Josh. So we're going to get back to racing here in just about 10 minutes, 3:58. We're going to drop the gate on 250B. First call back to the starting line.
That 250B moto will be a full restart. We threw the red flag on the first lap. We apologize to anybody that was on the track. The goal was to finish that moto and then pull everybody off the track. Unfortunately, that lightning strike happened a little bit before we expected it to. The storm rolled in pretty quickly. We're glad everybody was able to get off the track safely. The one thing I do want to put out there is moto number 27, the 50cc e-bike. The referee told me we were going to assess the track conditions once we get back racing and see how the track looks. If it's going to be an issue for those e-bikes, we may call that moto. I will let you guys know about that.
All right, so once again, calling 250B back to the line. It is 3:49 on the clock, 3:58. We are dropping the gate. You can see the track crew, the TV crew starting to make their way back out into position. So once again, just about 8 minutes away from getting racing back off and rolling. Got the final few motos of the weekend and a couple more championships to hand out here at High Voltage Hills. All right, folks, so 5-minute warning. 5-minute warning for 250B. We are 5 minutes away from dropping the gate and picking back up with the racing program, race number 19. That will be 250B, race number 20. Actually, yeah, 250B, race 19 on our list, technically race 20 now that we're no longer doing qualifiers. So plus 30A, plus 50A, B, and C, as well as plus 30C. You all need to be making your way towards the staging area as well, picking up with the final 10 races of the 2026 AMA New York State Motocross Championship at High Voltage Hills MX. We want to thank you guys for bearing with us here on site, as well as those of you watching online from around the world. We will pick back up with the racing program here. Safety, top priority on track and on property here this weekend. And the crew doing a great job of making that call when they needed to. Couldn't have timed it any better. As soon as everybody got out of harm's way, the weather rolled in, did its thing. Willis gets to basically sleep in all day today. He's not even needed on the property. The water's down. And once again, it will be a full restart for that 250B class. So races 20, 21, and 22, you need to head down towards the staging area. And we will try to finish this thing out strong here and bring the 2026 state championship to a close. Again, a huge thank you to everyone involved here. Nick and the entire high voltage crew do such a great job. Jake's obviously been running the program, helping everybody get where they need to go. And once again, if you are in race 27, our 50 e-bike class, we are going to be checking on the track and ultimately making the call in regards to your last moto. Still plan on racing until we are told otherwise. But once again, race 27, we will monitor the condition of the track leading up to your moto before we ultimately make a decision on what that situation is going to be like for you. But meanwhile, we should have the 250B class locked and loaded on the starting line. The Ted's Body Shop live drone is up, so the rain has stopped. And, yep, nice little scheduled rain maintenance there. We hit the sprinkler in the sky. It's mighty efficient. Gets in and gets out. And we will get back to the final third of our motos here. Been a great weekend so far. Huge thank you to Adam, Don, everyone involved with Stoke Media and the Racer TV coverage here on site. Hope you guys have been enjoying the racing action all weekend long, whether you're watching on Stoke Media, Racer TV, Verb Moto, or Kaplan America. Plenty of opportunities to enjoy the racing action. And of course, don't forget, we'll be right back here next weekend for the Fox J-Day Off-Road doubleheader from Unadilla. Same state, different discipline. And you don't want to miss any of it. Going to be wrapping up that season of the J-Day Off-Road. All right, so at this point, 250B, if you're not on the line, you are late, and they are liable to take off without you here. Should be any minute. We'll be getting those machines fired up. Flaggers and safety crews should be back on track.
I am going to ask for the following people to report to the prize booth, I'll call it, where the trophy room is behind the sign-up shed. We have some random giveaways. I need the following riders to report behind sign-up. They have some random giveaways for you. Wayne Powers, Jacob Suter, William Hazelton, Carson Hill, Alex Harris, Robert Pello, Jack Cohen, Cooper Maurer, Cody Ashley, Victoria Dillon, Jerry McNair, Caleb Charleboys, Ty Rogie, Andre Williams, Lily Turner, and Cody Chrisman. You guys have been randomly selected for some gear and gas can giveaways. Gate is down. 250B, a couple riders running wide into those hay bales. It is going to be slick. As I'm hearing Zach, I was not in the tower for it, but I was told that Vagel was down off the start of that red flag.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So a full red flag restart, and Vagel is the beneficiary of it because we did not finish one lap before we threw the red flag for the Lightning.
So here we go, 250B kicking us back off after the storm. And as you can see, some standing water in spots, but this track notoriously known for being able to absorb the water in a quick manner. So going to be a little greasy, a little slick here to start things off, but crazy as it sounds, I really do still think we're going to have a fantastic track.
It will definitely dry up relatively quickly. That was a quick storm that came through. It dumped pretty heavily, but nothing this track can't soak up, as I see one rider just hanging out in the middle of the track. I don't know what he's doing. I do see out front, though, the number 100 of Hudson Vagel with the first lap lead. The 81 of Wayne Powers in second. The 21 of Chadwick Nauer, your third place rider. The 11 of Tack. Can I say it again? Tack is back.
Tack is back, baby.
Tack is back in the fourth place ride, and we'll check a number here on the fifth place rider. Once they jump back into view, you're going to have to bear with us a little bit. once this mud gets on these bikes, it's going to be hard for us to read the numbers without the live timing. So they are working their way back towards the stripe. It looks like a KTM rider back there in the 5 spot. Vegel's riding the track like it's completely dry, so good luck to the rest of the field here as live timing starts updating. It's Vegel, Powers, and we'll wait for the rest of them to come down off the top of the hill. We see now we're there in third.
We can hear the machine screaming of Hudson Vegel as he passes by the Stoke studio. Widrick and Vin, your top 5, so not quite as good of a start as we've seen the 92 of Vin get throughout the weekend.
This is the best start I've seen out of Powers, though, on the 81. We've seen him banging around the backside of the top 5. I believe this is the first time I've seen him inside the top 5 as he's battling with Nauer right now. Nauer able to get up the inside of him and slide Powers back to the 3 spot.
Yeah, Powers going to try to make the most of this good start. Sink some hooks into the back of maybe even Nauer and just run this pace as long as he can. As realistically, the nice thing is when the rain comes down quick and heavy like that, it doesn't always soak in. So sure, you might splash through some standing water, but you actually have dry sand popping up underneath it. So as that starts to mix in, we're going to get things tacky once again, and it is definitely going to make for a good closing couple of motos here for the afternoon. Once again, that Verve Moto Prospect app free to download if you scan the QR code on your screen. As the Ted's Body Shop live drone picks up this battle for the second place spot. Nauer going for it. Nauer and Powers. I wanted to make sure that was correct.
Nauer, Power running out of tear-offs over here. Might need to pull over and get a reload on the laminates. As we see the overall as they run Vegel on a 1-1-1, Nauer on a 3-3-3. It's going to be up to Venn to make a pass, find a pass out there. He's back in 5th. He's going to need to get around Widrick to secure the number 3 spot. Now he's going to need to get around Powers as well, as we see live timing update. Now we're up into the 2 spot. That is going to move him up into 8 total. And just as I say that, live timing updates again, and now we got a tie for second with Nauer having the tiebreaker. So still Nauer going to have to hold on a second, or Venn's going to have to get around the 81 of Power.
Yeah, we'll see 155.9 for Powers and then a 56.2 for Venn. So the KTM going to have to wick it up just a little bit if he wants to be able to catch up and get around the Yamaha to secure the second overall position. Meanwhile, tough spot for Nauer to be in, short of tracking down Hudson Vegel. He is not going to be able to do much as far as the overall picture goes. So his best sense of hope for the second place spot is with the number 81 of Powers. Kawasaki rider Chadwick Nauer, 26th in the 2025 125 Junior BC class out of Loretta Lynn's Amateur National Motocross. Continuing to put in a solid weekend as well. Just under 4,500 prospect points this season. Been on the podium 69 times this year. And Powers, 4th in the 450B class. Looking to make things happen here in the 250B class. Powers only 20 prospect points this year, so hasn't been as active on a national scale, but still showing he knows how to go fast on that Yamaha. Taking a look at the 172, it looks like there. KTM cruising around.
I'm going to let you handle that one.
172 of Zach Cohenars.
There we go. Well done. Well done.
Send it.
I mean, we could go with INSE again, which I was screwing up all weekend long.
So what I mean, you got to pick somebody to take a lead on those last names, and then we all just got to follow behind. We're doing the best we can here. Doing the best he can, though, right now. Those pink boots not so shiny anymore. Hudson Vegel back over the rear end of the Blue Crew ride. And sand surfing. I think this might be Vegel's final moto of the weekend, if I'm not mistaken.
I would think so. We've already seen him in Schoolboy 450 and now in that 250B class. As we're looking at the lap time, 7 seconds a lap. Clear of Nauer.
And he's continuing to drop things lap after lap, as this time he's cruising by and cruising to a checkered flag. There it is, Hudson Vegel, 1-1-1 champ in the the 250B class. We'll continue to watch and wait. Chadwick Nauer, there you just saw on the Kawasaki, should still have that number 2 spot on lock. Dropping the elbow right there.
That's right. You got to get all you can out of that throttle cable.
And here we go. Nauer going to hang on for the number 2 position. We'll see if it's Powers. I think that was in the number 3 spot. So that is going to be enough to give Chadwick Nauer the number 2 spot overall. Corbin Vinn, as he crosses the line in the number 4 ride, going to secure the final spot on the overall podium. Here in the 250B class,
we'll wait for that Utica Speedway rundown to come up on screen here. Give you guys the full top 10. Here it is, the Utica Speedway top 10. Vegel, Nauer, Powers Jr., best ride of the weekend for him. Way to end it on a strong note. Venn, Colbert, Baker, Murray, Gagnon, Widrick, and Kavanaugh round out the top 10. Looking at the overall, Vegel makes it easy, 1-1-1. Can't do any better than that. That'll take the overall. He was followed by Nauer and Venn. Nauer held the tiebreaker. As we're going right into plus 30A. Into the first turn, that's the 814 of Sorensen. Runs a little wide, but I believe he was able to hang on to it. Oh, one rider gets a little squirrely. I believe that was, can't quite catch the number. It was the 461 at Amo Jr. The snake slithered right up behind him, almost ran him over. As we are going to go down to the podium with DC. He's got Hudson Vegel one more time.
All right, I'm down here again with the number 100 of Hudson Vegel. I think he had 3 classes today. He would have swept all of them. He had a problem earlier, but this moto, he went 1-1-1. Tell us about it, Hudson.
It was good. It was kind of fun out there in the mud.
Oh yeah, we had that rain come in here. We had the lightning come. It was thick. Were there any spots that were bad or any spots that were good for you?
I liked it all. I don't matter.
Yeah, he's been holding it wide open all week long. He's a great kid to watch. Who do you want to thank that got you up here?
Fox, Danny from Bell, Oakley, Factory Connection Suspension, Parker MX, Bell Helmets, Tamer Whole Shot Device, and everyone else. Thank you.
How about that whip contest last night that you won? Tell us about that.
Yeah, that was good. I got 3rd.
Well, I think you got 2nd, correct? You got 3rd. Oh, you got 3rd. Okay, well, tell us about 3rd place, bud. I seen you do some whips today. I got you on film, actually. I got some photos of you laying it right down, pancaking it. Tell us about yesterday's 3rd place.
It was good. It was fun in the whip contest.
Well, there you have it from a man, well-spoken but little words. Hudson Vegel got the 100 right here on his bike, but he's got the number 1 on his plate.
There you go. You talk all you want, but when you're stacking plates like that, it doesn't matter. How about it, Hudson Vegel? Signs off for the weekend here from the state championship. He's got a big check from the whip contest and a couple of number 1 plates for the collection. Might put those right up next to that national number 1 plate he just earned a few weeks ago as well.
Oh, that one's going on the mantle as well, right next to that Loretta Lynn's championship. As we see the towels waving for the 814 of Sorensen. He's got the 248 Delnicki breathing down his neck. And you can already see the sand starting to soak up that quick rain we had.
Yep.
Things are drying up quickly. Almost see some dust up here if you get out of the main line. And they are coming back over the old tower.
And this will be interesting to see the way it shapes up some of the race lines as well. You see Delnicki doing a good job of not following right behind Sorensen, and found a couple of spots that were working well for him. Now I'm going to switch out wide here in this corner. Those guys are tied 1-1 in meetings this season. They have only had to race each other 2 times this year. Sorensen and Delnicki both have a overall win compared to one another to their collection. And right now, Sorensen trying to add, no, this would be tied. So this is for the championship, if I'm not mistaken. Sorensen a 1-3, potential 1.
Delnicki at 2-2, so both 4 points coming into this one.
Yeah, the tiebreaker right now going to go to Delnicki if he makes the pass. That will bring him down to 5. That'll actually bump Sorensen back to 6. So this is for the championship right here. We already see Sorensen steal one in the plus 25 class. He's trying to take this one. This one wouldn't necessarily be a steal, Zach.
Yep.
The other one, he got a little bit of help as that is questionable. I'm not a referee. I'm not touching that one. So we will get back to racing, not be the bad guys this time, and continue on as the towels are still flying.
So here we go. 2 laps in the book. Sorensen still able to kind of hold a 1 to 2 bike length lead over Delnicki. He can't stretch it out anymore, and Delnicki can't close it up anymore, it seems. Hatch back there quietly in the number 3 ride. Rose and Sevier in the 4 and 5 positions.
And now Delnicki starting to look up the
said,
inside.
I'll show you. I can close it up. I can close it up and pass him. How about
Stays
that?
low off the double over there.
Complete opposite lines for both of those riders. That was the line Delnicki was in a lap ago. This time he cuts to the inside and makes the pass stick on Sorensen. And that is the title right there as well.
A lap and a half to go for Sorensen to answer the bell here. As we look down the top 10, you still got Hatch in 3rd, Rose 4th, Seaver 5th, Tyler Smith, Noah McDonald, Hempstead, Cody Ashley, and Kevin Amo Jr. rounding out your top 10 here. I'm assuming some of these guys didn't come to the gate. You get 30 and plus when it starts raining like that. Some of these guys are just loading up, going home. As soon as the rain came, I bet half of these guys were cracking a beer. Call it a weekend.
Well, just because they cracked a beer doesn't mean they still didn't make it to the gate.
I'm not touching that one. And when I tell you who didn't crack a beer is Sorensen and Delnicki.
They need a beer after this one. What a ride for both of these guys.
They're going to earn a beer after this one. As you watch the Stoke battle cam, trying to break the tiebreaker on the Verb Prospect head-to-head.
Had the double hand waves going there for Sorensen.
I've never seen that one. That was Sorensen's girlfriend, I believe, Harley, trying to get him double pumped to go back after him.
Yeah, this is what it's all for here. Like we said, with that pass went the title, so Delnicki in the driver's seat for the championship.
And you look at the last lap time, just over 2 seconds a lap faster on that one. Delnicki over Sorensen, and that's how we end up with the gap that we have of about 2 seconds. So you look at the overall as they run on the left side of the pylon. 2-2-1 for a tally of 5. Sorensen 1-3-2 for a tally of 6. Nick McDonald on a 4-5-7 for 3rd. Hatch with a 7-9-3 all the way in 5th now. That'll bump him up to. And Sorensen still digging here, but he's running out of time, Zach.
You can't say he's not sending it. Still going for the big triple, trying to lay it all down here in the final few sections of racetrack. He does close up several bike lanes, but again, is it going to be too late? Usually if you can't make something happen by this corner, it is almost impossible. Sorensen twisting and a twisting. I don't know. I think Delnicki's got it. Final corner, checkered flag, and the championship going to go to Travis Delnicki, getting the job done. Devin Sorensen keeping him honest all the way to the line. What a battle from both of these riders. But a 2-2-1 going to be good enough to get the job done. And those guys stretch things out as well. Kyle Hatch, Steven Savar, and Nicholas McDonald, your top 5 in the moto. Rose Smith, Hempstead, Ashley, and Amo round out the top 10. Overall, though, it is Delnicki, Sorensen, McDonald, and Sevier, your top 4, with Kyle Hatch rounding out the top 5. And as you can see, that final pass from Delnicki made the difference. 5 points, going to beat 6 here on the Unicorollum Speedway. Top 10 overall. Delnicki got another title for the collection as they head to talk down to our man DC And we'll get ready to drop the gate on our next moto.
He thought finding short people was hard. He's going to need a step stool to get on the height of Delnicki. As we are going to roll into Moto 22 while we wait for Travis Delnicki to pull up to DC, get his interview on the line. We got 50 plus and 30 plus for the ESMX series. You guys are hitting the track, Moto 23, 65, 7 to 11. You're going to the gate, Moto 24 girls 12 to 16 coming down to the line. I'm going to assume, Zach, the conditions don't look too bad. I think that Moto 27, the e-bike, should be good to go. We got Delnicki down on the podium with DC. Take it away, Dom.
All right, I'm standing next to Travis Delnicki, who made the pass in the last lap to get himself on the box with a moto for the win in the overall in the class series number 248. Travis Delnicki, tell us about that pass and about the track.
Yeah, I've been having to do that all weekend. I was starting behind Dev and Nick, and it's making my life a lot harder than it should be. But yeah, I don't know. I had some good lines. I was able to move around a little bit, and yeah, I was able to find my way by, and then kind of I knew I was good from there.
Well, you did it. You're on the box. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank Phil Benito, CFC Services, TCD Racing, Motorsports Nation, FXR, Factory Ride, HGS, Exhaust, Slade Racing, Mika Metals, everybody that helps me. I've had a good little run here, and you know, this is my first race after a decent Loretta, so I had a good weekend. I put myself in a little bit of a bad spot, which is normal. I'm used to making passes, but yeah, it's a good weekend.
Well, there you have it. Travis Delnicki, your New York State Championship #1 plate, #1 rider.
Thank you, DC. Congratulations, Delnicki. Out front here in the plus 50 class. Looks like the 32 of Usmail. And it is the 804 at Wilcox. Front end high there as he comes over the double in the middle. Usmail known for the good start. Let's see if he can hold on to it. It's going to be a tall task the way we've seen Wilcox ride this weekend.
Yeah, the two-stroke has been absolutely ripping, and oftentimes it is ripping to the front. Hasn't quite grabbed the whole shot. This might be one of the best starts for him of the weekend, but it has not slowed him down much. We are live here back covering the final few motos, like we said, on a brief lightning delay. Got that cleared. As you can see, stopped by and left us a little bit of water. And how about it? Wilcox around the outside takes the lead along with it.
And we'll have to check the live timing once it updates. A 2:11. That'll give him the overall as well as they sit.
Wayne Powers.
Usmail is at a 4 DNF.
Yeah, looked like some
Something
problems
happened with Usmail there in Moto 2.
There in that second moto, Powers, Smith, and Spencer now check in on the backside of the top 5. As Wilcox does a great job of standing late into those corners, trying to absorb as much of the bumps as he can.
There we go. We got an update now. It looks like Usmail 4.52. It's looking like on live scoring. Wayne Powers 6.3, currently 3. So we'll see how everything shakes up. We'll keep an eye on the overall. But as far as the moto goes, it is currently Michael Wilcox, the 804 Honda rider, out front. Got a little bit of ski out, running one ski there. And Powers starting to hunt down Usmail as these plus 50 guys work their way through on what is still a pretty good racetrack, Zach. That was a quick rainstorm. It dumped pretty hard, but all things considered, outside of a few spots of light standing water, everything looks pretty good on our end.
Yeah, like we talked about, the ability, especially in these main lines where riders are turning over lap after lap, get it 3 laps or so, and it almost looks like it was just a prep planned watering. So great job from the whole track crew of paying attention, maybe covering up a couple spots, touching a spot here or there. And yeah, like you said, we were talking about that 50 e-bike moto. Said there were going to be some game time decisions, but for the moment at least, I would think they are A-OK to race.
Yeah, everything looks pretty good out there. Days like today is when you hear Nick's dad get on the headset and he'll say he's got the watering covered for the day. He's a comedian.
What a guy.
Thank you, Kevin. We appreciate all your hard work today watering the track.
Absolutely, as always. Like we said, we're starting to wind down on the motos as you guys make your way off the property. Please make sure you're picking up after yourself. You're properly disposing of that trash. I believe they've got a dumpster right as you exit the property. Make sure you guys get your high voltage candy bar as well. Another unnecessary but very cool thing that the Zielinski family does. Leaving a little something to remember them by. It's fantastic. And it's just another cool thing. They put so much work into it, and then they go that extra little bit and do something just like that. So big thank you to the whole family and the whole crew here at High Voltage Hills for all they've done.
The whole family, everybody here that works at the facility is very appreciative of all the riders and the families that turn out for these races. Obviously, without them, this race doesn't happen. So thank you to everybody that showed up and supported. Like Zach said, there is a dumpster at the exit of the property if you want to shoot your garbage bag in there. If the dumpster is full, you're more than welcome. Just set it down next to any of the garbage barrels. And once the company comes around to pick up the garbage barrels, they'll grab those as well. We're just asking you don't just throw your garbage on the ground, really, is all we're asking. At the end of the day, please be respectful to everything they do here. As we watch, Wilcox still working his way around. Kind of finding some weird little lines here. He got a little bit sketchy there in that last turn. I don't think that berm was as quite built up as he thought it was going to be.
And another housekeeping issue we talked on a little bit earlier. If you rented a transponder with us this weekend, I've been there before. Nothing like being an hour away and realizing it's still on the fork. So make sure you guys clip that thing off and give it back to wherever you rented it from. I believe that's right over by the sign-up tower. So we don't want to charge you for it, but we will. We just want our stuff back. So make sure if you rented a transponder, you get that turned back in before you exit the property as well. There's one lap to go. Wilcox, hang on to it. Oh, my goodness. That would not be the place for it.
You don't want to tuck the front there and knife that. He was just checking his transponder, make sure it's still there. That's what I heard, Zach. I forgot. I got to put that back after this. So Wilcox in and out of the sand trap. That inside berm is built up beautifully now. Everybody able to just spin the back tire around that, use it to bank off and carry momentum up the hill as he goes all the way up top behind the pits one last time. You see how far that outside line has been pushed all the way to the embankment. He goes up and over what used to be the finish line until we spun this thing around.
Was there ever any talk of keeping that as the finish line, or?
Yeah, the issue was getting off the track. It's so close to the start line.
Makes sense.
You want to be able to keep these motos rolling around. So not a bad decision to put the finish line where it was.
Yeah, I think it actually worked out really well. Yeah,
it works good to keep the motos flowing, and it's created a safe enough jump where you can race through the finish without having to worry about hurting yourself.
And Wilcox not having to worry about it at all. Meanwhile, we check in with that plus 30 C class out of our Empire State MX Series. It's Cody Ernest leading the way. Gerald Ramundo in the number 2 spot. Braden Dink, Picor Alex, and Michael Kriskowski in the number 5 ride. Very consistent at the top of that field as well. Cody looking at a potential sweep in the ESMX plus 30 C class. The top of the field. And the top of the plus 50 A, B, and C. Got the whole alphabet in there. And Michael Wilcox looking at a 2-1-1. One more quarter to go. How about it? 2004. 2-stroke. Still knows how to get the job done. A fist in the air as it should be. What a performance. Michael Wilcox hangs on for the Moto win and for the title.
I need Dom to check the VIN on that. I need to know what year that is.
It's a 4-digit VIN.
Check the 10th digit on the VIN, Dom. Let me know what it is. Or we could probably just ask Mike himself since he's going to go talk to him. So Wilcox going to take the Moto win and the overall championship. Looking for Ernest on the beta to come through in that plus 30 C class. As the riders slowly working their way around the rest of the track here. As you see this camera angle, so cool, able to look over the whole track from this angle, you can see about 80% of the track. You can see that power line that runs right through the middle of the facility. If you get close enough, you can actually hear that power line buzz. Those power lines have a lot of electricity going through them. I believe that was Ernest right there that just finished his run. So he should be going to the podium to join Michael Wilcox. And you should be going on your phone to download that Verb Prospect app. Dom, you got Michael Wilcox down there. Take it away, my friend.
I do. I have Michael Wilcox down here. We're late in the day, Mike. The track is pretty rough. We had the rain come in. You've been riding for a long time. You're back over on the bike again. Tell us about the moto and about the track.
Well, that was intense. Like, that rain came down and made things really slick, and then the rocks were starting to pop up and the square edge. It was really technical, man. I was working hard out there. But it was a lot of fun. First and foremost, I got to give the glory to God. Jesus Christ saved me, and I wouldn't be here today without him, and I'm just blessed. So I'm just amazing. It's got to go out to my kids and my wife for sticking with me through some really tough times. And my strength is yours and yours is mine. I love you guys. So it's cool.
Amen, brother. Jesus is king. I love the Lord as well. It's good to hear another brother in Christ. But hey, we have a question for you. The guys in the booth and myself are wondering, how old is your bike?
Whoa. Well, I rode a 125 in the 40 plus. That was a 2001. That was the last time I had a 125 was that. I figured it'd be for fun. This one's an 03. So this is like, you know, just trying to keep it going. It's tired like me, but it still goes.
Wow, 23-year-old bike, champion here, got the 211 overall here. He's your winner, Michael Wilcox.
And the crowd goes wild. How about it? The 2003 Honda two-stroke taking a state championship here in New York.
That thing is Hall of Fame worthy at this point. It's an antique, a vintage. You can see him at the Unadilla Rewind next summer.
I was 5 years old when that bike came out.
So we are going to turn our attention back to the track. We got 65-7 to 11 on track. I recognize that yellow gear. That is Colton Tubbs. We're going to find out who he's chasing down here.
Is that Widrick possibly?
That rider, a little slip and slide to the top of the hill. I think that's LePan again. So the 344 of LePan and the 45 of Tubbs getting ready to lock horns here. In the 65-7-11 class, we are one lap down. And it looks like it's going to be a two-horse race for the Moto win. I don't see anybody else really running the pace early in this one.
Yeah, they're certainly breaking away from the rest of the field, at least for the moment. Tubbs going to try to hang on to things. That is how things are looking right now here in the class. LePan, Tubbs, and Manzer, the only three to check in so far. And Jackson probably already got the sunglasses waiting for him over by the podium. Fresh thing of hairspray.
He has the tattoo guy. The gun is warmed up.
He's ready.
We were given tattoos down there by the sign-up shed. Maybe he was associated with that.
Yeah, that's entirely possible. He's gonna get an X for every championship he gets this weekend.
Yeah, that he's gonna need.
You know how the Fox guys do the Fox and crossbones for every win? He'll be doing that.
Well, he's won 3 championships this weekend.
He's gonna have a sleeve by the end of the weekend if he keeps this up.
As Tubbs only met with Lappin one time, and Lappin got the best of him.
This is a big weekend for Tubbs, though, as well. We've talked about him a ton. He's had a ton of good riding, and you know, we often talk about that learning opportunity that these riders have. This is one of those. LePan at the moment, just a little bit faster, a little bit more technical, and Colton hopefully taking some notes and paying attention to exactly what he's doing. That's allowing him to stretch things out consistently. So Tubbs, relatively young, a bit smaller in stature. Got to think probably got some more years in this class ahead of him as well. Tubbs 10 years old, so got at least another year in this class if he decides to stay on the 65.
He's got the right stature for it, really. So I would expect him to see Tubbs in the 65 class another year. He's got 15 overall wins on the year this year.
And LePan is 11, so yeah, and I think that's what you often see. You get to that top year or so, and it is definitely fun to watch as DC stands by with yet another one of our champs. Take it away.
Guys, I'm down here with Cody Ernest. Cody, we were just talking to the other winner in your class, Michael Wilcox. He was talking about the track, but we want to hear your perspective on that ride.
It was rough. It was after it rained, it got so deep, and it just sliding out and everything. And I don't have a scoop, so it's definitely hard to hold on to. So.
Well, without a scoop tire, it is kind of tough, especially on a sand track. But who do you want to thank that got you up here?
I'd like to thank my girlfriend, my family, the kids. I'd like to thank Racehorse Tavern, Tropicana Tanorama, Action Construction, Cups Vacuum Center, and TNT Cycle.
Well, there you have it, folks. Your 2026 New York State champion right over here, Cody Ernest.
Well done, Cody. Did you say Tropicana Tanorama? That sounds like a fun place to go.
I wasn't going to try to say it again. Yeah, is that a destination?
It sounds like somewhere in Florida, somewhere I'd want to be.
Sunscreen or something, yeah.
As we see back on screen, LePan on the 344. Trying to bring that, what are we going to call that, Zach? A cheetah hairdo?
Is it cheetah?
Is it
leopard?
print?
I
Leopard
always get
print?
confused.
Well, both are fast, and so is he, so.
And yeah, this is, DC actually touched on it on the podium. I think Levi Kitchen kind of kicking this off. I know we saw Caden Dudney rocking that, and then it was quite frequent out at Loretta Lynn's. You had, whether it was an animal print or just some crazy color, the personality kind of coming back to light. We talked about this, the Attitude Era. We've heard some I don't want to say smack talk, but some comments on the podium even here this weekend. Kids not afraid to say exactly how they feel about the competition. And to a point, I'm about it. I think there's a line, right, you got to stay within, but I think being able to express yourself, he's got the big shades on, he's got the cool hairstyle. I'm all about it. I'm not 100% sure as to what the animal is, but that's why I announced Dirt Bike Racing and not Animal Planet.
Well, we were talking off the air a little bit about the impression that the high-level amateur guys, the professional guys have, all the way down through the amateur ranks where you see Vagel starting to acquire some of the riding skills. Oh, yeah. We saw a lot of riders at Loretta's rocking the hairdo and the sunglasses like LePan does. And it's fun to see how it translates all the way down through the amateur ranks as LePan is going to take a moto win.
The elusive LePan leopard creeping his way towards the podium.
Maybe you should be on National Geographic.
Yeah, well.
Is DC in danger right now? Is he about to be attacked?
The wild DC. Prepare.
All right, this is too good. We might have found Zach Herron's next call.
If I'm not here next year, I'm on Animal Planet.
Everybody go to the Discovery Channel and support our man, Zach Herron.
How about it? Man, a great job. LePan, got to wonder, taking a look down the list, that might be his final moto for the weekend as well. Maybe in that mini combined.
As the rest of the field cycles through, we'll wait for a top 10 rundown here.
And here it is. Ucarone Speedway, top 10, Jackson LePan, Colton Tubbs, and Maverick Mans are your top 3, with Morse and Attigliato rounding out your top 5. Dazzo, Briggs, and the rest of the field in the moto. Now the big picture, LePan, Tubbs, and Manzer keep it consistent in the top 3 for your top 3 overall. Morse steals that 4th place spot away, and then Luca Briggs, 6, 7, 6 for 5. I like that kind of math. How about it? Holds on to the final spot inside that top 5 overall from 65, 7 to 11. So we'll get ready to send things down to the wild DC, standing by on the podium, and we'll get ready to drop the gate on our next moto. But there, watch out, DC. He might bite you. Find out what kind of leopard print that is, or animal.
All right, I'm down here with none other Jackson LePan. We got your name right again, buddy. We got to ask you, man, and we know that the Levi Kitchen haircut's going, but what animal are you going after?
Cheetah.
There we go, the cheetah, and he is fast. And with that being fast, you got the #1 plate once again. Tell us about it.
It was good. The track it's getting rough. A couple of spots were really slick, and I almost crashed a couple of times. But track was fine overall.
Well, there you have it. You're the New York State champion. You need a rough track to do it. You're the best here in New York State. I'm glad to have you here, bud. Who do you want to thank that got you up here?
My mom, my dad, my papa, my coach Ryan, 1670 Tattoo, Zielinski Heating and Cooling, Victory Landscaping, 110 Racing, Monty's Motorsports, and everybody else.
Well, there you have it, your New York State champion, Jackson LePan.
How about it? The Cheetah runs off and steals the state championship along with it as we now turn our attention to the girls class. And this is interesting. The number 11, Victoria Dillon, up front, getting the start this time and trying to make quick work of it, but she's got Kelsey Harris all over the back end.
Sure does, Zach. Dillon and Harris are 2 title contenders. We see the 66 of Platt there. And I think that's going to be Morgan Caldwell in the all-purple gear. As we see AG video. Do you see that mobile video shot? It's almost like they do at Daytona in the back of the buggy. He's riding the pit bike and getting the shot down the side.
He's going for it, that's for sure. Multitasking better than I can.
Getting the shot. There he is again. And it's Dillon Harris.
Yeah, AG 21. I've seen him, I believe, out of some arena crosses, and then he's been out here the last couple of years as well, getting some camera shots and risking it for the biscuit out there as well.
Yeah, shout out to Austin. He's been working with us here at Racer TV this weekend. Stoke Media giving us some footage that we can use in between motos on the broadcast and whatnot. So Austin, a local here, glad we could support him and let him help us. As we go back to racing, it's still Dillon, and now Caldwell starting to sneak up on Harris. And that was a sneaky good line.
Yeah.
I don't think she did that on purpose.
Back in, stepped out for just a second there. But yeah, what we thought was going to be Harris applying the pressure to Dillon is now Caldwell going after Harris. Back down the start stretch they go. And this is, we wondered what Victoria was going to be able to do with some clean air if she got the start. Now she's showing she'd had to work her way to the #1 spot or close to it every single time beforehand in this girls class. This time the clean air and the Canadian leads them around here on the first lap.
So we're looking at the live timing. It's Victoria Dillon on a 1-1. Caldwell and Harris have swapped 2 3s at this point. So it's a winner take all for the second place overall between those two. And if they want the overall championship, they're going to get some help from Dillon to get it. Sitting on that elusive 1-1 score. Trying to hit the trifecta here. And now Harris starts to go back after Dillon. Caldwell lost a little bit of time there out back. See our Verb Prospect app showing us Victoria Dillon, a moto winner in the girls class at the Walton Raceway up in Canada. 6 overall wins on the year, 7 podiums.
Not bad, eh?
Not too bad. That's 6 more wins and 7 more podiums than I got.
Kelsey Harris reels her right back in, though. Very similar to what we've seen kind of throughout the weekend. Harris arguably faster, but not able to actually get around. Dillon's so good at riding defensively, and not obnoxiously defensive either. She's not swerving left, swerving right. She's staying very consistent in her line choices, but just not providing any kind of mistake or anything for Harris to capitalize off of.
She's kind of controlling that yo-yo effect that we hear the guys talk about on the pro scene, on the broadcast, where you start to catch them, then you get to the track, part of the track where Dillon's a little bit faster, and she starts to stretch it back out. And we're going back and forth. Harris really just needs to get there and stay there until she gets to part of the track where she's a little bit faster. So we'll see if she's able to link onto the lines here.
Getting a good drive down that front straightaway.
She's staying with her. She's a little bit closer. So this is about as close as she's been the whole moto. She's within a bike length. Unfortunately, Caldwell's kind of lost the pace there. She had the pace earlier with these two, and then once Harris got to Dillon, they kind of picked it up a little bit.
It's so hard when you lose touch, and it's, you can't see where they're going or what they're doing to be able to cue off of that no man's land, as we like to call it. Still a great run there in the 3rd place spot, but just out of the fight. And what a fight it is here at the top of the girls 12 to 16 class. We'll see both of these young ladies doing battle in our women's class as well, here in probably 2 motos, I believe.
They will be running 250 beginner and then women, so whoever made this race order doing no favors for these young ladies. As Harris now, this is the part of the track where she's been pretty fast.
Yeah, I do feel like Harris stayed a bit closer this time around and is headed into, like you said, her strong side. So we'll see if the 74 can piece it together.
Here we go, pulling up alongside. They're going to try and square it up. Dylan got out of that turn. Here we go. We're on the AG video, the AG21 mobile video. Austin Goodrich giving the shots. Might as well just put him out there with a GoPro at that point.
I love it. Here we go. Harris again within a bike length, but wasn't able to do anything with it. Might be seeing, is it a white flag this next time
I
through?
believe we're going to
so.
see the white, Zach. Yeah, it should be a four-lap moto, and the white flag should be coming out. So one more time around. We got a lapper up here. It looks like they're going to work around her before they get to the turn. You see Dylan's been watching that Canary line. She's going to hold on, though. Harris going to square that up.
I think if she could have gotten just a little bit more to the inside, she might have been able to try to make something happen.
Oh, and a big-time mistake from Harris.
That might be it right there, folks.
That will probably be the nail in the coffin. She tried to run it down a little bit harder than normal down behind the announcer's tower in the sand trap. Just stood the bike up a little bit over the top of the inside berm and just ruined all her momentum as Dylan opens up what looks like an 8 to 10 second gap now over Harris. Don't forget, folks, if you're just joining us after the weather delay, scan that QR code. Free 99. You can download the Verb Moto Prospect app. Check out all the results from yourself, your friends, anybody you've seen watch racing here. It's pretty awesome, Zach. You can check out that leaderboard. Compare yourself to your friends. Check out your results. Claim your profile.
Well, and on top of that, like we've touched on, as a racer, it does a lot of the work for you. Build your own rider resume based off of your results, shows what big races you've been at, how well you've been doing at them, and then pushes that information out to companies like FXR, like KTM, like Oakley, and helps you get your name out there without even having to do anything. I don't know about you, but I remember back in the day, I'm on Microsoft Word. I'm trying to figure out what font to use, what background color, and now my results didn't help the resume either, but at the same time, it was a lot of decisions being made. Now the Prospect app does it basically for you and gets you in touch with the biggest names in Moto.
Well, I can attest to this. I was never fast. I had to fluff my results. Yeah. I don't think you can do that on the Prospect app. There are going to be accuracy is going to be there, so you're not lying about your results.
No need to fluff when it looks like this. 1-1-1. Victoria Dillon gets the job done and dominates this girls class here in 2026. A huge shout out to Kelsey Harris as well. She did not give up a bit. Still,
not even a little bit. She was able to reel it back in.
Wow, good finish there at the top of your girls 12-16 class. Morgan Caldwell, like we said, a very solid run as well, but just lost touch of that battle at the front of the field here in this third moto. Looks like Platt and Turner going to round out your top 5.
There is the Utica Rome Speedway top 10 rundown. Moto 3, Victoria Dillon, Kelsey Harris, Morgan Caldwell, Platt, Turner, Marcone, LaBombard, Turner, Dittmer, and Kaika round out your top 10. And we look at the overall point standings here. I don't need my calculator. 1 + 1 + 1 is 3. You can't go any lower than that. Victoria Dillon, your champion. Kelsey Harris, a good run to secure a second place overall. Morgan Caldwell, a good ride for third overall. 3-2-3, not bad at all. Platt with a 4-4-4. And the rest of the field. Don't forget, folks, well, it looks like we're going to go right to D.C. Victoria Dillon didn't waste any time. She raced right to the podium, too.
She's got another moto coming up. She's got to talk quick. How about it, D.C.? Take it away.
All right, I'm here with Victoria Dillon, our winner here. Victoria, how was the track?
It was pretty rough that time. I got a little squirrely on the first lap because I haven't been on it so long, but it was fun. I finally got the whole shot and just see it through.
Well, you did really well up there. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Dylan Bros Roofing, FXR, LRR, Matt, Race Ready Customs, Poor Boys Racing, Orps, Grady, and my brother Creighton, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you so much.
You had one more moto to go?
Yeah, I'm actually on the line right now.
Well, you better get down there, get some water, get down there. Well, maybe we'll see you back up on the podium. Your #1 winner in the New York State Championship right here.
How about it? Victoria Dillon, the crowd goes wild, and she gets right back onto the start. You can leave that bike up there. She's riding a different one, but
just come back and get it later.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. As we take off in our 250 beginner class.
While we got a second, I want to remind everybody about those giveaways. Wayne Powers, Jacob Suter, William Hazelton, Carson Hill, Alex Harris, Robert Pello, Jack Cohen, Cooper Maurer, Cody Ashley, Victoria Dillon, Jerry McNair, Caleb Charleboys, Ty Rogie, Andre Williams, Lily Turner, and Cody Chrisman. You can stop down to the trophy room behind, sign up. They have some giveaways. I don't know what you've won, but you've won more than I did. And I'll tell you what the 43 just almost won. He just almost won a free pair of underwear because that was a scary ride.
Wow, that was
able to pull it back underneath him. That was the 43 of Mumbolo.
Yeah, almost looked like he was whiskey and throttle there for a second. I was like, is he going to turn?
The feet were off the pegs. He was almost headed back to the pits. But he was able to wrangle that thing, keep it on track, and he heads back away up and over the top of the hill as we go away from the center of the track. Sitting on a 1-1. And then we'll assumingly look for Groff, I would think. And there he is. He's got one rider in between him. That's the 438, I believe, the 458 of Blake Southwick it should be. So Southwick up here with a good start.
They just call him the Wick.
The Wick.
I thought he'd be number 338.
That would have been a great play.
I'll find him in the pits. I'll let him know.
Put the Sandman on his butt patch or something. You got to get approval from the junkyard dog.
That's true.
You got to go to war with him and come out alive, and then you get all the Southwick approval you need. As we look back in at Mumbolo, and then there is Southwick Groff. Now Semp up in the fourth. Elmakinder, the 13 ride back in fifth. McClellan sixth. Huey seventh. Osborne eighth. Thompson ninth. And Infantine back there in 10th. So not totally sure how things are shaping up here as far as the overall goes. We're seeing a 114 for Semp. I believe Mumbolo was at the front earlier in those motos, but some of these guys got called down to speak to the referee. So we'll check the official standings outside the sign-up trailer.
Not our department.
As of right now, according to live scoring, Ryan Semp is in the position to hold down that championship by a quite clear margin of McClellan on a 2.36. Going to have some work to do. And Osborne on a 6.28. Elmakinder on a 3.95 and Thompson on a 5.49. A lot of time for things to change, though. Riders can make passes. The only guy that can't pass any is Mumbolo. As Southwick holding it down in second. And you see, what you're seeing on screen is that sun starting to, you saw that haze on the screen. That's the same thing the riders are going to see when they're working their way back up towards this part of the track. As we got one rider down, that is the lead rider. And he is down. That's going to let Southwick through. Groff is through, and I believe Semp went by as well.
So a shake-up here at the top of the field is now Southwick. Going to lead them across the finish line.
And live timing updates saying that Mumbolo only lost one spot. Is that possible? I think we got a bit of a glitch. We got 43 in second and 43 in fourth. We're going to go with our eyes on this one. I'm seeing Southwick, Groff. That was Semp. And then now I see Mumbolo starting to drop down the order. We keep an eye on that. He's currently in second and ninth. This guy's amazing. He's split in half. As we work our way through, that is Semp. So he's up in the third now, sitting on a 1-1-3. As they work their way down. The 318 of Ryan Semp.
How about it for Southwick?
Screen.
Southwick ending the weekend on a high note. What a way to close out the weekend. I mean, there's nothing, you know, especially a 3-moto format. You can have a really bad weekend, and it's like 2 motos. First one didn't go the way you wanted. But then the first 2 motos in your classes, most of these riders in both of our beginner classes, going to end things on a high note.
He's showing up as a DNF 1 right now, so not sure what happened
from last to first. That's a big turnaround right there.
That's a Chase Sexton at Hangtown.
How about it?
So now we got Senf in 3rd and 4th. He's riding 2 different bikes, so is Mumbolo. We got all sorts of technical issues with these transponders right now. And now Senf has company. Who's it gonna be?
Looks like that's McKellen on the charge.
Wow.
If I'm not mistaken. Maybe actually Hui as well. Showing on our prospect app. Couldn't quite tell the number background combo. Not doing us any favors.
Yeah, he's been watching too many of those Twitch Instagram videos. Oh no, he does have the weight numbers. That was the 55. That was Hui on the 55X. So Hui gets around Senf. Still in control of that overall according to our live time and scoring. And Southwick in control of the moto. The Wick, 338.
Scrolling down, taking a look at some of our other results. McKellen, a 2-3 heading into this 3rd moto, and now sitting back in a 5th place spot. That's going to cost him a little bit in the overall picture. And then Bryce Osborne as well. Osborne, excuse me, a 6th place in Moto 1, but a 2nd in Moto number 2. So you know he would have loved to continue that trend up inside the top 3. Right now, Blake Southwick out front, leading the way here in the 250 beginner class, that Empire State Motocross Series. Oh, somebody flipped the top of that jump there. Looked like it must have kept going forward. Flagger was paying attention. Good job. You know it's close whenever you see the flaggers put the hands on the chair. They were like they were about to get up.
And the anticipation. I love you see the videos online. The guys in the air and the flaggers are already getting up with the flag out.
They already know. Well, how about it? I believe Southwick going to be rolling towards a checkered flag here. Might have already missed it. As Groff crosses the line in the number 2 spot. Hui going to cross the line in the number 3 position.
Senf will roll across 4th, take the overall according to live timing and scoring. You will have to check the results outside the sign-up shed. Not sure what happened on the logistical side of things with them. I know there were some questions with the referee, but nonetheless, according to what we see, Ryan Senf is a beginner champion in the 250 class, Empire State MX. As we looked at the Utica Speedway top 10, Blake Southwick doing it for the Wick. Owen Groff, Caleb Hui, Senf, McClellan, Osborne, Thompson, Al McKinder, Esposito, and Jason Montgomery round out our top 10. And we look at our overall standings. Ryan Senf, 114 for a total of 6. Chase McClellan, 235. Bryce Osborne, 626. Grant Thompson, 547. We see a 398, a 4511. Esposito, Infantine, Montgomery, and Danny Ting round out our top 10 overall. As we are getting ready to go on, what do we got, Zach?
Women's.
Combined?
Hey, ladies.
Pardon me.
Here we go. Going to see a lot of the same names we saw in that girls class, but you throw Anissa Ingersoll in the mix as well. And usually she's not just in the mix, but at the front of the pack.
She's handling the mixer most times.
Yeah, no doubt. She's lightning off the start especially.
We are going to go down to the podium. Dominic Cittadino has Ryan Senf. Let's hear from him.
We are on the strength with Ryan Senf, your moto winner and your overall New York State Championship champion. Tell us about your ride.
Just out there having fun. I haven't rode dirt bike in a very long time, so holy shit. Yeah, my buddies Austin and Trey convinced me to come out this weekend, so Yeah, just having fun.
Well, hey, they convinced you. You put it together. You made it happen. You're the #1 rider in New York State. Who do you want to thank?
Just my dad, my mom. Once again, my buddies Austin, Trey, Cam. I've been out of this for a long time, so it's fun to come back for the weekend and hang out with everybody.
Well, there you have it. Your overall winner and your #1 rider in New York State, Ryan Senf.
All right, back to the women's class we go here as Ingersoll didn't quite get the jump, it looked like, but not wasting any time. As you see, there is Victoria Dillon, fresh off of a girls' championship. And I believe that is Harris just in front of her.
This is the 3-pack we've had up front pretty much the whole weekend. You can jumble them up, throw them out on the track as many times as you want. You're still going to get these 3 out front in this women's class. Just a matter of what order they're going to be in. Currently, Ingersoll, Harris, and Dillon. I believe Dillon sitting on a 3-3. Harris on a 1-2 and Ingersoll on a 2-1. So this is the battle for the overall. The 74 of Harris got 3 laps to go here after they come across the stripe to find a way around the local Anissa Ingersoll.
Trying to wait for time to scoring that bit. I can't. Did Ingersoll get that second moto?
She did hang on at the end. It was close, yes. It was close, but she was able to hang on to it.
So it all comes down to this for the championship, and your top 2 contenders at the top of the field here, 1 lap in the books. Again, it might sound crazy, but we talk about Harris being on what looks to be a 125 ride, a little bit lighter, a little less aggressive as far as how much it throws you around. Late in the day like this, the track's really rough. Got to wonder whether or not that could play into the hands of Harris. Ingersoll having to fight that 4-stroke. But Anissa looking mighty comfortable right now as I almost had the announcer's curse. What a save for
that
the 61.
Brought Zach out of his chair. And that looks like it kind of threw Anissa off her rhythm.
Not a surprise right there. That was definitely a gnarly one.
A scary moment.
Ingersoll going to let the heart rate come back down from outer space. And going to try to regroup and go after Harris.
Yeah, that was an unexpected kick. Just hit one of those square edge bumps. And going downhill, the momentum. It's hard to slow the momentum there.
That's what we talked about late in the day like this, especially. I mean, you're tired. You've got the sun in your eyes in some spots. Some shadows starting to play games with you as well. And if you're not 100% prepared for it, especially those kind of square edge walls that they come together with, it'll completely kick the rear end out beside you. You're looking at the back tire.
You saw it right there. It swapped one way and back the other. Thankfully, Ingersoll, still a young lady, still strong, able to wrestle that thing back underneath her. I would have been on the ground. We would have been calling
that's
for
a lot of good
help.
form, too. You got to be holding on with your legs and really squeezing to be able to bring that thing back. And so Ingersoll did exactly what she needed to do. And to your point, I do think might have rattled her just a bit as she's kind of fallen off. Not completely out of this thing yet, but got to wonder whether or not she was pushing really hard early on to try to break away from Harris. And like we said, Harris fresh off of the top 5 out at Loretta Lynn, where the intensity might be some of the highest that you're going to find in all of the country's amateur racing. So she's ready to go the distance, and she's ready to try to add a title to the collection here. She can hang on for just a few more laps.
That felt like one of those moments we talked about where things that you do off the motorcycle help on the motorcycle. Yes. Ingersoll, a basketball player, a field hockey player in college. You got to believe the training helped her a lot there. The body is in good shape from head to toe. Reaction time was on point. That was just muscle memory right there. The body was just in the right position to save it, thankfully. And she lives to fight another day. Unfortunately, like we said, I think that just rattled her enough where it really throws you out of your rhythm.
When I remember correctly, I think you said she's literally leaving for college tonight. Like
tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow,
Her mom said tomorrow morning. So
let's get back to school.
Yeah, we're going to get back to school in one piece. The basketball team probably
we don't need
her.
coach calling us, yelling at us about it. So
you see on the lap time, that was a 5-second ding. Lost a second or two with the mistake, and then just throwing her out of a rhythm. And unfortunately, in a short race like this, you're getting a 4-lap race. It always takes you a lap or two to get back into the rhythm and the flow. And by the time you do, unfortunately for Anissa, it's probably going to be a little too late. Hopefully she's able to hang on to a second place here, though, because Dylan is coming.
But I was going to say, you know, Dylan's confidence has got to be at an all-time high, fresh off of that girls' championship, and she knows she beat the girl who's leading right now in this class. So going to be able to try to apply some of that, and we'll be on the lookout for Dylan in the coming years as well here in this women's class. It looks like she's trying to make something happen along the outside of Ingersoll.
So I'm not sure if Anissa knows that that's not a pass for an overall position. In the back of her head, she might just be thinking, let me get this thing to the finish line. Like we said, I don't think anybody that wasn't watching the broadcast saw that. That was on the far back side of the hill. But that was a nasty swap. And I'm sure she's just thankful to be getting out of here in one piece after that.
So here we go. Less than a lap remains for Kelsey Harris.
We're looking at the overall. Even if she gives up a position to Dylan, that's not going to hurt her in the overall standings.
Yeah, looks like Dylan.
It looks like Dylan did make the pass, yep.
And Ingersoll had even fallen back from there as well. So at this point, just bring it home. Anissa Ingersoll, a very solid performance as well for someone maybe not fully committing to the racing schedule as she once did. Meanwhile, Harris and Dylan looks like they've been hard at it this season and trying to close off their year on a high note as well.
Shout out to Addison Platt back there in fourth. Lily Turner, Hunt Erickson, Nikki Voorhees, Harley Wood, Paige LeBombard, all the women out here really riding a man's track at this point in the day. I mean, the referee did no favors by putting these poor girls on one of the roughest tracks that they're going to see all weekend.
Hey, I'll say it, call it a man's track if you will, but these ladies could outride me 12 out of 12 times on a course like this, so big shout out to them. And the lap times, you know, you look at 155, the best lap for Harris, that is comparable to even mid-pack and some of the B classes as well out here this weekend. So like we've said, obviously the resurgence of the WMX crew and the WMX series, excuse me, and then even out at Red Lens, the girls and women's classes were some of the closest that we had. All kinds of not only attitude and emotion, which I think is cool as well. You've got some real personalities coming up in those divisions, but the racing absolutely phenomenal. As Harris going to check up just a little bit, try to play it smart around this lap rider. Looks back, says, all right, I got some time here. I'm not stressing on it. How about it? One more corner to go. Kelsey Harris, the top 5 at Loretta's, backs it up with a championship here in the women's class. The New York State Championship. Kelsey Harris gets the job done with a 1-2-1.
Well done, Harris. She was there to capitalize on the little mistake that Ingersoll made, and that was really the story of the race. She was able to sprint away from her, as it looks like she was going to wait, give everybody a thumbs up. We look at the Utica Rome Speedway top 10 breakdown. Kelsey Harris, Victoria Dillon, Anissa Ingersoll, Addison Platt, Lily Turner, Carly Hunt, Nicole Voorhees, Ryan Erickson, Harley Wood, and Paige LeBombard. Round out the top 10, the overall standings look like Kelsey Harris 1-2-1, Anissa Ingersoll 2-1-3, Victoria Dillon 3-3-2. Then you get Platt, Turner, Hunt, Voorhees, Erickson, Wood, and LeBombard. So Kelsey Harris should be over there getting it chatted up with DC from D3 shortly.
And we will get ready to set the stage for our 50 e-bike class. I'm assuming they are going to be lining up. So we'll get a look at the gate here in just a minute. And we'll get the scoop down at the podium here in just a moment as well. As the closing couple of motos here get down to the nitty-gritty for the 2026 New York State Motocross Championship. Once again, we want to thank all of you that have been watching all weekend long on Racer TV, Verb Moto, Kaplan America, and Stoke Media. Make sure you guys leave us a like, leave us a comment, and follow us along on social media as well. We've got all kinds of racing coming up. We'll be right back here on Racer TV next weekend for the doubleheader finale for the Fox J-Day Off-Road. But, oh, didn't hear him. Must be the e-bikes. How about it? The electric bikes off and rolling here for our next moto, and it looks like that was Wager getting out to an early race lead, picking up right where he left off. Kid's been lightning off the start all weekend long.
Pun intended?
Yes.
Pun intended.
Pun intended. Absolutely.
Electric off the start.
So you can learn more about all of these riders if you'd like with that Verb Moto Prospect app. Can't encourage you enough to download that, especially if you are a racer yourself. And as they make their way towards the backside of the track, I believe these riders on the abbreviated track, if I'm not mistaken, and we will get ready
To send things down to D.C., going to be chatting it up with Kelsey Harris here, your women's champion from 2026. Had to fight for it, and fight she did. As your Mini E make their way out onto the track. There you see the 98 ride. Mini combined 9-13. You should be getting put on the gate, plus 55 and plus 30 BC in staging. And our final moto of the weekend, 122 through 125, two-stroke class, going to close things off with the sweet sounds of two strokes. As how about it? There she is. She's getting the helmet off, and DC stands by with our champ, Kelsey Harris. Take it away.
All right, I'm down here with Kelsey Harris. Kelsey, you're at Loretta's. Now you're in New York. You got the #1 plate. You're the New York State Championship. Tell us about it.
That was such a great race. I didn't get the best start. I think I was second off the start, and then I just pushed the entire moto. The track is so rough, and I was just able to make a move in the back, and just I was able to keep it for the rest of the moto. I was just trying to ride smooth and trying to ride fast the whole time.
Well, I'm sure you have a list of sponsors you want to give big thanks to. Who is it that pays the bills?
My mom and my dad, they always work so hard for me and give up so much for me, so thank you. FXR, Factory Connections, Works Connections, Pro Circuit, Mika Metals, Nihilo, Risk Racing, Promised Land MX, Applegate MX Parts, Buck Motorsports, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, your New York State Championship, Kelsey Harris.
How
champion.
about it? The crowd goes wild. The celebrations begin down on the podium, as Kelsey Harris certainly deserving of that one. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Wager hanging on to it. I thought for a second it looked like he might have laid it down, but saw him in another camera shot afterwards. There he is, still up and running.
I think the consensus on the podium is the track's rough.
Yeah, I'd say so.
That seems to be the number one
only
comment.
people that don't say that are the 50s. They're like, yeah, it's good.
No, it's good. Let it run up a little bit more.
I was about to say, it's pretty smooth here in the announcer's booth, but I think it's because these 50 riders, they don't look at it as rough braking bumps. They're just like these jumps start to appear in the track randomly. Everyone else calls them braking bumps.
It's Red Bull straight rhythm all the way around the track.
Yeah,
there's no brakes.
Jumping the whole time. Yeah, we wonder why they wind up looking like Jet Lawrence. It's all they know. They just jump their way around the track.
Oh, a nice save there as the back end swapped out a little bit on Wager. And white flag already coming out. These kids are so fast. You put them on that short track, the lap times are a little bit lower. He looks back. You're going to like what you see because you're going to see a whole lot of nothing. As the 98 of Wager, about 3/4 of a lap away from claiming a #1 plate. Is that going to be number 3 on the day? At least number 2.
I believe so, yeah, at least number 2,
yeah.
But I think you're right. I think number 3.
Yep, this is a little guy with enough sponsors to fill 4 bikes, 3 fenders.
Yeah, he just
the whole trailer
he
is
picks
just
a third
loaded.
of his sponsors and he puts them on each bike.
And then he goes on the podium and he says all of them.
Arline and Keika still going to battle, though, in the 2 and 3 spot. Still plenty to be decided as far as the backside of the podium goes.
And Shellac still out there in 4th.
And for those of you watching, you have noticed maybe a couple of our camera shots kind of flickering around. There was a perfect example right there. That has to do with the weather that came through a bit earlier, messing with some of our connections. Our team doing a good job of trying to patch things back up. It actually blew some of the cameras over and all kinds of chaos happening when that storm came through. So big shout out to the entire Stoke Media crew for getting everything picked back up and put back together. And so if you see any of those quick little flashes there, just a little bit of connection issues, and going to continue to try to work on that as we get through these final couple of motos. Mother Nature tried, but Stoke Media tries harder. As here we go.
It was ugly.
Oh, man, it was brutal. Yeah, I peeked out the trailer and was like, I want nothing to do with that.
It was quick, but it was rough.
Nobody wants nothing to do with this guy. Wager, how about it? Gets the job done. Rips across those straights and is going to go figure out he's got to go through his sponsors. And he's like, wait, who did I say? I got this one and this one and this. I'll figure it out. He's got that dialed in.
Dad's down there with the projector screen, the whole list. He pulls down.
He pulls out a scroll. It's just that long. Oh, well, how about it? Wager gets the job done, and looks like he's going to be able to make it a 4-0 for overall meetings against Carmen Arline, as he was dominant this weekend, 1-1-1 in the 50 e-bike class. Our line looks like Keika going to cross the line 2 and 3 in class, and see that might be, I believe Keika still got second in the overall picture. So great job from the number 23 as well. As we will get ready to flash forward, coming up after this, we're going to have our mini combined class. And there they are, but just about a full gate full of our top mini riders. They are going to get ready to go to work. Here we go. He's pumped up, smile on the face. He's ready. DC, take it away.
All right, I'm here with Mason Wager. I think we just became best friends. He's been up here so much. We're good friends now, buddy. You've been up here. You've got the #1 plate once again. Tell us about your moto.
It was pretty bumpy, and the track's low-key decent.
That's some good words right there. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Jeremy, Tiffany, Nana and Papa, Grandpa, Grandma, Josh, BW Excavation, Oak Hill, Shea Bentley, Tamer, Wagger, Spider-Mill, Flow Racing, Matrix, JC Films, Backacres Campsite, ASV, Cardo, Fat Hard, Guts, Risk, FXR 100%, Twin Air, Bike Graphics, Renthal, and everybody else.
Well, congratulations. You did really well with your New York State Championship, Mason Wager.
How about it? He is fired up with his best buddy, DC. Track is low-key decent. I don't know what
just
everyone's been
become
talking
best
about.
friends?
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
How about that? Yeah, everyone's talking about how rough. He's like, low-key decent.
Low-key decent. As we see the
Gets low-key
9.
quick.
I'll tell you what low-key decent is right now is the 9 of Aiden Held with that start. So whatever Held changed earlier in the day yesterday is clicking, because all of a sudden every moto he's running up front with these boys. And we'll take a look here. It looks like Mansfield, I believe. You see that haze on the screen from the rain and the wind that we had earlier.
And that, like we talked about, the water coming down in pretty extreme fashion, and then the sun pops back out. And the same thing happens with your sunglasses. It gets fogged up there when it gets hot. Yeah, no, yeah, very similar to your windshield in your car when it starts to rain. No defrost or here on this one is Held. Yeah, to your point, yeah, it seems like just about any time after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he's just about unstoppable. Like whether it has to do with the track conditions, whether he's just an afternoon guy, I don't know.
He's on West Coast time.
Yeah, he takes a nap from about 11 to 1, and then all of a sudden he's ready to rock.
And Jackson Wright is ready to rock as well. He's up into the 2 spot. And we're going to get a number on that 3rd place rider. I can't quite get it yet.
Back down the hillside we go. Held and Wright 1 and 2.
I think that's the 325. I believe that's Trayson Walters there. So Walters been riding good all weekend.
Harrison Bagel just behind him, and then Bentley Corthus rounds out your top 5.
See Etches, Bogut, Lubensky, Williams, and Cassidy round out your top 10. Cassidy not a very good start in this one. Someone we've been seeing battling up inside the top 5 most of the weekend. As we look as they run, 1-1-1. Aiden Held sitting in the catbird seat for the overall and trying to make it 3-0 against Jackson Wright, according to the Verb Moto Prospect app. And Corthus back there 3rd overall as they sit.
Good move from, I believe that was Corthus going around the outside of Harrison Bagel. Bagel had the inside block. Man, it was so rough and whooped out. Just couldn't carry the momentum up. His Wright has now worked his way right up to the back of Held.
Wright leads Walters 39-0. So Walters, a familiar face to battle with for Wright. Never able to tackle him though. You see Aiden Held, 13 overall wins, 24 podiums this year, 8,287 prospect points, with a 15th at the 2026 Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross. Riding the big boy classes here, going to those big nationals. There's Jackson Wright second at the Abe Invitational. 14 overall wins, 64 podiums this year. Still love it, even this late in the weekend, seeing all these different data points that we get out of the Verb Moto Prospect app that we can put up on the screen. Like you said, Verb and Stoke working together.
Well, and it's great for us, don't get me wrong, but especially as the weekend goes on, we start to kind of learn who these riders are. We get some of these stats kind of cemented into our brains. But for the viewers at home, maybe you're just tuning in today or didn't get to watch or don't really know any of these names, to be able to have a bit better of a picture. Oh, okay, well, it makes sense. This guy's gotten the top finish at a regional, or he was at Loretta Lynn's this year or last year. It just kind of helps you get an idea as to the scope of these riders' amateur careers. And I'll be first to say it, if you're a fan of the sport, you're a fan of the amateur sport as well, and you're going to kind of start to take some notes on who the ones to watch are. So without a doubt, very exciting, the partnership between Verb Moto and Stoke Media, being able to integrate all of that data in unique ways, and OPAG and the crew here at Stoke helping to take that data and give us things like that head-to-head, what one rider's had as far as comparison to another in class. And so really been fun stuff we've been able to kind of unleash here this weekend, as unleashing it right now. That was right, making the pass.
That is right. He's around Held. You see the lap times on the last lap, right? About 3/4 of a second faster. It looks like he's holding that pace now, as Wright has gone around. I'm not sure how much of a fight Held was willing to put up. He's still in the #1 overall position. So sometimes, even though these little kids are always on go mode, mom and dad always whispering in the ear, you don't need to win this moto, son. Don't throw it away.
Yep.
Just have to see if the selective hearing kicked in or not. And it looks like it did for Held, because he's not really pushing the issue too much here with Jackson Wright, who's going to improve to a 2-3-1, pardon me. He'll move up 1 point in the tally for the overall, but it won't change his overall positioning. As you see it update there on the left-hand side of the screen, Held on a 1-1-2. At this point, 1 lap to go. It would take a crash or a mechanical from Held to really give Wright a real chance at winning this overall. And Corthus looks like he's got the 3rd overall position pretty much locked up. And Vagel and Walters kind of tussling over that 4th and 5th overall down there. Held just kind of hanging out here, not pushing the issue to make a pass, but he's close enough if something happens.
I mean, you can even see midway through that corner, kind of just checks up and rolls his way around. So
it's smart riding, very smart riding.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's almost nice sometimes to see these younger riders thinking about the big picture. Perfect example, checks up a little bit, cuts back underneath that lap rider.
Just looking ahead, focused ahead. Not doing anything that's going to cost himself the overall championship. Just hanging out. If Wright makes a mistake, goes down, he'll gladly take that position back. But he's not going to force the issue. And Wright's playing games with him. This is almost like you see in like a professional championship, a little gamesmanship, trying to slow him up and see if we can't get some other riders to help.
Yeah, I was going to say, Held knows he needs Wright to be at least 3rd to have a chance. I still don't even think that'll be enough. 2, 3, 5 points compared to 2, so just about done and dusted for Held.
We see LePan now jumping up into the top 5 overall on a 3.68. I'm guessing LePan, at 11 years old, he's still a couple years younger than the lead group of this. So as you see the turnover, we see it at Loretta's all the time. The turnover now.
Wait
Held.
a second, comes down to the final few corners. He says, all right, fine, I'll try to make the pass.
He was playing possum with him a little bit. As Wright holds on for the Moto win, Held holds on for the overall. I was saying at Loretta, you see it cycle through that top of the age group, moves up, and then a couple riders jump up in age, and it's just an endless cycle.
So Jackson Wright wins the battle, but it's Aiden Held winning the war and the title here in our mini combined 9-13. Your Utica Rome Speedway top 10, Jackson Wright, Aiden Held, and Trayson Walters. Bentley Corthus and Harrison Vagel, your top 5 etches. Oh, actually, Lubinsky looks like jumped up in the mix there. Big picture, though. Held hangs on to it. Aiden Held with a 1-1-2. Jackson Wright and Bentley Corthus, your top 3. LePan and Walters going to round out your top 5 overall in that 9-13 mini combined class. Now we get ready for 55 plus and plus 30 BC.
Moto 29 on the line. The last moto of the weekend.
Should be
Moto 30 about to go into the gate. So these poor 55 plus guys, they're going to be feeling it after this moto as we wait.
You want to try to find a smooth line? Watch these guys. They know how to find a smooth line.
Aiden Held should be going over to see DC shortly. There he is. We're going to kick it down to you, DC. Let's hear what Aiden Held has to say.
I am standing with Aiden Held, the number 9. He is the moto. He is the winner of that race. Not that race, but he's the winner of the overall. He took second place with a 1-1-2. Aiden, tell us about that ride.
Good. The track was fun, really rough and slick.
It was rough and slick. Who do you want to thank that got you up here, buddy?
Mom, Dad, Coach Ryan, Monty's Motorsports, Bro MX, Parker, Asher Knee Braces, T-Rex Autos, 6D, Podium Works, and everybody else, thank you.
There you go. Your #1 rider in New York State, Aiden Held.
Great stuff there from Aiden Held. Holds up the big #1, and that's what he's been waiting on. The champ gets the job done as now we focus in on 55 plus and plus 30 BC. 55, if I'm not mistaken, gets the first gate drop.
Slide out right out the gate. That's Daryl Smith going in the first turn with the lead. As he's rubbing elbows. Check a number there. Whoever it was, he's all the way in the lead now.
And there's second gate drop going on just in the background, plus 30 BC. The final moto of the weekend getting locked and loaded on the starting line now. As 5 plus and plus 30 BC go to work.
So there it is. Oh no, looks like the race leader stalls it out.
Oh, that's
going into the turn. He'll get it back fired up and going, but he's going to lose 4 or 5 spots there.
Those first lap mistakes so costly, even if it's really not that big of a mistake, whether that was a stall or a false neutral. You saw 4 to 5 positions just disappear in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, back to the top of 55. Cowie's got it, and it looks like the KTM wants it. He's got a better drive out of the corner.
Yeah, he's going to have the inside line here. Still trying to figure out. He's got 74 on the back of the jersey. The number on the bike looks like a 550. I'm not 100% sure what we got here, but I do know we know having a battle, a side-by-side. Daryl Smith being stingy with this thing. Not letting the second-place rider by. And these guys are trying to trade paint here. That is the 522 of Wayne Powers. I was a little confused. He signed up on a Yamaha, but that's clearly a KTM. So Powers, he's got the wrong color bike. He's got the wrong name and number on the back of his jersey. But he's going to the front here with Daryl Smith.
Full incognito. Doesn't want anyone to know who's lining up.
It might not even be him. He is going the long way around this track. He's tried the inside, the outside, the inside, the outside. And Smith, just with that veteran savvy, you do this for 30 or 40 years and you've seen everything that someone can throw at you. And we'll see here. It looks like Powers is going to sit back for a second and try and remount another attack.
So Wayne Powers and Daryl Smith fight in the 1 and 2 spot, while Don Clark and Keith Carroll just behind in plus 55, plus 30 BC. Nick Mackless leads the way. Derek Miller and Jesse Kavanaugh 1, 2, and 3.
And again, this is one of those ones where the data gets kind of mixed up with the transponder. So just to avoid any more confusion for the fans watching at home or on site, we won't be throwing up the live scoring pylon. We'll just call this thing as we see it. As you can still follow along on the Vert Prospect app if you'd like to see the live timing. If you have someone in this race and you really want to see what's going on, more than welcome to download that app. Just scan that QR code and lock into the High Voltage Hills New York State Championships live scoring.
Another nice thing is if you follow multiple different races taking place in the same weekend. Often the Prospect app has all of the live timing data. So I know when we were logging on this morning, there were, I believe, 4 different events that were on the Prospect app that you could scroll through. So if I wanted to go figure out what was happening in a race in Texas, in North Carolina, in California, you've got the opportunity to as well. So once again, just so impressive what Chris and Wes and everybody over there at Verb's been able to come up with. They are just getting started, as are these riders. Daryl Smith thought he had given it away, but snatches it right back from Powers.
We've seen Powers almost have the pass made a few times here. It's been 4 or 5 times he's been able to pull up alongside of him, even pass him momentarily. But that veteran savvy out of Daryl Smith, the 513. Now we got a run. Yep, Powers with a run at him. But Smith is going to jump over a little bit, lands and closes the door. Now a good move from Powers to jump to the outside. He kind of switched it up on him. It's going to work for him here. We'll see if Smith's able to sweep around. No, he's going to funnel in behind him. So maybe just sick of having that pressure bearing down his neck, he's going to drop behind and see what kind of lines Powers is taking. You don't want to be too close there, Daryl. You're eating a whole face full of sand.
When he does a good job of when he gets past, seems like he wants it right back. They say that's so important to not let the other rider get comfortable in that position, and Smith doing a great job of that. Meanwhile, Powers, though, this time looks like he's cemented himself in that #1 spot. And you can see just how gnarly that square edges acceleration bump coming out of that corner almost stalls the momentum for both of those guys.
And now Daryl starting to lose a few bike lengths. This is where you get in a little bit of a danger zone for Smith. That initial response that you see, someone that comes to mind is Ken Roxon. So good at that initial response. He's the hardest guy to pass and hold back off. And Daryl was kind of channeling that there, as we see a lapper might help him out here. They're going to work around him as the white flag comes out. That's going to allow Smith to close up a few bike lengths. We got another lapper up here as they work their way around. I believe that was the 357 of Demko.
And again, this is the battle for the title, a 1-2 and a 2-1 coming into this final moto. So it all comes down to this final lap, and less than a bike length between them. Smith, again, a face full of the high voltage sand. He is not giving up.
You can see what it means to him.
No doubt.
A New York State Championship means a lot to these guys. They are going to push it all the way to the finish. Smith is not letting him off the hook. Now we'll see if Smith ends up going to the outside here. Okay, so they're going to switch back up. I thought he was going to try and steal Powers' line where he passed him on the outside, but Powers beat him to it.
Yeah, and I'm just not sure that inside line really working there for Smith. It's just so whooped out. But again, a lap rider this time.
Here we go.
Oh, what's he going to do?
He's able to sneak by. Smith's going to have a little bit of a run.
Smith got way wide exiting that corner there. Any of the ground that he had made up washed away, but this time Powers goes out way wide. Hang on to it. Can Smith get a good drive out of the corner? He does. He's back within a bike length or so.
He's able to hold it out underneath them. And another lapper here. Uh-oh. Oh, Powers is able just to squeeze in front of Smith. So they're going to try and work their way around the lapper.
Here we go, the drag race up the hill. This has decided so many motos this weekend. Can it happen once again? Powers desperately trying to keep the Kawasaki behind him. And Daryl Smith knows it is go time. Now or never.
Ooh, that's a good line. Oh, we can't quite get to the inside of him. Just not enough room there to get any traction on that hard, pebbly surface.
And here it is, the Moto win and the championship going to go to Wayne Powers. Out of the plus 55 class, Daryl Smith going to cross the line right behind him and finish up second in that championship fight. Don Clark quietly been back there in the #3 spot, a 4.43 for him this weekend. And those guys breaking it down, going to be sharing a beverage later. And that's going to be a good bench racing story, no doubt about it.
They both earned a beer in that one.
Absolutely. I always love when you see them pointing and laughing. You know, they're talking about, man, did you see me right there?
If you did that one more time, we would have both been on the ground.
Yep. Paul Burfine, it looks like Keith Carroll going to round out the top 5 in class, dropping back down to that plus 30 BC. Derek Miller actually jumps up and takes over the number 1 ride the last lap, trying to make it a 1-1-1 across the board. Mackless and Christopher Cook 2 and 3 with Kavanaugh and Ernest rounding out that top 5 here in plus 55 and plus 30 BC, as both of those champions going to make their way down towards the podium and going to get ready to chat it up with DC from D3. Meanwhile, the final of the 2026 New York State Championship. Oh, this rider just a couple of corners from the checkered flag. That's the 44 machine.
There is Carroll on the 156. We're going to throw it down to Dominic. He's got Powers on the podium.
I do. I have Wayne Powers here. We were watching your moto closely. You had Daryl Smith, the number 513, behind you, chomping at the bit, trying to pass you. He needed the pass to get the overall and to have that New York State Championship, but you pulled it off. Talk to me about it.
Man, I felt the pressure the whole time. I got to give it up to him. He's fast here. It was a lot. Lap riders got in the way, and there's some big rocks that got in the way. So we had fun, though.
Yeah, it looked like you had a lot of fun. Who do you want to thank that got you up here?
Well, I got to thank Eric from Valley Moto Racing for letting me borrow his bike. There he is right there. I haven't been on a bike in 6 weeks. Mine's apart. Decided to jump on this bike and ride it. And I'll tell you, I'll never get a KTM.
Well, it worked out for you. You're the New York State Championship. Congratulations, Wayne Powers, your number 155 rider.
Great stuff there, DC, hanging out. That's the happiest place on the podium. It's where the champions go to celebrate, and should have another champ headed that way here in just a minute. But right now, we're going to get ready for the final gate drop of the 2026 New York Motocross State Championship. The 2-stroke class, the sweet sounds and smells of premix, coming at you one more time. Who's it going to be? Into turn number 1 they go. Did you see it?
I saw it. I think I know who it was. Oh, what is that guy doing? He's in a knack off a hay bale. Interesting. I clipped that little hay bale there, kind of kicked his foot off. And I believe that is the 74 of weight.
I'm waiting. Who is it?
We're waiting for weight, and it is the 74 of weight. I believe this is the 582 of Schneider now. It is Schneider, so Schneider with one more chance at redemption. He's got to be itching for a moto win. You would think he showed up, and it looks like we have our winner in the plus 30 BC class with DC. Take it away, son.
All right, we've got DJ Miller. That last class, we had 2 classes in there combined with the plus 55. But DJ Miller, the plus 30 class winner here, your New York State champion. I'm sure the track was rough. Talk about it.
Yes, it was rough, but everyone's got to ride the same track, so we just gave them hell.
Yeah, you put in a lot of hard laps here. You got the overall win. How does it make you feel?
Oh, worked hard for this one. Feels really well. Feels really good, yeah.
I bet you did. You got a lot of people out here looking at you here. Who do you want to thank, and who's all your sponsors you want to give some credit to?
I'd like to thank the crew, the family, Desiree, Noah, Lexi, Jay. There's my mom, and Big Al's Bikes, my dad, and myself, and Karma Inc., and Alex Apera Construction.
Don, ask him about that YZ300 we're seeing on the graphics here. We want to know the scoop on that.
They're saying up in the booth something about a YZ300. Talk about your YZ300.
Yeah, it's got the Athena big bore kit in it. We got to do all we can do to keep up with these 450s, so.
Yeah, especially in this big dirt we got going on here at High Voltage Hills. Your number 1 rider here, DJ Miller.
How about it? Yeah, great stuff there. We saw it. I was like, I wonder if that's just the graphics kit or if he actually committed to it. That is really cool to see, and clearly worked out for him as well.
And I'll tell you what's working out right now is the line choice from the 582 of Travis Schneider. He is leading Preston Wade around, and I have questions. We seem to have lost Chadwick Nauer. I thought I saw him up there at the beginning. I believe he made the call, Zach, for the start gate. Because we have Schneider in the number 1 position overall.
I'm looking on timing and scoring and not seeing a lap complete for Nauer.
So we will have to look into it a little bit here. Nauer was, I believe, sitting on a 1-1. going into this moto, I'm not sure you're going to sacrifice an overall championship sitting on a 1-1. I know the Nauer family pretty well. They don't strike me as the kind to just call it a day and go home early unless there's a problem.
Hopefully it's just a bike problem. We didn't see Nauer go down in any of those early motos, I don't believe.
I'm pretty confident I saw him start this moto. I could be wrong. But nonetheless, Travis Schneider, he's going to take the gift wrap present here.
Yeah, looking at a 3-2. Widrick a 2-4 at the moment. So those two were kind of the only ones in contention. And with Schneider out front right now, it is his championship to lose.
So a big shakeup here without Nauer. Yeah, last time we saw Nauer out, he was contesting for a moto win almost. He was up in the top 3 most of the day.
How about it? The 74 of Waite looking at a 4-3 in his opening 2 motos. So continuing to improve if he hangs on, looking at a 4.32. Should be enough for possibly a podium overall as well. Preston Waite and Winston Widrick, they've met up 4 times this season, and Widrick has gotten the best of him every single time. And I feel like we've seen a lot of that so far this weekend as well, where riders have won every time against a certain rider. They've gone together, and it flip-flops here this weekend.
It's definitely been a little bit of a, I guess flip-flop is the right word for it. It's been a lot of back and forth as the weekend's unfolded. Just when you think one guy's got the upper hand, the other guy responds. The Schneider, what is it with looking back nowadays? My dad would have wrung my neck if I did that. He would have put me in a neck brace so I couldn't look back anymore. But it is the new style, keeping tabs on the rider behind you. I guess I can't question it too much. You're leading the moto and the overall scoring. And I'm sitting here talking about it, so maybe I should shut my mouth about the training.
Josh now looking back as he announces here. Just trying to make sure no one's there. And looking, I believe that is just rain falling off the trees. The sun is shining, sand is flying. And checker flag will be flying here very shortly, not only on the race, but on the weekend as well. I don't know, that looks like rain.
That is definitely rain. We've found a rain cloud with the white flag coming out here. So why not Mother Nature just showing up to end the show?
Sunshine and rain, we gotta have a rainbow somewhere here.
As Schneider with 1 lap to go to take this thing home. Still a little curious what happened to Nauer. I'll have to ask some questions here once we get off the air. Nauers are a pretty hardcore family when it comes to moto. Like I said, I don't think they would just pack up and go home because we're late in the day. So a tough break either way. And Travis Schneider is going to say thank you very much.
Yeah, the beneficiary of it, no doubt about it.
Drop a thank you card in the mail.
Send you a picture of the plate.
This could have been yours, son. As he takes a little buck in the saddle there, up and over the double along the close wood line to the old finish line.
Would have been nice to see as well. Schneider feel like looking feisty here in this one. He's got the maybe just a tick more intensity than we've seen in some of those other motos. I think a good start has a lot to do with that as well.
Well, you see it in the overall score of 3-2-1. Obviously now we're not here to contest with him, but he's trending in the right direction. He seems like as the weekend went on, he was starting to figure it out a little bit more. Not sure what's going on behind the scenes. Maybe they're working on some bike changes or things like that, trying to find a combination that works. As whatever he did is working right now, because he is 2 turns away as we start to see that rain continue to fall. Not too heavy, just a light drizzle right now.
How about it? All those rocks that have worked their way to the surface as well. Again, a huge shout out to the entire High Voltage Hills track crew. Is one more corner for the moto, one more corner for the weekend, and your champion here in the 2-stroke class, Travis Schneider, gets the job done with a win here in moto number 3. Preston Waite hangs on for a 2nd place finish in the moto, and I believe Winston Widrick going to cross the line and might round out that overall podium as well. As we will get the rundown here in just a moment, but the final moto of the weekend wraps up
These riders still going at it. The 116 there, the 79 taking it all the way across the stripe as well. Love to see it. Everybody charging through the checkered flag. Look at it. These guys drag racing it. And closing things out in style. Here from High Voltage Hills. Watching, looks like the 203 potentially.
I think that's the 210.
Caden Forrester.
210 of Caden Forrester. Yep, one of our local riders here. And then I can't get a number. I think that's the 55 possibly of Huey. The 55 X-Rider.
They crossed their way over the checkered flag as well.
And just like that, it's done raining.
How about it? Utica Rome Speedway top 10 one more time. It's Travis Schneider, Preston Waite, and Winston Widrick, your top 3. DeFiore, Barry, your top 5. Harvey, Mitat, Huber, Canella, and Harchie round out your top 10. We give you a look at that overall picture. And a big shakeup as Schneider, a 3-2-1, improving every time, and he walks away victorious. 4-3-2 for Preston Waite, second overall, and a 2-4-3 for Winston Widrick. Tied on points, but the tiebreaker goes to Waite. Barry and Mitat going to round out your top 5 overall for that 125 two-stroke class, and he's standing by with DC one more time. Let's hear it from the champ.
I am standing with the champ here. You went 3-2-1 to close out the weekend with a #1 overall in your class in the 125. End of the day, walk us through your moto.
I mean, it was good. I just got like a second place start. It wasn't the best start, but got I kind of made an aggressive pass, but I had to get up to the front and then just kind of smooth, tried not to crash, and then it was good.
Well, you counted it down 3-2-1, and you got the #1 plate. Travis Schneider, your overall winner, New York State champion in the 125 class.
All right, thank you very much, DC. Fantastic job down on the podium all day long, getting us the scoop from our victorious racers. And speaking of racing, it's Racer TV. We got racing all the time. Here's what we've got in store, our upcoming broadcast. We've got the J-Day season finale doubleheader next weekend out at Unadilla. That's going to be Saturday and Sunday from about 8 to 5. You don't want to miss a single lap of the action. And then the ANEC Round 8 Super Test going to be coming up on September 12th. That is one I'm really excited about. We'll have more information for that in the weeks to come as well. And then don't forget, GNCC round number 10, the John Penton GNCC kicks back off for the tail end of the season, September 19th and 20th. You can find all of that on Flow Racing. Of course, we've got some thank yous to hand out. It takes a village to put on one of these broadcasts. And of course, want to start things off with our executive producer, Kerry Russell, OPAG, our operations producer, Adam Gordon, our producer, Don Hampton, our director, Nick Vosberg, our audio technician, Brian Wall, our graphics operator, Josh Williams, the engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, as well as our second engineer, Adam Arndt, the eyes in the sky, our man, Gabe Scholl, our drone pilot, all of our incredible camera operators, Dakota Anderson, Cameron Lehman, Caleb Feathers, Kieran Motherway, Peter Zielik, Zach Kerwin, Caden Feathers, Chris Pennington, Chandler Kaler, and Adam Atkins. For Dominic Cittadino and Josh Stout, I'm Zach Herron. We'll see you guys next time right here on Racer TV.